Prologue of the Marie Antoinette Romances, Volume 3, The Queen's Necklace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Marie Antoinette Romances, Volume 3, The Queen's Necklace, by Alexandre DUMAS, translated by Henry L. Williams. The Predictions. An old nobleman and an old maître d'hôtel. It was the beginning of April, 1784, between 12 and 1 o'clock. Our old acquaintance, the Marshal de Richelieu, having with his own hands colored his eyebrows with a perfumed dye, pushed away the mirror which was held to him by his valet, the successor of his faithful Levee, and shaking his head in the manner peculiar to himself, "Ah," said he, "now I look at myself." And rising from his seat with juvenile vivacity, he commenced shaking off the powder which had fallen from his wig over his blue velvet coat. Then, after taking a turn or two up and down his room, called for his maître d'hôtel. In 5 minutes this personage made his appearance, elaborately dressed. The marshal turned toward him, and with a gravity befitting the occasion, said, "Sir, I suppose you have prepared me a good dinner?" "Certainly, your grace." "You have the list of my guests?" "I remember them perfectly, your grace. I have prepared a dinner for 9. "There are 2 sorts of dinners, sir," said the marshal. "True, your grace, but—" The marshal interrupted him with a slightly impatient movement, although still dignified. "Do you know, sir, that whenever I have heard the word 'but,' and I have heard it many times in the course of 88 years, it has been each time, I am sorry to say, the harbinger of some folly." "Your grace?" "In the first place, at what time do we dine?" "Your grace, the citizens dine at 2, the bar at 3, the nobility at 4. "And I, sir?" "Your grace will dine today at 5. "Oh, at 5. "Yes, your grace, like the king." "And why like the king?" "Because on the list of your guests is the name of a king." "Not so, sir. You mistake. All my guests today are simply noblemen." "Your grace is surely jesting. The Count Hagar, who is among the guests—" "Well, sir?" "The Count Hagar is a king." "I know no king so called." "Your grace must pardon me, then," said the maître d'hôtel, bowing. "But I supposed—" "Your business, sir, is neither to believe nor suppose. Your business is to read, without comment, the orders I give you. When I wish a thing to be known, I tell it. When I do not tell it, I wish it unknown." The maître d'hôtel bowed again, more respectfully, perhaps, than he would have done to a reigning monarch. "Therefore, sir," continued the old marshal, "you will, as I have none but noblemen to dinner, let us dine at my usual hour, 4 o'clock." At this order the countenance of the maître d'hôtel became clouded, as if he heard his death sentence. He grew deadly pale, then, recovering himself with the courage of despair, he said, "In any event, your grace cannot dine before 5 o'clock." "Why so, sir?" cried the marshal. "Because it is utterly impossible." "Sir," said the marshal with a haughty air, "it is now, I believe, 20 years since you entered my service." 21 years, a month, and 2 weeks. "Well, sir, to these 21 years, a month, and 2 weeks, you will not add a day, nor an hour. You understand me, sir?" he continued, biting his thin lips and depressing his eyebrows. "This evening
You seek a new master? I do not choose that the word impossible should be pronounced in my house. I am too old now to begin to learn its meaning."
The maitre d'hotel bowed a third time.
"This evening," said he, "I shall have taken leave of your grace, but at least up to the last moment my duty shall have been performed as it should be."
And he made 2 steps toward the door.
"What do you call as it should be?" cried the marshal. "Learn, sir, that to do it as it suits me is to do it as it should be. Now, I wish to dine at 4, and it does not suit me, when I wish to dine at 4, to be obliged to wait till 5. "Your grace,"
replied the maitre d'hotel gravely,
"I have served as butler to His Highness the Prince de Soubise, and as steward to His Eminence the Cardinal de Rohan. With the first, His Majesty the late King of France dined once a year. With the second, the Emperor of Austria dined once a month. I know, therefore, how a sovereign should be treated. When he visited the Prince de Soubise, Louis XV called himself in vain the Baron de Jeanne. At the house of Monsieur de Rohan, the Emperor Joseph was announced as the Count de Packenstein, but he was none the less emperor. Today, your grace also receives a guest who vainly calls himself Count Haga. Count Haga is still King of Sweden. I shall leave your service this evening, but Count Haga will have been treated like a king." "But that," said the marshal, "is the very thing that I am tiring myself to death in forbidding. Count Haga wishes to preserve his incognito as strictly as possible. Well, do I see through your absurd vanity? It is not the crown that you honor, but yourself that you wish to glorify. I repeat again that I do not wish it imagined that I have a king here." "What, then, does your grace take me for? It is not that I wish it known that there is a king here." "Then, in heaven's name, do not be obstinate, but let us have dinner at 4. "But at 4 o'clock, your grace, what I am expecting will not have arrived." "What are you expecting? A fish? Like Monsieur Vatel?" "Does your grace wish that I should tell you?" "On my faith, I am curious." "Then, your grace, I wait for a bottle of wine." "A bottle of wine? Explain yourself, sir. The thing begins to interest me." "Listen, then, your grace. His Majesty the King of Sweden, I beg pardon, the Count Haga, I should have said, drinks nothing but Tokay." "Well, am I so poor as to have no Tokay in my cellar? If so, I must dismiss my butler." "Not so, your grace. On the contrary, you have about 60 bottles." "Well, do you think Count Haga will drink 60 bottles with his dinner?" "No, your grace. But when Count Haga first visited France, when he was only Prince Royal, he dined with the late king, who had received 12 bottles of Tokay from the Emperor of Austria. You are aware that the Tokay of the finest vintages is reserved exclusively for the cellar of the Emperor, and that kings themselves can only drink it when he pleases to send it to them." "I know it." "Then, your grace, of these 12 bottles of which the Prince Royal drank, only 2 remain. One is in the cellar of His Majesty Louis XVI." "And the other?" "Ah, your grace,"
said the maître d'hôtel with a triumphant smile, for he felt that, after the long battle he had been fighting, the moment of victory was at hand.
"The other one was stolen." "By whom, then?" "By one of my friends, the late king's butler, who was under great obligations to me." "Oh, and so he gave it to you?" "Certainly, your grace," said the maître d'hôtel with pride. "And what did you do with it?" "I placed it carefully in my master's cellar." "Your master? And who was your master at that time?" "His Eminence, the Cardinal de Rohan." "Ah, mon Dieu! At Strasbourg?" "At Suffren." "And you have sent to seek this bottle for me?" cried the old marshal. "For you, your grace," replied the maître d'hôtel, in a tone which plainly said, "Ungrateful as you are." The Duc de Richelieu seized the hand of the old servant and cried, "I beg pardon, you are the king of maître d'hôtel." "And you would have dismissed me," he replied with an indescribable shrug of his shoulders. "Oh, I will pay you 100 pistoles for this bottle of wine." "And the expenses of its coming here will be another 100, but you will grant that it is worth it?" "I will grant anything you please. And to begin, from today, I double your salary." "I seek no reward, your grace. I have but done my duty." "And when will your courier arrive?" "Your grace may judge if I have lost time. On what day did I have my orders for the dinner?" "Why, 3 days ago, I believe." "It takes a courier at his utmost speed 24 hours to go and the same to return." "There still remain 24 hours," said the marshal. "How have they been employed?" "Alas, your grace, they were lost. The idea only came to me the day after I received the list of your guests. Now, calculate the time necessary for the negotiation, and you will perceive that in asking you to wait till 5, I am only doing what I am absolutely obliged to do." "The bottle has not yet arrived, then?" "No, your grace." "Ah, sir, if your colleague at Suffren be as devoted to the Prince de Rohan as you are to me, and should refuse the bottle as you would do in his place—" "I, your grace?" "Yes. You would not, I suppose, have given away such a bottle had it belonged to me." "I beg your pardon humbly, your grace, but had a friend, having a king to provide for, asked me for your best bottle of wine, he should have had it immediately." "Oh," said the marshal with a grimace. "It is only by helping others that we can expect help in our own need, your grace." "Well, then, I suppose we may calculate that it will be given. But there is still another risk. If the bottle should be broken—" "Oh, your grace, who would break a bottle of wine of that value?" "Well, I trust not. What time, then, do you expect your courier?" "At 4 o'clock precisely." "Then why not dine at 4?" replied the marshal. "Your grace, the wine must rest for an hour, and had it not been for an invention of my own, it would have required 3 days to recover itself." Beaten at all points, the marshal gave way. "Besides," continued the old servant, "be sure, your grace, that your guests will not arrive before 4:30. "And why not?" Consider, your grace. To begin with, Monsieur de Launay, he comes from the Bastille, and with the ice at present covering the streets of Paris. No, but he will leave after the prisoners' dinner at 12 o'clock. Pardon me, your grace, but the dinner hour at the Bastille has been changed since your grace was there. It is now 1. Sir, you are learned on all points. Pray, go on. Madame du Barry comes from the Lucienne, one continued descent, and in this frost. That would not prevent her being punctual, since she is no longer a duke's favourite. She plays the queen only among barons. But let me tell you, sir, that I desire to have dinner early on account of Monsieur de la Perouse, who sets off tonight, and would not wish to be late. But, your grace, Monsieur de la Perouse is with the king, discussing geography and cosmography. He will not get away too early. It is possible. It is certain, your grace, and it will be the same when Monsieur de Favre, who is with the Count de Provence, talking no doubt of the new play by the Canon de Beaumarchais. You mean the marriage of Figaro? Yes, your grace. Why, you are quite literary also, it seems. In my leisure moments I read, your grace. We have, however, Monsieur de Condorcet, who, being a geometrician, should at least be punctual. Yes, but he will be deep in some calculation, from which, when he rouses himself, it will probably be at least half an hour too late. As for the Count Cagliostro, as he is a stranger, and not well acquainted with the customs of Versailles, he will in all probability make us wait for him. Well, said the marshal, you have disposed of all my guests, except Monsieur de Tavernet, in a manner worthy of Homer, or of my poor Raffet.
The maitre d'hotel bowed.
I have not, said he, named Monsieur de Tavernet because, being an old friend, he will probably be punctual. Good. And where do we dine? In the great dining-room, your grace. But we shall freeze there. It has been warmed for 3 days, your grace, and I believe you will find it perfectly comfortable. Very well. But there is the clock striking. Why, it is 4:30, cried the marshal. Yes, your grace, and there is the courier entering the courtyard with my bottle of Tokay. May I continue for another 20 years to be served in this manner, said the marshal, turning again to his looking-glass, while the maitre d'hotel ran downstairs. 20 years, said a laughing voice, interrupting the marshal in his survey of himself. 20 years, my dear Duke, I wish them you, but then I shall be 60. I shall be very old. You, Countess, cried the marshal, you are my first arrival, and, mon Dieu, you look as young and charming as ever. Duke, I am frozen. Come into the boudoir, then. Oh, tête-à-tête, Marshal. Not so, replied a somewhat broken voice. Ah, Tavernet, said the marshal, and then whispering to the Countess, Plague take him for disturbing us. Madame du Barry laughed, and they all entered the adjoining room. End of Part 1 of the Prologue. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 2 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Prologue, Monsieur de la Perouse,
Part 1. At the same moment, the noise of carriages in the street warned the marshal that his guests were arriving, and soon after, thanks to the punctuality of his maitre d'hotel, 9 persons were seated round the oval table in the dining-room. 9 lackeys, silent as shadows, quick without bustle, and attentive without importunity, glided over the carpet, and passed among the guests without ever touching their chairs, which were surrounded with furs which were wrapped round the legs of the sitters. These furs, with the heat from the stoves and the odours from the wine and the dinner, diffused a degree of comfort which manifested itself in the gaiety of the guests, who had just finished their soup. No sound was heard from without, and none within save that made by the guests themselves, for the plates were changed and the dishes moved round with the most perfect quiet. Nor from the maitre d'hotel could a whisper be heard. He seemed to give his orders with his eyes. The guests, therefore, began to feel as though they were alone. It seemed to them that servants so silent must also be deaf. Monsieur de Richelieu was the first who broke the silence, by saying to the guest on his right hand,
"But, Count, you drink nothing."
This was addressed to a man about 38 years of age, short, fair-haired, and with high shoulders, his eye a clear blue, now bright, but oftener with a pensive expression, and with nobility stamped unmistakably on his open and manly forehead. "I only drink water, Marshal," he replied.
"Excepting with Louis XV," returned the Marshal. "I had the honour of dining at his table with you, and you deigned that day to drink wine."
"Ah, you recall a pleasing remembrance, Marshal. That was in 1771. It was Tokay, from the imperial cellar."
"It was like that, with which my maitre d'hotel will now have the honour to fill your glass,"
replied Richelieu, bowing. Count Haga raised his glass and looked through it. The wine sparkled in the light like liquid rubies. "It is true," he said. "Marshal, I thank you." These words were uttered in a manner so noble that the guests, as if by a common impulse, rose and cried, "Long live the king!" "Yes," said Count Haga, "long live his Majesty, the King of France. What say you, Monsieur de la Perouse?"
"My lord,"
replied the captain with that tone at once flattering and respectful, common to those accustomed to address crowned heads,
"I have just left the king, and his Majesty has shown me so much kindness that no one will more willingly cry, 'Long live the king,' than I. Only, as in another hour I must leave you to join the 2 ships which his Majesty has put at my disposal, once out of this house, I shall take the liberty of saying, 'Long life to another king, whom I should be proud to serve, had I not already so good a master.'"
"This health that you propose," said Madame du Barry, who sat on the marshal's left hand, "we are all ready to drink, but the oldest of us should take the lead."
"Is it you that concerns, or me, or Tavernet?" said the marshal, laughing.
"I do not believe,"
said another on the opposite side,
"that Monsieur de Richelieu is the senior of our party."
"Then it is you, Tavernet,"
said the duke.
"No, I am 8 years younger than you. I was born in 1704,
returned T.
"How rude," said the marshal, "to expose my 88 years."
"Impossible, Duke, that you are 88, said Monsieur de Condorcet.
"It is, however, but true. It is a calculation easy to make, and therefore unworthy of an algebraist like you, Marquis. I am of the last century, the great century, as we call it. My date is 1696.
"Impossible!" cried de Launay.
"Oh, if your father were here, he would not say impossible. He who, when governor of the Bastille, had me for a lodger in 1714. The senior in age here, however, said Monsieur de Favras, is the wine Count Haga is now drinking. You are right, Monsieur de Favras. This wine is 120 years old. To the wine then belongs the honor.
One moment, gentlemen, said Cagliostro, raising his eyes, beaming with intelligence and vivacity. I claim the precedence.
You claim precedence over the Tokay?
Exclaimed all the guests in chorus.
Assuredly,
returned Cagliostro calmly, since it was I who bottled it.
You?
Yes, I. On the day of the victory won by Montecuculli over the Turks in 1664. A burst of laughter followed these words, which Cagliostro had pronounced with perfect gravity. By this calculation, you would be something like 130 years old, said Madame du Barry, for you must have been at least 10 years old when you bottled the wine. I was more than 10 when I performed that operation, madame, as on the following day I had the honor of being deputed by His Majesty, the Emperor of Austria, to congratulate Montecuculli, who by the victory of St. Gothard had avenged the day at a speck in Sclavonia, in which the infidels treated the imperialists so roughly, who were my friends and companions in arms, in 1536. "Oh," said Count Haga, as coldly as Cagliostro himself, "you must have been at least 10 years old when you were at that memorable battle." "A terrible defeat, Count," returned Cagliostro. "Less terrible than Crécy, however," said Condorcet, smiling. "True, sir, for at the Battle of Crécy it was not only an army but all France that was beaten. But then this defeat was scarcely a fair victory to the English, for King Edward had cannon, a circumstance of which Philip de Valois was ignorant, or rather, which he would not believe, although I warned him that I had with my own eyes seen 4 pieces of artillery which Edward had brought from the Venetians." said Madame du Barry. "You knew Philip de Valois?" "Madame, I had the honor to be one of the 5 lords who escorted him off the field of battle. I came to France with the poor old King of Bohemia, who was blind, and who threw away his life when he heard that the battle was lost."
"Ah, sir," said Monsieur de la Pérouse, "how much I regret that instead of the Battle of Crécy, it was not that of Actium at which you assisted."
"Why so, sir?"
"Oh, because you might have given me some nautical details, which, in spite of Plutarch's fine narration, have ever been obscure to me."
"Which, sir, I should be happy to be of service to you."
"Oh, you were there then also?"
"No, sir. I was then in Egypt. I had been employed by Queen Cleopatra to restore the library at Alexandria, an office for which I was better qualified than anyone else, from having personally known the best authors of antiquity."
"And you have seen Queen Cleopatra?"
said Madame du Barry. "As I now see you, madame."
"Was she as pretty as they say?"
"Madame, you know beauty is only comparative. A charming queen in Egypt. In Paris she would only have been a pretty grisette."
"Say no harm of grisettes, Count."
"God forbid."
"Then Cleopatra was—"
"Little, slender, lively and intelligent, with large almond-shaped eyes, a Grecian nose, teeth like pearls, and a hand like your own, Countess, a fit hand to hold a scepter. See, here is a diamond which she gave me, and which she had had from her brother Ptolemy. She wore it on her thumb."
"On her thumb?"
cried Madame du Barry. "Yes, it was an Egyptian fashion, And I, you see, can hardly put it on my little finger." And taking off the ring, he handed it to Madame du Barry. It was a magnificent diamond, of such fine water, and so beautifully cut as to be worth 30,000 or 40,000 francs. The diamond was passed round the table and returned to Cagliostro, who, putting it quietly on his finger again, said, "Ah, I see well you are all incredulous. This fatal incredulity I have had to contend against all my life. Philip de Valois would not listen to me when I told him to leave open a retreat to Edward. Cleopatra would not believe me when I warned her that Antony would be beaten. The Trojans would not credit me, and when I said to them, with reference to the wooden horse, 'Cassandra is inspired. Listen to Cassandra.'"
"It is charming," said Madame du Barry, shaking with laughter. "I have never met a man at once so serious and so diverting."
"I assure you," replied Cagliostro, "that Jonathan was much more so. He was really a charming companion. Until he was killed by Saul, he nearly drove me crazy with laughing."
"Do you know," said the Duc de Richelieu, "if you go on in this way, you will drive poor Tavernet crazy. He is so afraid of death that he is staring at you with all his eyes, hoping you to be an immortal."
"Immortal I cannot say, but one thing I can affirm." "What?" cried Tavernet, who was the most eager listener. "That I have seen all the people and events of which I have been speaking to you."
"You have known Montecuculli?"
"As well as I know you, Monsieur de Favre, and indeed much better, for this is but the second or third time I have had the honor of seeing you, while I lived nearly a year under the same tent with him of whom you speak."
"You knew Philip de Valois?"
"As I have already had the honor of telling you, Monsieur de Condorcet. But when he returned to Paris, I left France and returned to Bohemia."
"And Cleopatra?"
"Yes, Countess. Cleopatra, I can tell you, had eyes as black as yours, and shoulders almost as beautiful."
"But what do you know of my shoulders?"
"They are like what Cassandra's once were, and there is still a further resemblance. She had like you, or rather, you have like her, a little black spot on your left side, just above the 6th rib."
"Oh, Count, now you really are a sorcerer."
"No, no," cried the Marshal, laughing. "It was I who told him."
"And pray, how do you know?"
The Marshal bit his lips and replied,
"Oh, it is a family secret."
"Well, really, Marshal," said the Countess, "one should put on a double coat of rouge before visiting you."
And turning again to Cagliostro,
"Then, sir, you have the art of renewing your youth, for although you say you are 3,000 or 4,000 years old, you scarcely look 40.
"Yes, madame, I do possess that secret."
"Oh, then, sir, impart it to me."
"To you, madame, it is useless. Your youth is already renewed. Your age is only what it appears to be, and you do not look 30.
"Ha! You flatter."
"No, madame, I speak only the truth. But it is easily explained. You have already tried my receipt."
"How so?"
"You have taken my elixir."
"I?"
"You, Countess. Oh, you could not have forgotten it. Do you not remember a certain house in the Rue Saint Cloud, and coming there on some business respecting Monsieur de Sartina? You remember rendering a service to one of my friends called Joseph Balsamo, and that this Joseph Balsamo gave you a bottle of elixir, recommending you take 3 drops every morning? Do you not remember having done this regularly until the last year, when the bottle became exhausted? If you do not remember all this, Countess, it is more than forgetfulness. It is ingratitude."
"Oh, Monsieur Cagliostro, you are telling me things—"
"Which were only known to yourself. I am aware. But what would be the use of being a sorcerer if one did not know one's neighbor's secrets?"
"Then Joseph Balsamo has, like you, the secret of this famous elixir?"
"No, madame, but he was one of my best friends, and I gave him 3 or 4 bottles."
"And has he any left?"
"Oh, I know nothing of that. For the last 2 or 3 years, poor Balsamo has disappeared. The last time I saw him was in America, on the banks of the Ohio. He was setting off on an expedition to the Rocky Mountains, and since then I have heard that he is dead."
"Come, come, Count," cried the Marshal. "Let us have the secret, by all means."
"Are you speaking seriously, sir?" said Count Haga. "Very seriously, sire. I beg pardon. I mean Count." And Cagliostro bowed in such a way as to indicate that his error was a voluntary one.
"Then," said the Marshal, "Madame du Barry is not old enough to be made young again?"
"No, on my conscience."
"Well, then I will give you another subject. Here is my friend, Monsieur Tavernet. What do you say to him? Does he not look like a contemporary of Pontius Pilate? But perhaps he, on the contrary, is too old."
Cagliostro looked at the Baron. "No," said he.
"Ah, my dear Count," exclaimed Richelieu, "if you will renew his youth, I will proclaim you a true pupil of Medea."
"You wish it?" asked Cagliostro of the host, and looking round at the same time on all assembled, everyone called out yes. "And you also, Monsieur Tavernet?"
"I more than anyone," said the Baron.
"Well, it is easy," returned Cagliostro, and he drew from his pocket a small bottle and poured into a glass some of the liquid it contained. Then, mixing these drops with half a glass of iced champagne, he passed it to the Baron. All eyes followed his movements eagerly. The Baron took the glass, but as he was about to drink, he hesitated. Everyone began to laugh, but Cagliostro called out, "Drink, Baron, or you will lose the liquor of which each drop is worth 100 louis d'or."
"The devil!" cried Richelieu. "That is even better than Tokay."
"I must, then, drink?"
said the Baron, almost trembling. "Or pass the glass to another, sir, that someone at least may profit by it."
"Pass it here,"
said Richelieu, holding out his hand. The Baron raised a glass, and decided, doubtless, by the delicious smell and the beautiful rose color which those few drops had given to the champagne, he swallowed the magic liquor. In an instant a kind of shiver ran through him. He seemed to feel all his old and sluggish blood rushing quickly through his veins from his heart to his feet. His wrinkled skin seemed to expand. His eyes, half covered by their lids, appeared to open without his will, and the pupils to grow and brighten, the trembling of his hands to cease, his voice to strengthen, and his limbs to recover their former youthful elasticity. In fact, it seemed as if the liquid in its descent had regenerated his whole body. A cry of surprise, wonder, and admiration rang through the room. Tavernet, who had been slowly eating with his gums, began to feel famished. He seized a plate and helped himself largely to a ragout, and then demolished a partridge, bones and all, calling out that his teeth were coming back to him. He ate, laughed, and cried for joy for half an hour, while the others remained gazing at him in stupefied wonder. Then, little by little, he failed again, like a lamp whose oil is burning out, and all the former signs of old age returned upon him.
"Oh,"
groaned he,
"once more, Adieu to my youth."
And he gave utterance to a deep sigh, while 2 tears rolled over his cheeks. Instinctively, at this mournful spectacle of the old man first made young again, and then seeming to become yet older than before, from the contrast, the sigh was echoed all round the table. "It is easy to explain, gentlemen," said Cagliostro. "I gave the Baron but 35 drops of the elixir. He became young, therefore, for only 35 minutes.
"Oh, more, Count!"
cried the old man eagerly. "No, sir, for perhaps the second trial would kill you." Of all the guests, Madame du Barry, who had already tested the virtue of the elixir, seemed most deeply interested, while old Tavernet's youth seemed thus to renew itself. She had watched him with delight and triumph, and half fancied herself growing young again at the sight, while she could hardly refrain from endeavouring to snatch from Cagliostro the wonderful bottle. But now, seeing him resume his old age even quicker than he had lost it—
"Alas," she said sadly, "all is vanity and deception. The effects of this wonderful secret last for 35 minutes.
"That is to say," said Count Haga, "that in order to resume your youth for 2 years, you would have to drink a perfect river."
Everyone laughed.
"Oh," said de Condorcet, "the calculation is simple. A mere nothing of 3,153,000 drops for 1 year's youth."
"An inundation,"
said La Perouse.
"However, sir," continued Madame du Barry, "according to you, I have not needed so much, as a small bottle about 4 times the size of that you hold has been sufficient to arrest the march of time for 10 years.
Just so, madame. And you alone approach this mysterious truth. The man who has already grown old needs this large quantity to produce an immediate and powerful effect. But a woman of 30, as you were, or a man of 40, as I was, when I begin to drink this elixir, still full of life and youth, needs but 10 drops at each period of decay, and with these 10 drops may eternally continue his life and youth at the same point."
"What do you call the periods of decay?"
asked Count Haga. "The natural periods, Count. In a state of nature, man's strength increases until 35 years of age. It then remains stationary until 40, and from that time forward it begins to diminish, but almost imperceptibly. Until 50, then the process becomes quicker and quicker to the day of his death. In our state of civilization, when the body is weakened by excess, cares, and maladies, the failure begins at 35. The time then to take nature is when she is stationary, so as to forestall the beginning of decay. He who, possessor as I am of the secret of this elixir, knows how to seize the happy moment, will live as I live, always young, or at least always young enough for what he has to do in the world."
"Oh, Monsieur Cagliostro,"
cried the Countess,
"why, if you could choose your own age, did you not stop at 20 instead of at 40?
"Because, madame," said Cagliostro, smiling, "it suits me better to be a man of 40, still healthy and vigorous, than a raw youth of 20.
"Oh,"
said the Countess. "Doubtless, madame," continued Cagliostro. "At 20, one pleases women of 30. At 40, we govern women of 20 and men of 60.
"I yield, sir," said the Countess, "for you are a living proof of the truth of your own words."
"Then I,"
said Tavernet piteously,
"am condemned. It is too late for me."
"Monsieur de Richelieu has been more skillful than you," said La Perouse naively, "and I have always heard that he had some secret." It is a report that the women have spread, laughed Count Haga.
Is that a reason for disbelieving it, Duke? Asked Madame du Barry.
The old duke colored, a rare thing for him, but replied,
Do you wish, gentlemen, to have my receipt?
Oh, by all means.
Well, then, it is simply to take care of yourself.
Ho, ho! Cried all.
But, Monsieur Cagliostro, continued Madame du Barry, I must ask more about the elixir.
Well, madame?
You said you first used it at 40 years of age?
Yes, madame.
And that since that time, that is, since the siege of Troy—
A little before, madame.
That you have always remained 40 years old?
You see me now.
But then, sir, said de Condorcet, you argue not only the perpetuation of youth, but the preservation of life. For if since the siege of Troy you have been always 40, you have never died.
True, Marquis. I have never died.
But are you then invulnerable, like Achilles, or still more so? For Achilles was killed by the arrow of Paris.
No, I am not invulnerable, and there is my great regret, said Cagliostro.
Then, sir, you may be killed?
Alas, yes.
How, then, have you escaped all accidents for 3,500 years?
It is chance, Marquis, but will you follow my reasoning?
Yes, yes,
cried all with eagerness. Cagliostro continued. What is the first requisite to life? He asked, spreading out his white and beautiful hands covered with rings, among which Cleopatra's shone conspicuously. Is it not health?
Certainly.
And the way to preserve health is?
Proper management,
said Count Haga. Right, Count. And why should not my elixir be the best possible method of treatment? And this treatment I have adopted, and with it have preserved my youth, and with youth, health, and life.
But all things exhaust themselves, the finest constitution as well as the worst.
The body of Paris, like that of Vulcan, said the Countess. Perhaps you knew Paris, by the by.
Perfectly, madame. He was a fine young man, but really did not deserve all that has been said of him. In the first place, he had red hair.
Red hair? Horrible!
Unluckily, madame. Helen was not of your opinion, but to return to our subject. You say, Monsieur de Tavernet, that all things exhaust themselves, but you also know that everything recovers again, regenerates, or is replaced, whichever you please to call it. The famous knife of St. Hubert, which so often changed both blade and handle, is an example, for through every change it still remained the knife of St. Hubert. The wines which the monks of Heidelberg preserve so carefully in their cellars remain the same wine, although each year they pour into it a fresh supply. Therefore this wine always remains clear, bright, and delicious. While the wine which Opimus and I hid in the earthen jars was, when I tried it 100 years after, only a thick, dirty substance which might have been eaten, but certainly could not have been drunk. Well, I follow the example of the monks of Heidelberg, and preserve my body by introducing into it every year new elements, which regenerate the old. Every morning a new and fresh atom replaces in my blood, my flesh, and my bones, some particle which has perished. I stay that ruin which most men allow insensibly to invade their whole being, and I force into action all those powers which God has given to every human being, but which most people allow to lie dormant. This is the great study of my life, and as in all things, he who does one thing constantly does that thing better than others. I am becoming more skillful than others in avoiding danger. Thus, you would not get me to enter a tottering house. I have seen too many houses not to tell at a glance the safe from the unsafe. You would not see me go out hunting with a man who managed his gun badly. From Cephalus, who killed his wife, down to the regent who shot the prince in the eye, I have seen too many unskilful people. You could not make me accept in battle the post which many a man would take without thinking, because I should calculate in a moment the chances of danger at each point. You will tell me that one cannot foresee a stray bullet, but the man who has escaped 1,000 gunshots will hardly fall a victim to one now. Ah, you look incredulous, but am I not a living proof? I do not tell you that I am immortal, only that I know better than others how to avoid danger. For instance, I would not remain here now alone with Monsieur de Launay, who is thinking that, if he had me in the Bastille, he would put my immortality to the test of starvation. Neither would I remain with Monsieur de Condorcet, for he is thinking that he might just empty into my glass the contents of that ring which he wears on his left hand, and which is full of poison. Not with any evil intent, but just as a scientific experiment, to see if I should die.
The two people named looked at each other and colored.
Confess, Monsieur de Launay, we are not in a court of justice. Besides, thoughts are not punished. Did you not think what I said? And you, Monsieur de Condorcet, would you not have liked to let me taste the poison in your ring, in the name of your beloved mistress, Science?
Indeed,
said Monsieur de Launay, laughing.
I confess you are right. It was folly, but that folly did pass through my mind just before you accused me.
And I, said Monsieur de Condorcet, will not be less candid. I did think that if you tasted the contents of my ring, I would not give much for your life. A cry of admiration burst from the rest of the party, these avowals confirming not the immortality, but the penetration of Count Cagliostro.
You see, said Cagliostro quietly, that I divined these dangers. Well, it is the same with other things. The experience of a long life reveals to me at a glance much of the past and of the future of those whom I meet. My capabilities in this way extend even to animals and inanimate objects. If I get into a carriage, I can tell from the look of the horses if they are likely to run away, and from that of the coachman, or if he will overturn me. If I go on board ship, I can see if the captain is ignorant or obstinate, and consequently likely to endanger me. I should then leave the coachman or captain, escape from those horses or that ship. I do not deny chance. I only lessen it, and instead of incurring 100 chances like the rest of the world, I prevent 99 of them, and an endeavor to guard against the 100th. This is the good of having lived 3,000 years.
Then, said La Perouse, laughing, amidst the wonder and enthusiasm created by this speech of Cagliostro's, you should come with me when I embark to make the tour of the world. You would render me a signal service. Cagliostro did not reply. Monsieur de Richelieu, continued La Perouse, as the Count Cagliostro, which is very intelligible, does not wish to quit such good company, you must permit me to do so without him. Excuse me, Count Haga, and you, madame, but it is 7 o'clock, and I have promised his Majesty to start at 1:15. But since Count Cagliostro will not be tempted to come with me and see my ships, perhaps he can tell me what will happen to me between Versailles and Brest. From Brest to the Pole, I ask nothing. That is my own business. Cagliostro looked at La Perouse with such a melancholy air, so full both of pity and kindness,
that the others were struck by it. The sailor himself, however, did not remark it. He took leave of the company, put on his fur riding-coat, into one of the pockets of which Madame du Barry pushed a bottle of delicious cordial, welcome to a traveller, but which he would not have provided for himself, to recall to him, she said, his absent friends during the long nights of a journey in such bitter cold. La Perouse, still full of gaiety, bowed respectfully to Count Haga and held out his hand to the old marshal.
"Adieu, dear La Perouse," said the latter.
"No, Duke, au revoir," replied La Perouse.
"One would think I was going away forever. Now, I have but to circumnavigate the globe. 5 or 6 years' absence. It is scarcely worth while to say adieu for that." 5 or 6 years, said the marshal. "You might almost as well say 5 or 6 centuries. Days are years at my age. Therefore I say adieu."
"Bah! Ask the sorcerer," returned La Perouse, still laughing. "He will promise you 20 years more life. Will you not, Count Cagliostro? Oh, Count, why did I not hear sooner of these precious drops of yours? Whatever the price, I should have sipped a ton. Madame, another kiss of that beautiful hand. I shall certainly not see another till I return. Au revoir." And he left the room. End of Prologue, Monsieur de la Perouse, Part 1. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Section 3 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur de la Perouse, Part 2. Cagliostro still preserved the same mournful silence. They heard the steps of the captain as he left the house, his gay voice in the courtyard, and his farewells to the people assembled to see him depart. Then the horses shook their heads, covered with bells, the door of the carriage shut with some noise, and the wheels were heard rolling along the street. La Perouse had started on that voyage from which he was destined never to return. When they could no longer hear a sound, all looks were again turned to Cagliostro. There seemed a kind of inspired light in his eyes. Count Haga first broke the silence which had lasted for some minutes. "Why did you not reply to his question?" he inquired of Cagliostro. Cagliostro started, as if the question had roused him from a reverie. "Because," said he, "I must either have told a falsehood or a sad truth." "How so?" "I must have said to him, 'Monsieur de la Perouse, the Duke is right in saying to you adieu, and not au revoir.'" "Oh," said Richelieu, turning pale. "What do you mean?" "Reassure yourself, Marshal. This sad prediction does not concern you." "What?" cried Madame du Barry. "This poor La Perouse, who has just kissed my hand?" "Not only, Madame, will never kiss it again, but will never again see those he has just left," said Cagliostro, looking attentively at the glass of water he was holding up. A cry of astonishment burst from all. The interest of the conversation deepened every moment, and you might have thought, from the solemn and anxious air with which all regarded Cagliostro, that it was some ancient and infallible oracle they were consulting. "Pray then, Count," said Madame du Barry, "tell us what will befall poor La Perouse." Cagliostro shook his head. "Oh, yes, let us hear," cried all the rest. "Well, then, Monsieur de la Perouse intends, as you know, to make the tour of the globe, and continue the researches of poor Captain Cook, who was killed in the Sandwich Islands." "Yes, yes, we know." "Everything should foretell a happy termination to this voyage, Monsieur de la Perouse is a good seaman, and his route has been most skillfully traced by the king."
"Yes," interrupted Count Haga, "the King of France is a clever geographer. Is he not, Monsieur de Condorcet?"
"More skillful than is needful for a king," replied the Marquis. "Kings ought to know things only slightly, then they will let themselves be guided by those who know them thoroughly."
"Is this a lesson, Marquis?"
said Count Haga, smiling. "Oh, no, only a simple reflection, a general truth." "Well, he is gone?" said Madame du Barry, anxious to bring the conversation back to La Perouse.
"Yes, he is gone," replied Cagliostro. "But don't believe, in spite of his haste, that he will soon embark. I foresee much time lost at Brest."
"That would be a pity," said de Condorcet. "This is the time to set out. It is even now rather late. February or March would have been better."
"Oh, do not grudge him these few months, Monsieur de Condorcet, for during them he will at least live and hope."
"He has got good officers, I suppose?"
said Richelieu.
"Yes, he who commands the second ship is a distinguished officer. I see him, young, adventurous, brave, unhappily."
"Why unhappily?"
"A year after I look for him, and see him no more,"
said Cagliostro, anxiously consulting his glass.
"No one here is related to Monsieur de Langle."
"No."
"No one knows him?"
"No."
"Well, death will commence with him."
A murmur of affright escaped from all the guests.
"But he, La Perouse—"
"He sails. He lands. He re-embarks. I see 1, 2 years of successful navigation. We hear news of him, and then—"
"Then?"
"Years pass."
"But at last?"
"The sea is vast. The heavens are clouded. Here and there appear unknown lands in figures hideous as the monsters of the Grecian archipelago. They watch the ship which is being carried in a fog amongst the breakers by a tempest less fearful than themselves. Oh, La Perouse, La Perouse, if you could hear me, I would cry to you. You set out like Columbus to discover a world. Beware of unknown isles."
He ceased, and an icy shiver ran through the assembly.
"But why did you not warn him?"
said Count Haga, who, in spite of himself, had succumbed to the influence of this extraordinary man. "Yes," cried Madame du Barry. "Why not send after him and bring him back? The life of a man like La Perouse is surely worth a courier, my dear Marshal." The Marshal rose to ring the bell. Cagliostro extended his arm to stop him.
"Alas,"
said he,
"all advice would be useless. I can foretell destiny, but I cannot change it. Monsieur de la Perouse would laugh if he heard my words, as the son of Priam laughed when Cassandra prophesied. And see, you begin to laugh yourself, Count Haga, and laughing is contagious. Your companions are catching it. Do not restrain yourselves, gentlemen. I am accustomed to an incredulous audience."
"Oh, we believe," said Madame du Barry and the Duc de Richelieu.
"And I believe,"
murmured Tavernet.
"And I also,"
said Count Haga politely.
"Yes,"
replied Cagliostro.
"You believe because it concerns La Perouse, but if I spoke of yourself, you would not believe."
I confess that what would have made me believe would have been if you had said to him, 'Beware of unknown isles.' Then he would at least have had the chance of avoiding them."
"I assure you no, Count. And if he had believed me, it would only have been more horrible. For the unfortunate man would have seen himself approaching those isles, destined to be fatal to him, without the power to flee from them. Therefore he would have died not 1, but 100 deaths, for he would have gone through it all by anticipation. Hope, of which I should have deprived him, is what best sustains a man under all trials."
"Yes," said de Condorcet, "the veil which hides from us our future is the only real good which God has vouchsafed to man."
"Nevertheless," said Count Haga, "did a man like you say to me, 'Shun a certain man or a certain thing,' I would beware, and I would thank you for the counsel."
Cagliostro shook his head with a faint smile.
"I mean it, Monsieur de Cagliostro," continued Count Haga. "Warn me, and I will thank you."
"You wish me to tell you what I would not tell La Perouse?"
"Yes, I wish it."
Cagliostro opened his mouth as if to begin, and then stopped and said,
"No, Count, no."
"I beg you."
Cagliostro still remained silent.
"Take care," said the Count. "You are making me incredulous."
"Incredulity is better than misery."
"Monsieur de Cagliostro," said the Count gravely, "you forget one thing, which is that though there are men who had better remain ignorant of their destiny, there are others who should know it, as it concerns not themselves alone, but millions of others."
"Then,"
said Cagliostro,
"command me, if your Majesty commands. I will obey."
"I command you to reveal to me my destiny, Monsieur de Cagliostro,"
said the king with an air at once courteous and dignified. At this moment, as Count Haga had dropped his incognito in speaking to Cagliostro, Monsieur de Richelieu advanced toward him and said,
"Thanks, sire, for the honor you have done my house. Will your Majesty assume the place of honor?" "Let us remain where we are, Marshal. I wish to hear what Monsieur de Cagliostro is about to say."
"One does not speak the truth to kings, sire."
"Bah! I am not in my kingdom. Take your place again, Duke. Proceed, Monsieur de Cagliostro, I beg."
Cagliostro looked again through his glass, and one might have imagined the particles agitated by this look as they danced in the light.
"Sire,"
said he,
"tell me what you wish to know."
"Tell me by what death I shall die."
"By a gunshot, sire."
The eyes of Gustavus grew bright.
"Ha! In a battle," said he. "The death of a soldier. Thanks, Monsieur de Cagliostro, 1,000 times thanks. Oh, I foresee battles, and Gustavus Adolphus and Charles XII have shown me how a king of Sweden should die."
Cagliostro drooped his head without replying.
"Oh,"
cried Count Haga,
"will not my wound then be given in battle?"
"No, sire."
"In a sedition?" "Yes, that is possible."
"No, not in a sedition, sire."
"But where, then?"
"At a ball, sire."
The king remained silent, and Cagliostro buried his head in his hands. Everyone looked pale and frightened. Then Monsieur de Condorcet took the glass of water and examined it, as if there he could solve the problem of all that had been going on, but finding nothing to satisfy him, "Well, I also," said he, "will beg our illustrious prophet to consult for me his magic mirror. Unfortunately, I am not a powerful lord. I cannot command, and my obscure life concerns no millions of people."
"Sir,"
said Count Haga,
"you command in the name of science, and your life belongs not only to a nation, but to all mankind."
"Thanks," said de Condorcet, "but perhaps your opinion on this subject is not shared by Monsieur de Cagliostro?" Cagliostro raised his head.
"Yes, Marquis,"
said he in a manner which began to be excited.
"You are indeed a powerful lord in the kingdom of intelligence. Look me then in the face, and tell me seriously if you also wish that I should prophesy to you."
"Seriously, Count? Upon my honor."
"Well, Marquis,"
said Cagliostro in a hoarse voice,
"you will die of that poison which you carry in your ring. You will die."
"Oh, but if I throw it away?"
"Throw it away?"
"You would allow that? That would be easy."
"Throw it away?"
"Oh, yes, Marquis," cried Madame du Barry. "Throw away that horrid poison. Throw it away, if it be only to falsify this prophet of evil, who threatens us all with so many misfortunes. For if you throw it away, you cannot die by it, as Monsieur de Cagliostro predicts. So there, at least, he will have been wrong."
"Madame la Comtesse is right,"
said Count Haga.
"Bravo, Countess," said Richelieu. "Come, Marquis, throw away that poison, for now I know you carry it, I shall tremble every time we drink together. The ring might open of itself, and—"
"It is useless,"
said Cagliostro quietly.
"Monsieur de Condorcet will not throw it away."
"No," returned de Condorcet, "I shall not throw it away. Not that I wish to aid my destiny, but because this is a unique poison, prepared by cannabis, in which chance has completely hardened, and that chance might never occur again. Therefore I will not throw it away. Triumph if you will, Monsieur de Cagliostro."
"Destiny," replied he, "ever finds some way to work out its own ends."
"Then I shall die by poison," said the Marquis. "Well, so be it. It is an admirable death, I think. A little poison on the tip of the tongue, and I am gone. It is scarcely dying. It is merely ceasing to live."
"It is not necessary for you to suffer, sir,"
said Cagliostro. "Then, sir," said Monsieur de Favras, "we have a shipwreck, a gunshot, and a poisoning, which makes my mouth water. Will you not do me the favor also to predict some little pleasure of the same kind for me?"
"Oh, Marquis,"
replied Cagliostro, beginning to grow warm under this irony,
"do not envy these gentlemen. You will have still better."
"Better?" said Monsieur de Favras, laughing. "That is pledging yourself to a great deal. It is difficult to beat the sea, fire, and poison."
"There remains the cord, Marquis,"
said Cagliostro, bowing. "The cord? What do you mean?"
"I mean that you will be hanged,"
replied Cagliostro, seeming no more the master of his prophetic rage.
"Hanged? The devil!"
cried Richelieu. "Monsieur forgets that I am a nobleman," said Monsieur de Favras coldly. "Or if he means to speak of a suicide,
I warn him that I shall respect myself sufficiently, even in my last moments, not to use a cord while I have a sword."
"I do not speak of a suicide, sir."
"Then you speak of a punishment?"
"Yes."
"You are a foreigner, sir, and therefore I pardon you."
"What?"
"Your ignorance, sir. In France we decapitate noblemen."
"You may arrange this, if you can, with the executioner,"
replied Cagliostro. Monsieur de Favras said no more. There was a general silence and shrinking for a few minutes.
"Do you know that I tremble at last?"
said Monsieur de Launay.
"My predecessors have come off so badly that I fear for myself if I now take my turn."
"Then you are more reasonable than they. You are right. Do not seek to know the future, good or bad. Let it rest. It is in the hands of God."
"Oh, Monsieur de Launay," said Madame du Barry, "I hope you will not be less courageous than the others have been."
"I hope so too, madame,"
said the governor. Then turning to Cagliostro,
"Sir,"
he said,
"favor me in my turn with my horoscope, if you please."
"It is easy,"
replied Cagliostro.
"A blow on the head with a hatchet, and all will be over."
A look of dismay was once more general. Richelieu and Tavernet begged Cagliostro to say more, but female curiosity carried the day.
"To hear you talk, Count," said Madame du Barry, "one would think the whole universe must die a violent death. Here we were, 8 of us, and 5 are already condemned by you."
"Oh, you understand that it is all prearranged to frighten us, and we shall only laugh at it," said Monsieur de Favras, trying to do so. "Certainly we will laugh," said Count Haga, "be it true or false."
"Oh, I will laugh too, then,"
said Madame du Barry.
"I will not dishonor the assembly by my cowardice. But, alas, I am only a woman. I cannot rank among you and be worthy of a tragical end. A woman dies in her bed. My death, a sorrowful old woman abandoned by everyone, will be the worst of all. Will it not, Monsieur de Cagliostro?"
She stopped, and seemed to wait for the prophet to reassure her. Cagliostro did not speak, so, her curiosity obtaining the mastery over her fears, she went on.
"Well, Monsieur de Cagliostro, will you not answer me?"
"What do you wish me to say, madame?"
She hesitated, then rallying her courage,
"Yes," she cried, "I will run the risk. Tell me the fate of Jeanne de Vaubernier, Countess du Barry."
"On the scaffold, madame,"
replied the prophet of evil.
"A jest, sir, is it not?"
said she, looking at him with a supplicating air. Cagliostro seemed not to see it.
"Why do you think I jest?"
said he.
"Oh, because to die on the scaffold one must have committed some crime, stolen or committed murder or done something dreadful, and it is not likely I shall do that. It was a jest, was it not?"
"Oh, mon Dieu. Yes,"
said Cagliostro.
"All I have said is but a jest."
The countess laughed, but scarcely in a natural manner.
"Come, Monsieur de Favras," said she, "let us order our funerals."
"Oh, that will be needless for you, madame,"
said Cagliostro.
"Why so, sir?"
"Because you will go to the scaffold in a car."
"Oh, how horrible! This dreadful man, Marshal. For heaven's sake, choose more cheerful guests next time, or I will never visit you again."
"Excuse me, madame," said Cagliostro, "but you, like all the rest, would have me speak."
"At least, I hope you will grant me time to choose my confessor."
"It will be superfluous, Countess."
"Why?"
"The last person who will mount the scaffold in France with a confessor will be the King of France."
And Cagliostro pronounced these words in so thrilling a voice that everyone was struck with horror. All were silent. Cagliostro raised to his lips the glass of water in which he had read these fearful prophecies, but scarcely had he touched it when he set it down with a movement of disgust. He turned his eyes to Monsieur de Tavernet.
"Oh," cried he in terror, "do not tell me anything. I do not wish to know."
"Well, then I will ask instead of him,"
said Richelieu.
"You, Marshal, be happy. You are the only one of us all who will die in his bed."
"Coffee, gentlemen, coffee!"
cried the Marshal, enchanted with the prediction. Everyone rose, but before passing into the drawing-room, Count Haga, approaching Cagliostro, said, "Tell me, what to beware of?"
"Of a muff, sir,"
replied Cagliostro.
"And I?"
said Condorcet.
"Of an omelette."
"Good! I renounce eggs." And he left the room. "And I?" said Monsieur de Favras. "What must I fear?"
"A letter."
"And I?"
said de Lannoy.
"The taking of the Bastille."
"Oh, you quite reassure me."
And he went away laughing.
"Now for me, sir,"
said the Countess, trembling.
"You beautiful Countess, shun the Place Louis 15th.
"Alas,"
said the Countess,
"one day already I lost myself there. That day I suffered much."
She left the room, and Cagliostro was about to follow her when Richelieu stopped him.
"One moment,"
said he.
"There remains only Tavernet and I, my dear sorcerer."
Monsieur Tavernet begged me to say nothing, and you, Marshal, have asked me nothing." "Oh, I do not wish to hear,"
again cried Tavernet.
"But come, to prove your power, tell us something that only Tavernet and I know."
"What?"
asked Cagliostro, smiling.
"Tell us what makes Tavernet come to Versailles, instead of living quietly in his beautiful house at Maison Rouge, which the king bought for him 3 years ago."
"Nothing more simple, Marshal,"
said Cagliostro.
10 years ago, Monsieur de Tavernet wished to give his daughter, Mademoiselle Andrea, to the King Louis XV, but he did not succeed."
"Oh," growled Tavernet.
"Now Monsieur wishes to give his son Philippe de Tavernet to the Queen Marie Antoinette. Ask him if I speak the truth."
"On my word,"
said Tavernet, trembling,
"this man is a sorcerer. Devil take me if he is not."
"Do not speak so cavalierly of the devil, my old comrade,"
said the Marshal.
"It is frightful,"
murmured Tavernet, and he turned to implore Cagliostro to be discreet, but he was gone.
"Come, Tavernet, to the drawing-room," said the Marshal, "or they will drink their coffee without us."
But when they arrived there, the room was empty. No one had courage to face again the author of these terrible predictions. The wax lights burned in the candelabra. The fire burned on the hearth, but all for nothing.
"Ma foi, old friend, it seems we must take our coffee tete-a-tete," Why, where the devil has he gone?"
Richelieu looked all around him, but Tavernet had vanished like the rest.
"Never mind,"
said the marshal, chuckling as Voltaire might have done, and rubbing his withered, though still white hands.
"I shall be the only one to die in my bed. Well, Count Cagliostro, at least I believe. In my bed. That was it. I shall die in my bed, and I trust not for a long time. Hola! My valet de chambre and my drops."
The valet entered with the bottle, and the marshal went with him into the bedroom. End of the prologue. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 1 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Two Unknown Ladies. The winter of 1784. That monster which devoured half France we could not see, although he growled at the doors while at the house of Monsieur de Richelieu, shut in as we were in that warm and comfortable dining-room. A little frost on the windows seems but the luxury of nature, added to that of man. Winter has its diamonds, its powder, and its silvery embroidery for the rich man wrapped up in his furs and packed in his carriage, or snug among the wadding and velvet of a well-warmed room. Hoarfrost is a beauty. Ice, a change of decoration by the greatest of artists which the rich admire through their windows. He who is warm can admire the withered trees, and find a sombre charm in the sight of the snow-covered plain. He who, after a day without suffering, when millions of his fellow creatures are enduring dreadful privations, throws himself on his bed of down, between his fine and well-aired sheets, may find out that all is for the best in this best of all possible worlds. But he who is hungry sees none of these beauties of nature. He who is cold hates the sky without a sun, and consequently without a smile for such unfortunates. Now, at the time at which we write, that is, about the middle of the month of April, 300,000 miserable beings, dying from cold and hunger, groaned in Paris alone. In that Paris, where in spite of the boast that scarcely another city contained so many rich people, nothing had been prepared to prevent the poor from perishing of cold and wretchedness. For the last 4 months, the same leaden sky had driven the poor from the villages into the town, as it sent the wolves from the woods into the villages. No more bread. No more wood. No more bread for those who felt this cold. No more wood to cook it. All the provisions which had been collected, Paris had devoured in a month. The provost, short-sighted and incapable, did not know how to procure for Paris, which was under his care, the wood which might have been collected in the neighborhood. When it froze, he said the frost prevented the horses from bringing it. If it thawed, he pleaded want of horses and conveyances. Louis XVI, ever good and humane, always ready to attend to the physical wants of his people, although he overlooked their social ones, began by contributing a sum of 200,000 francs for horses and carts, and insisting on their immediate use. Still, the demand continued greater than the supply. At first, no one was allowed to carry away from the public timber yard more than a cartload of wood. Then they were limited to half this quantity. Soon the long strings of people might be seen waiting outside the doors, as they were afterwards seen at the bakers' shops. The king gave away the whole of his private income in charity. He procured 3 million francs by a grant, and applied it to the relief of the sufferers, declaring that every other need must give way before that of cold and famine. The queen, on her part, gave 500 louis from her purse. The convents, the hospitals, and the public buildings were thrown open as places of asylum for the poor, who came in crowds for the sake of the fires that were kept there. They kept hoping for a thaw, but heaven seemed inflexible. Every evening the same copper-colored sky disappointed their hopes, and the stars shone bright and clear as funeral torches through the long, cold nights which hardened again and again the snow which fell during the day. All day long, thousands of workmen with spades and shovels cleared away the snow from before the houses, so that on each side of the streets, already too narrow for the traffic, rose a high, thick wall blocking up the way. Soon these masses of snow and ice became so large that the shops were obscured by them, and they were obliged to allow it to remain where it fell. Paris could do no more. She gave in and allowed the winter to do its worst. December, January, February, and March passed thus, although now and then a few days' thaw changed the streets, whose sewers were blocked up into running streams. Horses were drowned and carriages destroyed in the streets, some of which could only be traversed in boats. Paris, faithful to its character, sang through this destruction by the thaw as it had done through that by famine. Processions were made to the markets to see the fisherwomen serving their customers with immense leathern boots on, inside which their trousers were pushed, and with their petticoats tucked round their waists, all laughing, gesticulating, and splashing each other as they stood in the water. These thaws, however, were but transitory. The frost returned, harder and more obstinate than ever, and recourse was had to sledges pushed along by skaters or drawn by rough-shod horses along the causeways, which were like polished mirrors. The Seine, frozen many feet deep, was becoming the rendezvous for all idlers who assembled there to skate or slide until, warmed by exercise, they ran to the nearest fire lest the perspiration should freeze upon them. All trembled for the time when, the water communications being stopped and the roads impassable, provisions could no longer be sent in, and began to fear that Paris would perish from want. The king, in this extremity, called a council. They decided to implore all bishops, abbés, and monks to leave Paris and retire to their dioceses or convents, and all those magistrates and officials who, preferring the opera to their duties, had crowded to Paris, to return to their homes, for all these people used large quantities of wood in their hotels, and consumed no small amount of food. There were still the country gentlemen, who were also to be entreated to leave, but Monsieur Lenoir, lieutenant of police, observed to the king that, as none of these people were criminals, and could not therefore be compelled to leave Paris in a day, they would probably be so long thinking about it that the thaw would come before their departure, which would then be more hurtful than useful. All this care and pity of the king and queen, however, excited the ingenious gratitude of the people, who raised monuments to them as ephemeral as the feelings which prompted them. Obelisks and pillars of snow and ice engraved with their names were to be seen all over Paris. At the end of March, the thaw began, but by fits and starts, constant returns of frost prolonging the miseries of the people. Indeed, in the beginning of April it appeared to set in harder than ever, and the half-thawed streets, frozen again, became so slippery and dangerous that nothing was seen but broken limbs and accidents of all kinds. The snow prevented the carriages from being heard, and the police had enough to do from the reckless driving of the aristocracy to preserve from the wheels those who were spared by cold and hunger. It was about a week after the dinner given by Monsieur de Richelieu that 4 elegant sledges entered Paris, gliding over the frozen snow which covered the Cours la Reine and the extremity of the boulevards. From thence they found it more difficult to proceed, for the sun and the traffic had begun to change the snow and ice into a wet mass of dirt. In the foremost sledge were 2 men in brown riding coats with double capes. They were drawn by a black horse, and turned from time to time as if to watch the sled that followed them, and which contained 2 ladies so enveloped in furs that it was impossible to see their faces. It might even have been difficult to distinguish their sex, had it not been for the height of their coiffure, crowning which was a small hat with a plume of feathers. From the colossal edifice of this coiffure, all mingled with ribbons and jewels, escaped occasionally a cloud of white powder, as when a gust of wind shakes the snow from the trees. These 2 ladies, seated side by side, were conversing so earnestly as scarcely to see the numerous spectators who watched their progress along the boulevards. One of them, taller and more majestic than the other, and holding up before her face a finely embroidered cambric handkerchief, carried her head erect and stately in spite of the wind which swept across their sledge. It had just struck 5 by the clock of the Church St. Croix d'Antin, and night was beginning to descend upon Paris, and with the night the bitter cold. They had just reached the Porte Saint-Denis, when the lady of whom we have spoken made a sign to the men in front, who thereupon quickened the pace of their horse, and soon disappeared among the evening mists which were fast thickening around the colossal structure of the Bastille. This signal she then repeated to the other 2 sledges, which also vanished along the Rue Saint-Denis. Meanwhile, the one in which she sat, having arrived at the Boulevard de Ménilmontant, stopped. In this place, few people were to be seen. Night had dispersed them. Besides, in this out-of-the-way quarter not many citizens would trust themselves without torches and an escort, since winter had sharpened the wants of 3,000 or 4,000 beggars, who were easily changed into robbers. The lady touched with her finger the shoulder of the coachman who was driving her, and said,
"Weber, how long will it take you to bring the cabriolet you know where?"
"Madame wishes me to bring the cabriolet?"
said the coachman with a strong German accent.
"Yes, I shall return by the streets, and as they are still more muddy than the boulevard, we should not get on in the sledge. Besides, I begin to feel the cold. Do not you, Petite?"
said she, turning to the other lady.
"Yes, madame." "Then, Weber, we will have the cabriolet."
"Very well, madame."
"What time is it, Petite?"
The young lady looked at her watch, which, however, she could hardly see, as it was growing dark, and said,
6:15, madame." "Then, at 6:45, Weber."
Saying these words, the lady leaped lightly from the sledge, followed by her friend, and walked away quickly, while the coachman murmured, with a kind of respectful despair, sufficiently loud for his mistress to hear,
"Oh, mein Gott, what imprudence!"
The 2 ladies laughed, drew their cloaks closer round them, and went tramping along through the snow with their little feet.
"You have good eyes, Andrea,"
said the lady who seemed the elder of the 2, although she could not have been more than 30 or 32.
"Try to read the name at the corner of that street." "Rue du Pont-à-Choux, madame." "Rue du Pont-à-Choux. Ah, mon Dieu, we must have come wrong. They told me the 2nd street on the right, but what a smell of hot bread!" "That is not astonishing," said her companion, "for here is a baker's shop." "Well, let us ask there for the Rue St. Claude," she said, moving to the door. "Oh, do not you go in, madame. Allow me," said Andrea.
"The Rue St. Cloud, my pretty ladies?" said a cheerful voice. "Are you asking for the Rue St. Cloud?"
The 2 ladies turned toward the voice, and saw, leaning against the door of the shop, a man who, in spite of the cold, had his chest and his legs quite bare.
"Oh, a naked man!"
cried the young lady, half hiding behind her companion.
"Are we among savages?"
"Was not that what you asked for?"
said the journeyman baker, for such he was, who did not understand her movement in the least, and accustomed to his own costume, never dreamed of its effect upon them.
"Yes, my friend, the Rue St. Cloud,"
said the elder lady, hardly able to keep from laughing.
"Oh, it is not difficult to find. Besides, I will conduct you there myself."
And suiting the action to words, he began to move his long, bony legs, which terminated in immense wooden shoes.
"Oh, no,"
cried the elder lady, who did not fancy such a guide.
"Pray, do not disturb yourself. Tell us the way, and we shall easily find it."
"First street to the right,"
said he, drawing back again.
"Thanks,"
said the ladies, who ran on as fast as they could, that he might not hear the laughter which they could no longer restrain. End of Chapter 1. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 2 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An interior. If we do not calculate too much on the memory of our readers, they certainly know the Rue St. Cloud, which joins at one end the boulevard and at the other the Rue St. Louis. This was an important street in the first part of our story, when it was inhabited by Joseph Balsamo, his Sibyl Lorenza, and his master Altatus. It was still a respectable street, though badly lighted and by no means clean, but little known or frequented. There was, however, at the corner of the boulevard a large house, with an aristocratic air. But this house, which might, from the number of its windows, have illuminated the whole street had it been lighted up, was the darkest and most sombre-looking of any. The door was never seen to open, and the windows were thick with dust, which seemed never disturbed. Sometimes an idler, attracted by curiosity, approached the gates and peeped through. All he could see, however, were masses of weeds growing between the stones of the courtyard, and green moss spreading itself over everything. Occasionally, an enormous rat, sole inmate of those deserted domains, ran across the yard, on his way to his usual habitation in the cellars, which seemed, however, to be an excess of modesty when he had the choice of so many fine sitting-rooms, where he need never fear the intrusion of a cat. At times, one or two of the neighbors passing the house might stop to take a survey, and one would say to the other, "Well, what do you see?" "Why," he would reply, "I see a rat." "Oh, let me look at him! How fat he has grown!" "That is not to be wondered at. He is never disturbed, and there must be some good pickings in the house. Monsieur de Balsamo disappeared so suddenly that he must have left something behind." "But you forget that the house was half burned down." And they would pursue their way. Opposite this ruin was a high, narrow house enclosed within a garden wall. From the upper windows a light was to be seen, the rest was shrouded in darkness. Either all the inhabitants were already asleep, or they were very economical of wood and candles, which certainly were frightfully dear this winter. It is, however, with the fifth story only that we have any business. We must, in the first place, take a survey of the house, and ascending the staircase, open the first door. This room is empty and dark, however, but it opens into another which the furniture deserves our attention. The doors were gaudily painted, and it contained easy-chairs covered in white with yellow velvet trimming, and a sofa to match, the cushions of which, however, were so full of the wrinkles of old age as scarcely to be cushions any longer. Two portraits hanging on the walls next attracted attention, a candle and a lamp, one placed on a stand about 3 feet high, and the other on the chimney-piece, threw a constant light on them. The first was a well-known portrait of Henry III, King of France and Poland. A cap on his head, surmounting his long, pale face and heavy eyes, a pointed beard, and a ruff round his neck. Under it was the inscription traced in black letters on a badly gilded frame, Henry de Valois. The other portrait, of which the gilding was newer and the painting more fresh and recent, represented a young lady with black eyes, a straight nose and rather compressed lips, who appeared crushed under a tower of hair and ribbons, to which the cap of Henry III was in the proportion of a molehill to a pyramid. Under this portrait was inscribed Jeanne de Valois. Glance at the fireless hearth, at the faded curtains, and then turn toward a little oak table in the corner, for there, leaning on her elbow and writing the addresses of some letters, sits the original of this portrait. A few steps off, in an attitude half curious, half respectful, stands a little old woman, apparently about 60. Jeanne de Valois, says the inscription, but if this lady be indeed Valois, one wonders however the portrait of Henry III, the Sybarite king, the great voluptuary, could support the sight of so much poverty, in a person not only of his race, but bearing his name. In her person, however, This lady of the fifth story did no discredit to her portrait. She had white and delicate hands, which from time to time she rubbed together, as if to endeavour to put some warmth into them. Her foot also, which was encased in a rather coquettish velvet slipper, was small and pretty. The wind whistled through all the old doors and penetrated the crevices of the shaking windows, and the old servant kept glancing sadly towards the empty grate. Her lady continued her occupation, talking aloud as she did so. "Madame de Misery," she murmured, "First Lady of the Bedchamber to Her Majesty. I cannot expect more than 6 louis from her, for she has already given to me once." And she sighed. "Madame Patrick, a lady's maid to Her Majesty, 2 louis. Monsieur d'Ormesson, an audience. Monsieur de Calonne, some good advice. Monsieur de Rohan, a visit. At least we will try to induce him," said she, smiling at the thought. "Well, then, I think I may hope for 8 louis within a week." Then, looking up, "Dame Clotilda," she said, "snuff this candle." The old woman did as she was bid, and then resumed her place. This kind of inquisition seemed to annoy the young lady, for she said, "Pray go, and look if you cannot find the end of a wax candle for me. This tallow is odious." "There is none," replied the old woman. "But just look." "Where?" "In the antechamber." "It is so cold there." "There is someone ringing," said the young lady. "Madame is mistaken." "I thought I heard it, Dame Clotilda." Then, abandoning the attempt, she turned again to her calculations. 8 louis. 3 I owe for the rent, and 5 I have promised to Monsieur de la Motte, to make him support his stay at Bar-sur-Aube. Pauvre diable! Our marriage has not enriched him as yet, but patience." And she smiled again, and looked at herself in the mirror that hung between the 2 portraits. "Well, then," she continued, "I still want 1 louis for going from Versailles to Paris and back again. Living for a week, 1 louis. Dress and gifts to the porters of the houses where I go, 4 louis. But," said she, starting up, "someone is ringing." "No, madame," replied the old woman. "It is below, on the next floor." "But I tell you it is not," said she angrily, as the bell rang yet louder. Even the old woman could deny it no longer, so she hobbled off to the open door, while her mistress rapidly cleared away all the papers and seated herself on the sofa, assuming the air of a person humble and resigned, although suffering. It was, however, only her body that reposed, for her eyes, restless and unquiet, sought incessantly first her mirror and then the door. At last it opened, and she heard a young and sweet voice saying, "Is it here that Madame la Comtesse de la Motte lives?" "Madame la Comtesse de la Motte Valois," replied Clotilda. "It is the same person, my good woman. Is she at home?" "Yes, madame. She is too ill to go out." During this colloquy, the pretended invalid saw reflected in the glass the figure of a lady talking to Clotilda, unquestionably belonging to the higher ranks. She then saw her turn round and say to someone behind, "We can go in. It is here." And the 2 ladies we have before seen asking the way prepared to enter the room. "Whom shall I announce to the Countess?" said Clotilda. "Announce a sister of charity," said the elder lady. "From Paris?" "No, from Versailles." Clotilda entered the room, and the strangers followed her. Jeanne de Valois seemed to rise with difficulty from her seat to receive her visitors. Clotilda placed chairs for them, and then unwillingly withdrew. End of Chapter 2. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 3 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jeanne de la Motte Valois. The first thought of Jeanne de la Motte was to examine the faces of her visitors, so as to gather what she could of their characters. The elder lady, who might have been, as we have said, about 32 years of age, was remarkably beautiful, although at first sight a great air of hauteur detracted slightly from the charm of her expression. Her carriage was so proud, and her whole appearance so distingué, that Jeanne could not doubt her nobility even at a cursory glance. She, however, seemed purposely to place herself as far as possible from the light, so as to be little seen. Her companion appeared 4 or 5 years younger, and was not less beautiful. Her complexion was charming. Her hair, drawn back from her temples, showed to advantage the perfect oval of her face. 2 large blue eyes, calm and serene, a well-formed mouth, indicating great frankness of disposition, a nose that rivaled the Venus de Medicis. Such was the other face which presented itself to the gaze of Jeanne de Valois. She inquired gently to what happy circumstance she owed the honour of their visit. The elder lady signed to the younger, who thereupon said, "Madame, for I believe you are married." "I have the honour to be the wife of Monsieur le Comte de la Motte, an excellent gentleman." "Well, Madame la Comtesse, we are at the head of a charitable institution, and have heard concerning your condition things that interest us, and we consequently wish to have more precise details on the subject." "Mesdames," replied Jeanne, "you see there the portrait of Henry III., that is to say, of the brother of my grandfather, for I am truly of the race of Valois, as you have doubtless been told." And she waited for the next question, looking at her visitors with a sort of proud humility. "Madame," said the grave and sweet voice of the elder lady, "it is true, as we have also heard, that your mother was housekeeper at a place called Fontel, near Bar-sur-Seine." Jeanne coloured at this question, but replied, "It is true, madame, and," she went on, "as Marie Jossel, my mother, was possessed of rare beauty, my father fell in love with her and married her. For it is by my father that I am nobly descended. He was a Saint Remy de Valois, direct descendant of the Valois who were on the throne." "But how have you been reduced to this degree of poverty, madame?" "Alas, that is easily told. You are not ignorant that after the accession of Henry IV., by which the crown passed from the house of Valois to that of Bourbon, there still remained many branches of the fallen family, obscure, doubtless, but incontestably springing from the same root as the 4 brothers, who all perished so miserably." The 2 ladies made a sign of assent. "Then," continued Jeanne, "these remnants of the Valois, fearing in spite of their obscurity to be obnoxious to the reigning family, changed their name of Valois into that of Saint Remy, which they took from some property, and they may be traced under this name down to my father, who, seeing the monarchy so firmly established and the old branch forgotten, thought he need no longer deprive himself of his illustrious name, and again called himself Valois, which name he bore in poverty and obscurity in a distant province, while no one at the court of France even knew of the existence of this descendant of their ancient kings." Jeanne stopped at these words, which she had spoken with a simplicity and mildness which created a favourable impression. "You have doubtless your proofs already arranged, madame," said the elder lady with kindness. "Oh, madame," she replied with a bitter smile, "proofs are not wanting. My father arranged them and left them to me as his sole legacy. But of what use are proofs of a truth which no one will recognize?" "Your father is then dead?" asked the younger lady.
Alas, yes. Did he die in the provinces? No, madame. At Paris, then? Yes. In this room? No, madame. My father, Baron de Valois, great-nephew of the King Henry III, died of misery and hunger, and not even in this poor retreat, not in his own bed, poor as that was. No, my father died side by side with the suffering wretches in the Hôtel Dieu.
The ladies uttered an exclamation of surprise and distress.
From what you tell me, madame, you have experienced, it is evident, great misfortunes. Above all, the death of your father. Oh, if you heard all the story of my life, madame, you would see that my father's death does not rank among its greatest misfortunes. How, madame? You regard as a minor evil the death of your father?
Said the elder lady with a frown.
Yes, madame, and in so doing I speak only as a pious daughter, for my father was thereby delivered from all the ills which he experienced in this life, and which continue to assail his family. I experience, in the midst of the grief which his death causes me, a certain joy in knowing that the descendant of kings is no longer obliged to beg his bread. To beg his bread? Yes, madame. I say it without shame, for in all our misfortunes there was no blame to my father or myself. But you do not speak of your mother. Well, with the same frankness with which I told you just now that I blessed God for taking my father, I complain that he left me my mother.
The two ladies looked at each other, almost shuddering at these strange words.
Would it be indiscreet, madame, to ask you for a more detailed account of your misfortunes? The indiscretion, madame, would be in me, if I fatigued you with such a long catalogue of woes. Speak, madame,
said the elder lady so commandingly that her companions looked at her as if to warn her to be more guarded. Indeed, Madame de la Motte had been struck with this imperious accent, and stared at her with some astonishment.
I listen, madam,
she then said in a more gentle tone,
if you will be good enough to inform us what we ask.
Her companions saw a shiver as she spoke, and fearing she felt cold, pushed towards her a rug on which to place her feet, and which she had discovered under one of the chairs.
Keep it yourself, my sister, said she, pushing it back again. You are more delicate than I. Indeed, madame, said Jeanne, it grieves me much to see you suffer from the cold, but wood is now so dear, and my stock was exhausted a week ago. You said, madame, that you were unhappy in having a mother?
Said the elder lady, returning to the subject.
Yes, madame. Doubtless, such a blasphemy shocks you much, does it not?
Said Jeanne.
But hear my explanation. I have already had the honor to tell you that my father made a mésalliance and married his housekeeper. Marie Choisel, my mother, instead of feeling gratified and proud of the honor he had done her, began by ruining my father, which certainly was not difficult to a person determined to consult only her own pleasures. And having reduced him to sell all his remaining property, she induced him to go to Paris to claim the rights to which his name entitled him. My father was easily persuaded. Perhaps he hoped in the justice of the king. He came then, having first turned all he possessed into money. He had, besides me, another daughter and a son. His son, unhappy as myself, vegetates in the lowest ranks of the army. The daughter, my poor sister, was abandoned on the evening of our departure before the house of a neighboring farmer, The journey exhausted our little resources. My father wore himself out in fruitless appeals. We scarcely ever saw him. Our house was wretched, and my mother, to whom a victim was necessary, vented her discontent and ill humour upon me. She even reproached me with what I ate, and for the slightest fault I was unmercifully beaten. The neighbours, thinking to serve me, told my father of the treatment I experienced. He endeavoured to protect me, but his interference only served to embitter her still more against me. At last, my father fell ill and was confined first to the house and then to his bed. My mother banished me from his room on the pretext that I disturbed him. She made me now learn a sentence which, child as I was, I shrank from saying, but she would drive me out into the streets with blows, ordering me to repeat it to each passer-by, if I did not wish to be beaten to death. "And what was this sentence?" asked the elderly lady. "It was this, madame. Have pity on a little orphan who descends in a direct line from Henry de Valois." "What a shame!" cried the ladies. "But what effect did this produce on the people?" inquired Andrea. "Some listened and pitied me. Others were angry and menaced me. Some kind people stopped and warned me that I ran a great risk from repeating such words, but I knew no other danger than that of disobeying my mother. The result was, however, as she hoped. I generally brought home a little money, which kept us for a time from starvation or the hospital, but this life became so odious to me that at last, one day, instead of repeating my accustomed phrase, I sat on a doorstep all the time, and returned in the evening empty-handed. My mother beat me so that the next day I fell ill. Then my poor father, deprived of all resources, was obliged to go to the Hôtel Dieu, where he died." "Oh, what a horrible history!" cried the ladies. "What became of you after your father's death?" asked the elder lady. "God took pity upon me a month after my father's death. My mother ran away with a soldier, abandoning my brother and me. We felt ourselves relieved by her departure, and lived on public charity, although we never begged for more than enough to eat. One day I saw a carriage going slowly along the Faubourg Saint-Marcel. There were 4 footmen behind and a beautiful lady inside. I held out my hand to her for charity. She questioned me, and my reply and my name seemed to strike her with surprise. She asked for my address, and the next day made inquiries, and finding that I had told her the truth, she took charge of my brother and myself. She placed my brother in the army, and me with a dressmaker." "Was not this lady Madame de Boulainvilliers?" "It was." "She is dead, I believe." "Yes, and her death deprived me of my only protector." "Her husband still lives, and is rich." "Ah, madame, it is to him that I owe my later misfortunes. I had grown tall and, as he thought, pretty, and he wished to put a price upon his benefits which I refused to pay. Meanwhile, Madame de Boulainvilliers died, having first married me to a brave and loyal soldier, Monsieur de la Motte. But, separated from him, I seemed more abandoned after her death than I had been after that of my father. This is my history, madame, which I have shortened as much as possible in order not to weary you." "Where, then, is your husband?" asked the elder lady. "He is in garrison at Bar-sur-Aube. He serves in the gendarmerie and is waiting, like myself, in hopes of better times." "But you have laid your case before the court?" "Undoubtedly." "The name of Valois must have awakened some sympathy." I know not, madame, what sentiments it may have awakened, for I have received no answer to any of my petitions. You have seen neither the ministers, the king, nor the queen? No one. Everywhere I have failed. You cannot now beg, however. No, madame, I have lost the habit, but I can die of hunger like my poor father. You have no child? No, madame, and my husband, by getting killed in the service of his king, will find for himself a glorious end to all our miseries. Can you, madame, I beg your pardon if I seem intrusive, but can you bring forward the proofs of your genealogy?
Jeanne rose, opened a drawer, and drew out some papers which she presented to the lady, who rose to come nearer the light that she might examine them. But seeing that Jeanne eagerly seized this opportunity to observe her more clearly than she had yet been able to do, she turned away as if the light hurt her eyes, turning back to Madame de la Motte.
But, said she at last, these are only copies. Oh, madame, I have the originals safe and am ready to produce them. If any important occasion should present itself, I suppose, said the lady, smiling. It is doubtless, madame, an important occasion which procures me the honor of your visit, but these papers are so precious that you cannot show them to the first comer. I understand you. Oh, madame, cried the Countess, you shall see them. And opening a secret drawer above the other, she drew out the originals, which were carefully enclosed in an old portfolio on which were the arms of the Valois. The lady took them, and after examining them said, You are right. These are perfectly satisfactory, and you must hold yourself in readiness to produce them when called upon by the proper authority. And what do you think I may expect, madame? Asked Jeanne. Doubtless a pension for yourself, an advancement for Monsieur de la Motte if he prove worthy of it. My husband is an honorable man, madame, and has never failed in his military duties. It is enough, madame, said the lady, drawing her hood still more over her face. She then put her hand in her pocket and drew out first the same embroidered handkerchief with which we before saw her hiding her face, when in the sledge, then a small roll about an inch in diameter and 3 or 4 in length, which she placed on the chiffonier, saying, The treasurer of our charity authorizes me, madame, to offer you this small assistance until you shall obtain something better. Madame de la Motte threw a rapid glance at the little roll. 3 franc pieces, thought she, and there must be nearly 100 of them. What a boon from heaven! While she was thus thinking, the 2 ladies moved quickly into the outer room, where Clotilde had fallen asleep in her chair. The candle was burning out in the socket, and the smell which came from it made the ladies draw out their smelling bottles. Jeanne woke Clotilde, who insisted on following them with the obnoxious candle end. Au revoir, Madame la Comtesse, said they. Where may I have the honor of coming to thank you? Asked Jeanne. We will let you know, replied the elder lady, going quickly down the stairs. Madame de la Motte ran back into her room, impatient to examine her rouleau, but her foot struck against something, and stooping to pick it up, she saw a small, flat, gold box. She was some time before she could open it, but having at last found the spring, it flew open and disclosed the portrait of a lady possessing no small beauty. The coiffure was German, and she wore a collar like an order. An M and a T encircled by a laurel wreath ornamented the inside of the box. Madame de la Motte did not doubt, from the resemblance of the portrait to the lady who had just left her, that it was that of her mother or some near relation. She ran to the stairs to give it back to them, but hearing the street door shut, she ran back, thinking to call them from the window,
but arrived there only in time to see a cabriolet driving rapidly away. She was therefore obliged to keep the box for the present, and turned again to the little rouleau. When she opened it, she uttered a cry of joy.
"Double louis, 50 double louis, 2,400 francs!"
And transported at the sight of more gold than she had ever seen before in her life, she remained with clasped hands and open lips.
100 louis, she repeated. "These ladies are then very rich. Oh, I will find them again."
End of Chapter 3. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 4 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Belus. Madame de la Motte was not wrong in thinking that the cabriolet which she saw driving off contained the two ladies who had just left her. They had, in fact, found it waiting for them on their exit. It was lightly built, open and fashionable, with high wheels, and a place behind for a servant to stand. It was drawn by a magnificent bay horse of Irish breed, short-tailed and plump, which was driven by the same man, whom we have already heard addressed by the name of Weber. The horse had become so impatient with waiting that it was with some difficulty that Weber kept him stationary. When he saw the ladies, he said,
"Madame, I intended to bring Scipio, who is gentle and easy to manage, but, unluckily, he received an injury last evening, and I was forced to bring Belus, and he is rather unmanageable."
"Oh, Weber, I do not mind in the least," said the lady. "I am well used to driving, and not at all timid."
"I know how well Madame drives, but the roads are so bad. Where are we to go?"
"To Versailles."
"By the boulevards, then, Madame?"
"No, Weber. It freezes hard, and the boulevards will be dreadful. The streets will be better."
He held the horse for the ladies to get in, then jumped up behind, and they set off at a rapid pace.
"Well, Andrea, what do you think of the Countess?"
asked the elder lady.
"I think, madame," she replied, "that Madame de la Motte is poor and unfortunate." "She has good manners, has she not?" "Yes, doubtless." "You are somewhat cold about her, Andrea." "I must confess there is a look of cunning in her face that does not please me." "Oh, you are always difficult to please, Andrea. To please you, one must have every good quality. Now, I find the little Countess interesting and simple, both in her pride and in her humility." "It is fortunate for her, madame, that she has succeeded in pleasing you." "Take care," cried the lady, at the same time endeavoring to check her horse, which nearly ran over a street porter at the corner of the Rue Saint-Antoine.
"Gare!"
shouted Weber in the voice of the Stentor. They heard the man growling and swearing, in which he was joined by several people near, but Belus soon carried them away from the sound, and they quickly reached the Place Baudoyer. From thence the skilful conductress continued her rapid course down the Rue de la Tixanderie, a narrow, unaristocratic street, always crowded. Thus, in spite of the reiterated warnings of herself and Weber, the numbers began to increase around them, many of whom cried fiercely,
"Oh, the cabriolet! Down with the cabriolet!"
Belus, however, guided by the steady hand which held the reins, kept on his rapid course, and not the smallest accident had yet occurred. But in spite of this skilful progress, the people seemed discontented at the rapid course of the cabriolet, which certainly required some care on their part to avoid, and the lady, perhaps half frightened at the murmurs and knowing the present excited state of the people, only urged on her horse the faster to escape from them. Thus they proceeded until they reached the Rue du Coq Saint-Honoré, and here had been raised one of the most beautiful of those monuments of snow of which we have spoken. Round this a great crowd had collected, and they were obliged to stop until the people would make an opening for them to pass, which they did at last, but with great grumbling and discontent. The next obstacle was at the gates of the Palais Royal, where, in a courtyard, which had been thrown open, were a host of beggars crowding round fires, which had been lighted there, and receiving soup, which the servants of Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans were distributing to them in earthen basins. And as in Paris a crowd collects to see everything, the number of the spectators of this scene far exceeded that of the actors. Here, then, they were again obliged to stop, and, to their dismay, began to hear distinctly from behind loud cries of, "Down with the cabriolet! Down with those that crush the poor!"
"Can it be that those cries are addressed to us?"
said the elder lady to her companion.
"Indeed, madame, I fear so," she replied. "Have we, do you think, run over anyone?" "I am sure you have not."
But still the cries seemed to increase. A crowd soon gathered round them, and some even seized Belus by the reins, who thereupon began to stamp and foam most furiously.
"To the magistrate! To the magistrate!"
cried several voices. The two ladies looked at each other in terror. Curious heads began to peep under the apron of the cabriolet.
"Oh, they are women!"
cried some.
"Opera girls, doubtless," said others, "who think they have a right to crush the poor because they receive 10,000 francs a month."
A general shout hailed these words, and they began again to cry,
"To the magistrate!"
The younger lady shrank back, trembling with fear. The other looked around her with wonderful resolution, though with frowning brows and compressed lips.
"Oh, madame,"
cried her companion,
"for heaven's sake, take care." "Courage, Andrea, courage," she replied. "But they will recognize you, madame." "Look through the windows, if Weber is still behind the cabriolet." "He is trying to get down, but the mob surrounds him. Ah, here he comes." "Weber," said the lady in German, "we will get out." The man vigorously pushed aside those nearest the carriage and opened the door. The ladies jumped out, and the crowd instantly seized on the horse and cabriolet, which would evidently soon be in pieces. "What in heaven's name does it all mean? Do you understand it, Weber?" said the lady, still in German.
"Ma foi, no, madame,"
he replied, struggling to free a passage for them to pass. "But they are not men, they are wild beasts," continued the lady. "With what do they possibly reproach me?" She was answered by a voice whose polite and gentlemanly tone contrasted strangely with the savage murmurs of the people, and which said in excellent German, "They reproach you, madame, with having braved the police order, which appeared this morning and which prohibited all cabriolets, which are always dangerous, and 50 times more so in this frost, when people can hardly escape fast enough from driving through the streets until the spring." The lady turned and saw she was addressed by a young officer, whose distinguished and pleasing air and fine figure could not but make a favourable impression. "Oh, mon Dieu, monsieur," she said, "I was perfectly ignorant of this order." "You're a foreigner, madame?" inquired the young officer. "Yes, sir, but tell me what I must do. They are destroying my cabriolet." "You must let them destroy it, and take advantage of that time to escape. The people are furious just now against all the rich, and on the pretext of your breaking this regulation would conduct you before the magistrate." "Oh, never!" cried Andrea. "Then," said the officer, laughing, "profit by the space which I shall make in the crowd, and vanish." The ladies gathered from his manner that he shared the opinion of the people as to their station, but it was no time for explanations. "Give us your arm to a cab stand," said the elder lady, in a voice full of authority. "I was going to make your horse rear, and thereby clear you a passage," said the young man, who did not much wish to take the charge of escorting them through the crowd. The people will become yet more enraged if they hear us speaking in a language unknown to them."
"Weber," cried the lady in a firm voice, "make Belus rear to disperse the crowd."
"And then, madame?"
"Remain till we are gone."
"But they will destroy the carriage."
"Let them. What does that matter? Save Belus if you can, but yourself above all."
"Yes, madame."
And a slight touch to the horse soon produced the desired effect of dispersing the nearest part of the crowd and throwing down those who held by his reins.
"Your arm, sir," again said the lady to the officer. "Come on, Petite," turning to Andrea.
"Let us go then, courageous woman," said the young man, giving his arm with real admiration to her who asked for it. In a few minutes he had conducted them to a cab stand, but the men were all asleep on their seats. End of Chapter 4. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 5 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The road to Versailles. The ladies were free from the crowd for the present, but there was some danger that they might be followed and recognized, when the same tumult would doubtless be renewed, and escape a second time be more difficult. The young officer knew this, and therefore hastened to awaken one of the half-frozen and sleepy men. So stupefied, however, did they seem, that he had great difficulty in rousing one of them. At last he took him by the collar and shook him roughly.
"Gently, gently,"
cried the man, sitting up. "Where do you wish to go, ladies?" asked the officer.
"To Versailles," said the elder lady, still speaking German.
"Oh, to Versailles,"
repeated the coachman.
4 miles and a half over this ice. No, I would rather not."
"We will pay well,"
said the lady. This was repeated to the coachman in French by the young officer.
"But how much?" said the coachman. "You see, it is not only going, I must come back again."
"A louis? Is that enough?"
asked the lady of the officer, who, turning to the coachman, said, "These ladies offer you a louis."
"Well, that will do, though I risk breaking my horse's legs."
"Why, you rascal, you know that if you were paid all the way there and back, it would be but 12 francs, and we offer you 24.
"Oh, do not stay to bargain," cried the lady. "He shall have 20 louis if he will only set off at once."
"1 is enough, madame."
"Come down, sir, and open the door."
"I will be paid first,"
said the man. "You will?" said the officer fiercely.
"Oh, let us pay,"
said the lady, putting her hand in her pocket. She turned pale.
"Oh, mon Dieu, I have lost my purse. Feel for yours, Andrea. Oh, madam, it is gone too."
They looked at each other in dismay, while the young officer watched their proceedings, and the coachman sat grinning and priding himself on his caution. The lady was about to offer her gold chain as a pledge when the young officer drew out a louis and offered it to the man, who thereupon got down and opened the door. The ladies thanked him warmly and got in. "And now, sir, drive these ladies carefully and honestly." The ladies looked at each other in terror. They could not bear to see their protector leave them.
"Oh, madame," said
Andrea,
"do not let him go away." "But why not? We will ask for his address and return him his louis tomorrow with a little note of thanks, which you shall write." "But, madame, suppose the coachman should not keep faith with us, and should turn us out halfway? What would become of us?" "Oh, we will take his number." "Yes, madame, I do not deny that you could have him punished afterwards, but meanwhile you would not reach Versailles, and what would they think?" "True," replied her companion. The officer advanced to take leave. "Monsieur," said Andrea, "one word more, if you please." "At your orders, madame," he said politely but somewhat stiffly. "Monsieur, you cannot refuse us one more favor after serving us so much." "What is it, madame?" "We are afraid of the coachman, who seems so unwilling to go." "You need not fear," replied he. "I have his number, and if he does not behave well, apply to me." "To you, sir?" said Andrea in French, forgetting herself. "We do not even know your name." "You speak French!" exclaimed the young man. "And you have been condemning me all this time to blunder on in German?" "Excuse us, sir," said the elder lady, coming to Andrea's rescue. "But you must see that though not perhaps foreigners, we are strangers in Paris, and above all, out of our places in a hackney coach. You are sufficiently a man of the world to see that we are placed in an awkward position. I feel assured you are generous enough to believe the best of us, and to complete the service you have rendered, and, above all, to ask us no questions." "Madame," replied the officer, charmed with her noble yet pleasing manner, "dispose of me as you will." "Then, sir, have the kindness to get in and accompany us to Versailles." The officer instantly placed himself opposite to them and directed the man to drive on. After proceeding in silence for some little time, he began to feel himself surrounded with delicate and delicious perfumes, and gradually began to think better of the ladies' position. "They are," thought he, "ladies who have been detained late at some rendezvous and are now anxious to regain Versailles, much frightened and a little ashamed. Still, two ladies driving themselves in a cabriolet. However," recollected he, "there was a servant behind, but then again, no money on either of them. But probably the footman carried the purse, and the carriage was certainly a very elegant one, and the horse could not have been worth less than 150 louis. Therefore they must be rich, so that the accidental want of money proves nothing. But why speak a foreign language when they must be French? However, that at least shows a good education, and they speak both languages with perfect purity. Besides, there is an air of distinction about them. The supplication of the younger one was touching, and the request of the other was noble and imposing. Indeed, I begin to feel it dangerous to pass 2 or 3 hours in a carriage with two such pretty women. Pretty and discreet also, for they do not speak, but wait for me to begin." On their parts, the ladies were doubtless thinking of him, for just as he had arrived at these conclusions, the elder lady said to her companion, but this time in English, "Really, this coachman crawls along. We shall never reach Versailles. I fear our poor companion must be terribly ennuyé." "Particularly," answered Andrea, smiling, "as our conversation has not been very amusing." "Do you not think he has a most distinguished air?" "Yes, certainly. Besides, he wears the uniform of a naval officer, and all naval officers are of good family. He looks well in it, too, for he is very handsome." Here the young man interrupted them. "Your pardon, ladies," said he in excellent English, "but I must tell you that I understand English perfectly. I do not, however, know Spanish. Therefore, if you can and like to speak in that language, you are safe from my understanding you." "Oh, monsieur," replied the lady, laughing, "we had no harm to say of you, as you must have heard. Therefore we will content ourselves with French for the remainder of the time." "Thanks, madame, but if my presence be irksome to you—" "You cannot suppose that, sir, as it was we who begged you to accompany us." "Exacted it even," said Andrea. "Oh, madame,
You overwhelm me. Pray, pardon me my momentary hesitation. But Paris is so full of snares and deceptions."
"You then took us for—" "Monsieur took us for snares, that is all."
"Oh, ladies," said the young man, quite humiliated, "I assure you I did not."
"But what is the matter? The coach stops."
"I will see, madame."
"Oh, I think we are overturning. Pray, take care, sir."
And Andrea, in her terror, laid her hand on the young man's shoulder. He, yielding to an impulse, attempted to seize her little hand, but she had in a moment thrown herself back again in the carriage. He therefore got out, and found the coachman engaged in raising one of his horses which had fallen on the ice. The horse, with his aid, was soon on its legs again, and they pursued their way. It seemed, however, that this little interruption had destroyed the intimacy which had begun to spring up, for after the ladies had asked and been told the cause of their detention, all relapsed into silence. The young man, however, who had derived some pleasure from the touch of that little hand, thought he would at least have a foot in exchange. He therefore stretched out his and endeavoured to touch hers, which was, however, quickly withdrawn, and when he did just touch that of the elder lady, she said with great sang-froid,
"I fear, sir, I am dreadfully in your way."
He coloured up to the ears and felt thankful to the darkness, which prevented it from being seen. After this, he desisted and remained perfectly still, fearing even to renew the conversation, lest he should seem impertinent to these ladies, to whom, at first, he had thought himself rather condescending in his politeness. Still, in spite of himself, he felt more and more strongly attracted toward them, and an increasing interest in them. From time to time he heard them speak softly to each other, and he caught these words,
"So late an hour! What excuse for being out?"
At last the coach stopped again, but this time it was no accident, but simply that they had arrived at Versailles. The young man thought the time had passed with marvellous quickness.
"We are at Versailles,"
said the coachman. "Where must he stop, ladies?" asked the officer.
"At the Place d'Armes."
"At the Place d'Armes, coachman," said the officer. "Go on. I must say something to them," thought he, "or they will now think me a stupid, as they must before have thought me impertinent. Mesdames," said he, "you are at length arrived."
"Thanks to your generous assistance. What trouble we have given you,"
added Andrea. "Oh, madame, do not speak of it."
"Well, sir, we shall not forget. Will you tell us your name?"
"My name?"
"Certainly, sir. You do not wish to make us a present of a louis, I hope."
"Oh, madame, if that is it," said the young man, rather piqued, "I yield. I am the Comte de Charny, and as madame has already remarked, a naval officer."
"Charny," repeated the elder lady. "I shall not forget."
"Yes, madame, George de Charny."
"And you live?"
"Hôtel de France, Rue de Richelieu." The coach stopped. The elder lady opened the door and jumped out quickly, holding out a hand to her companion. "But pray, ladies," said he, preparing to follow them, "take my arm. You are not yet at your own home."
"Oh, sir, do not move."
"Not move?"
"No, pray remain in the coach."
"You cannot walk alone at this time of night. It is impossible."
"Now you see," said the elder lady gaily, "after almost refusing to oblige us, you wish to be too obliging."
"But, madame—"
"Sir, remain to the end a loyal and gallant cavalier. We thank you, Monsieur de Charny, with all our hearts, and will not even ask you a word."
"To do what, madame?"
"To shut the door, and order the man to drive back to Paris without even looking where we go, which you will do, will you not?"
"I will obey you, madame. Coachman, back again!" And he put a second louis into the man's hand, who joyfully set off on his return. The young man sighed as he took his place on the cushions which the unknown ladies had just occupied. They remained motionless till the coach was out of sight, and then took their way toward the castle. End of Chapter 5. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 6 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Laurent. At this moment our heroines heard the clock strike from the church of St. Louis.
"Ah, mon Dieu, 12:15, they cried in terror. "See, all the doors are shut," said Andrea. "Oh, that is nothing, for if they were open we would not go in here. Let us go round by the reservoirs."
And they turned to the right, where there was a private entrance. When they arrived there,
"The door is shut, Andrea," said the elder lady rather uneasily. "Let us knock, madame." "No, we will call. Laurent must be waiting for me, for I told him perhaps I should return late." "I will call," said Andrea, approaching the door.
"Who is there?"
said a voice from inside.
"Oh, it is not Laurent,"
said she, terrified.
"It is not?"
The other lady advanced and called softly.
"Laurent?"
No answer.
"Laurent?"
Again she called louder.
"There is no Laurent here,"
replied the voice rudely.
"But,"
said Andrea,
"whether he be here or not, open the door."
"I cannot open it."
"But Laurent would have opened it immediately."
"I have my orders,"
was all the reply.
"Who are you, then?"
"Rather, who are you?"
Rude as the question was, it was no time to find fault, so they answered.
"We are ladies of Her Majesty's suite. We lodge in the castle, and we wish to get home."
"Well, I, mesdames, am a Suisse of the Salachamada Company, and I shall do just the contrary of Laurent, for I shall leave you at the door."
"Oh!"
murmured the ladies in terror and anger. Then, making an effort over herself, the elder lady said,
"My friend, I understand that you are obeying orders, and I do not quarrel with you for that. It is a soldier's duty. Only do me the favor to call Laurent. He cannot be far distant."
"I cannot quit my post."
"Then send someone."
"I have no one to send."
"For pity's sake."
"Oh, mon Dieu, sleep in the town. That is no great thing. If I were shut out of the barracks, I would soon find a bed."
"Listen," said the lady again. "You shall have 20 louis if you open this door."
"And 12 years at the galleys? No, thank you. 48 francs a year is not sufficient pay for that."
"I will get you made a sergeant."
"Yes, and he who gave me the order will have me shot."
"And who did give you the order?"
"The king."
"The king?" cried they. "Oh, we are lost. Is there no other door?" "Oh, madame, if this one is closed, be sure all the others will be so also,"
said Andrea.
"You are right, Andrea. 'Tis a horrible trick of the king,"
she said, with a contempt almost menacing. There was a sort of bank outside the door, which they sank down upon in despair. They could see the light under the door and could hear the steps of the sentinel as he paced to and fro. Within this little door was salvation. Without, shame and scandal.
"Oh, tomorrow, when they will find out,"
murmured the elder lady.
"You will tell the truth, madame." "But shall I be believed?" "Oh, We can prove it. Besides, the soldier will not stay all night. He will be relieved, and perhaps his successor will be more complacent. Yes, but the patrol will pass directly, and will find me here, waiting outside. It is infamous. I am suffocated with rage. Oh, take courage, madame, you who are always so brave. It is a plot, Andrea. In order to ruin me, this door is never closed. Oh, I shall die.
At this moment they heard a step approaching, and then the voice of a young man singing gaily as he went along.
That voice, cried the lady. I know it, I am sure. Oh, yes, madame, he will save us.
A young man, wrapped up in a fur riding-coat, came quickly up, and without noticing them, knocked at the door and called, "Laurent!"
Brother,
said the elder lady, touching him on the shoulder.
"The Queen!"
cried he, taking off his hat.
Hush,
said she.
"You are not alone?"
No, I am with Mademoiselle Andrea de Tavernay.
Oh, good evening, mademoiselle.
Good evening, monseigneur.
Are you going out, madame? Asked he.
No.
Then you are going in?
We wish to do so.
Have you not called Laurent?
Yes, we have, but...
But what?
You call Laurent, and you will see.
The young man, whom the reader has perhaps already recognized as the Comte d'Artois, approached and again called, "Laurent!"
"I warn you,"
answered from within the voice of the Suisse,
"that if you torment me any more, I will go and fetch my commanding officer."
"Who is this?" asked the Count, turning round in astonishment to the Queen.
"A Swiss, who has been substituted for Laurent."
"By whom?"
"By the king."
"The king?"
"Yes, he told us so himself."
"And with orders?"
"Most strictly, apparently."
"Diable! We must capitulate."
"What do you mean?"
she asked.
"Offer him money."
"I have already done so, and he has refused it."
"Offer him promotion."
"I have offered that also, but he would not listen."
"Then there is but one way."
"What?"
"To make a noise."
"My dear Charles, you will compromise us."
"Not the least in the world. You keep in the background. I will knock like thunder and shout like a madman. They will open at last, and you can slide in with me."
"Try, then."
The young prince began calling Laurent, knocking at the door and striking with his sword, till at last the Swiss said,
"Ah, well, I will call my officer." "Go and call him. That is just what I want."
They soon heard other steps approaching. The Queen and Andrea kept close, ready to slip in if the door should open. Then they heard the Swiss say,
"It is a gentleman, Lieutenant, who insists on coming in."
"Well, I suppose that is not astonishing, as we belong to the castle," said the Count.
"It is no doubt a natural wish, but a forbidden one," replied the officer.
"Forbidden? By whom? Morbleu!"
"By the king."
"But the king would not wish an officer of the castle to sleep outside."
"Sir, I am not the judge of that. I have only to obey orders."
"Come, Lieutenant, open the door. We cannot talk through this oak."
"Sir, I repeat to you that my orders are to keep it shut, and if you are an officer, as you say, you know that I must obey."
"Lieutenant, you speak to the colonel of a regiment."
"Excuse me, then, Colonel, but my orders are positive."
"But they cannot concern a prince. Come, sir, a prince cannot be kept out."
My prince, I am in despair, but the king has ordered.
The king has ordered you to turn away his brother? Like a beggar or a robber? I am the Comte d'Artois, sir. Mordieu, you keep me here freezing at the door.
Monseigneur, God is my witness that I would shed my blood for your royal highness. But the king gave me his orders in person, and confiding to me the charge of this door, ordered me not to open to anyone, should it be even himself, after 11 o'clock. Therefore, Monseigneur, I ask your pardon humbly for disobeying you, but I am a soldier, and were it Her Majesty the Queen who asked admittance, I should be forced most unwillingly to refuse."
Having said this, the officer turned away and left the place. "We are lost," said the queen.
"Do they know that you are out?" asked the count.
"Alas, I know not."
"Perhaps then this order is levelled against me. The king knows I often go out at night and stay late. Madame la Comtesse d'Artois must have heard something and complained to him, and hence this tyrannical order."
"Ah, no, brother. I thank you for trying to reassure me, but I feel that it is against me these precautions are taken."
"Impossible, sister. The king has too much esteem."
"Meanwhile, I am left at the door, and tomorrow a frightful scandal will be the result. I know well I have an enemy near the king."
"It is possible. However, I have an idea."
"What? Only be quick, if you can but save us from the ridicule of his position. It is all I care for."
"Oh, I will save you. I am not more foolish than he, for all his learning."
"Then whom?"
"Ha! Pardieu, the Comte de Provence."
"Ah, then you also know my enemy."
"Is he not the enemy of all that are young and beautiful, of all who are better than himself?"
"Count, I believe you know something about this order."
"Perhaps, but do not let us stop here. Come with me, dear sister."
"Where?"
"You shall see. Somewhere where at least you will be warm, and en route I will tell you all I know about this. Take my arm, sister, and you the other, Mademoiselle de Tavernay, and let us turn to the right."
"Well, but now go on,"
said the queen. "This evening, after the king's supper, he came to his cabinet. He had been talking all day to Count Haga. You had not been seen."
"No. At 2 o'clock I left to go to Paris."
"I know it. The king, allow me to tell you, dear sister, was thinking no more about you than about Haroun al-Rashid or his vizier Giafar, and was talking geography. I listened with some impatience, for I also wanted to go out. Probably not with the same object as you."
"Where are we going?"
interrupted the queen. "Oh, close by. Take care, there is a snow heap. Mademoiselle de Tavernay, if you leave my arm you will certainly fall. But to return to the king, he was thinking of nothing but latitude and longitude, when Monsieur de Provence said to him, 'I should like to pay my respects to the queen.' 'The queen sups at home,' replied the king. 'Oh, I believed her at Paris.' 'No, she is at home,' said the king quietly. 'I have just come from there and been denied to her,' said Monsieur de Provence. Then I saw the king frown. He dismissed us, and doubtless went to make inquiries. Louis is jealous by fits, you know. He must have asked to see you, and being refused, become suspicious."
"Yes, Madame de Misery had orders to do so."
"Then, to know whether you were out or not, he has given these strict orders."
"Oh, it is shameful treatment. Confess, is it not?"
"Indeed, I think so. But here we are."
This house?
Does it displease you?
No, I do not say that. It is charming. But your servants?
Well?
If they see me?
Come in, sister, and I will guarantee that no one sees you, not even whoever opens the door.
Impossible.
We will try, said he, laughing, and laying his hand on one of the panels, the door flew open.
Enter, I pray you, said he. There is no one near.
The queen looked at Andrea, then, making up her mind, went in, and the door shut behind them. She found herself in a vestibule, small but ornamented in perfect taste. The floor was mosaic work, representing bouquets of flowers, while numerous rose trees on marble brackets scented the air with a perfume equally delicious as rare at that time of the year. It looked all so charming that the ladies began to forget their fears and scruples.
"So far, well," said the queen. "We have a shelter at all events, and seemingly a very charming one. But you had better see to one thing, that is, to keep off your servants."
"Oh, nothing more easy," said the prince,
seizing a little bell which hung on one of the pillars, rang one clear stroke.
"Oh!" cried the queen, frightened. "Is that the way to keep them off? I should have thought it would bring them."
"If I had rung again, it would have done so. But when I only ring once, they know they are not wanted."
"Oh, you are a man of precaution," said the queen, laughing.
"Now, dear sister, take the trouble to go upstairs."
"Let us obey," said the queen. "The genius of this place appears not disagreeable."
And they went up, their steps making no sound on the thick Aubusson carpet. At the top, the prince rang another bell, which gave them a fresh start of surprise, and their astonishment increased when they saw the doors open of themselves.
"Really, Andrea," said the queen, "I begin to tremble. Do not you?" "Oh, madame, I shall follow fearlessly wherever your majesty goes."
"Enter," said the prince, "for here is your apartment."
And he ushered them into a charming little room, furnished en buhl, with a painted ceiling and walls and a rosewood floor. It opened onto a boudoir, fitted up with white cashmere, beautifully embroidered with groups of flowers and hung with tapestry of exquisite workmanship. Beyond the boudoir was a bedroom painted blue, hung with curtains of silk and lace, and with a sumptuous bed in an alcove. A fire burned on the hearth, and a dozen perfumed wax lights in candelabra. Such were the marvels which presented themselves to the eyes of the wondering ladies. No living being was to be seen. Fire and lights seemed to have come without hands. The queen stopped on the threshold of the bedroom, looking half afraid to enter.
"Sister," said the count, "these are my bachelor apartments. Here I come alone."
"Always?"
asked the queen.
"Doubtless,"
answered he.
"I understand now," said the queen, "why Madame la Comtesse is sometimes unquiet."
"Confess, however, that if she is unquiet tonight, it will be without reason."
"Tonight I do not say, but other nights."
Then, sitting down,
"I am dreadfully tired," she said. "Are not you, Andrea?" "I can scarcely stand, and if your majesty permits—"
"Indeed, you look ill, mademoiselle," said the count.
"You must go to bed," said the queen. "Monsieur le Comte gives us up this room. Do you not, Charles?"
"Entirely, madame."
"One moment, Count. If you go away, how can we recall you?"
"You will not need me. You are mistress of this house."
"But there are other rooms."
"Certainly. There is a dining room which I advise you to visit."
"With a table ready spread, no doubt?"
"Oh, yes, and Mademoiselle de Tavernet, who seems to me to need it much, will find there jellies or chicken, and wine. And you, sister, plenty of those fruits you are so fond of.
And no servants?
None.
We will see. But how to return?
You must not think of returning tonight. At 6 o'clock the gates will be opened. Go out a quarter before. You will find in these drawers mantles of all colors and all shapes, if you wish to disguise yourselves. Go therefore to the chateau, regain your rooms, go to bed, and all will be right.
But you? What will you do?
Oh, I am going away.
We turn you out? My poor brother.
It is better for me not to remain in the same house with you.
But you must sleep somewhere.
Do not fear. I have 3 other houses like this. The queen laughed.
He pretends Madame la Comtesse has no cause to be anxious. Oh, I will tell her.
You dare not.
It is true. We are dependent upon you. Then to go away tomorrow morning without seeing anyone?
You must ring once, as I did below, and the door will open.
By itself?
By itself.
Then good night, brother.
Good night, sister.
He bowed and disappeared. End of Chapter 6, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 7 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Queen's Bedchamber. The next day, or rather the same morning, for our last chapter brought us to 2 o'clock, the King Louis XVI, in a violet-colored morning dress in some disorder, and with no powder in his hair, knocked at the door of the Queen's antechamber. It was opened by one of her women. "The Queen?" asked Louis in a brusque manner.
"Her Majesty is asleep, sire."
The king made a movement as though to pass in, but the woman did not move. "Do you not see," he said, "that I wish to come in?"
"But the Queen is asleep, sire."
Again she said timidly.
"I told you to let me pass,"
answered the king, going in as she spoke. When he reached the door of the bedroom, the king saw Madame de Misery, the first lady-in-waiting, who was sitting reading from her mass book. She rose on seeing him.
"Sire,"
she said in a low voice and with a profound reverence,
"Her Majesty has not yet called for me."
"Really?" said the king in an ironical tone.
"But, sire, it is only 6:30, and Her Majesty never rings before 7.
"And you are sure that Her Majesty is asleep in bed?"
"I cannot affirm that she is asleep, sire, but I can that she is in bed."
The king could contain himself no longer, but went straight to the door, which he opened with some noise. The room was in complete darkness, the shutters closed and the curtains drawn. A night lamp burned on a bracket, but it only gave a dim and feeble light. The king walked rapidly towards the bed.
"Oh, Madame de Misery,"
said the queen.
"How noisy you are! You have disturbed me."
The king remained stupefied.
"It is not Madame de Misery," he murmured. "What, is it you, sire?"
said Marie Antoinette, raising herself up.
"Good morning, madame,"
said the king in a surly tone.
"What good wind blows you here, sire? Madame de Misery, come and open the shutters."
She came in instantly, as usual, opened all the doors and windows to let in light and fresh air.
"You sleep well, madame,"
said the king, seating himself and casting scrutinizing glances around the room.
"Yes, sire, I read late, and had your Majesty not disturbed me, might have slept for some time longer."
"How was it that you did not receive visitors yesterday?" asked the king.
Whom do you mean? Monsieur de Provence?
said the queen with great presence of mind.
Yes, exactly. He wished to pay his respects to you, and was refused. Well, they said you were out. Did they say that?
asked the queen carelessly.
Madame de Misery?
The lady appeared, bringing in with her a number of letters on a golden salver.
Did your Majesty call?
she asked.
Yes. Did they tell Monsieur de Provence yesterday that I was out? Will you tell the king, for, really, I forget. Sire,
said Madame de Misery, while the queen took her letters and began to read,
I told Monseigneur le Comte de Provence that Her Majesty did not receive.
And by whose orders?
By the Queen's, sire.
Meanwhile, the queen had opened one of the letters and read these lines.
You returned from Paris yesterday and entered the chateau at 8 o'clock in the evening. Laurent saw you.
Madame de Misery left the room.
Pardon, sire, said the queen, but will you answer me one question?
What, madame?
Am I, or am I not at liberty to see Monsieur de Provence only when it pleases me?
Oh, perfectly at liberty, madame. But?
Well, his conversation wearies me. Besides, he does not love me, and I like him no better. I expected his visit and went to bed at 8 o'clock to avoid it. But you look disturbed, sire. I believed you to be in Paris yesterday. At what time?
At the time at which you pretend to have gone to bed?
Doubtless, I went to Paris, but what of that?
All, madame, depends on what time you returned.
Oh, you wish to know at what time exactly I returned?
Yes.
It is easy. Madame de Misery,
the lady reappeared.
What time was it when I returned from Paris yesterday? About 8 o'clock, your Majesty.
I do not believe it, said the king. You make a mistake, Madame de Misery. The lady walked to the door and called, Madame de Rohan.
Yes, madame,
replied a voice.
At what time did Her Majesty return from Paris yesterday?
About 8 o'clock, madame,
replied the other.
The king thinks we are mistaken.
Madame de Rohan put her head out of the window and cried, Laurent.
Who is Laurent?
asked the king.
The porter at the gate where Her Majesty entered,
said Madame de Misery.
Laurent,
said Madame de Rohan.
What time was it when Her Majesty came home last evening?
About 8 o'clock, answered Laurent. Madame de Misery then left the room, and the king and queen remained alone. He felt ashamed of his suspicions. The queen, however, only said coldly,
Well, sire, is there anything else you wish to know?
Oh, nothing, cried he, taking her hands in his. Forgive me. I do not know what came into my head. My joy is as great as my repentance. You will not be angry, will you? I am in despair at having annoyed you. The queen withdrew her hand and said,
Sire, a queen of France must not tell a falsehood.
What do you mean?
I mean that I did not return at 8 o'clock last evening.
The king drew back in surprise.
I mean,
continued the queen in the same cold manner,
that I only returned at 6 o'clock this morning.
Madame!
And that, but for the kindness of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, who gave me an asylum and lodged me out of pity in one of his houses, I should have been left all night at the door of the chateau, like a beggar.
Ha!
You had not then returned?"
said the king gloomily.
"Then I was right. Sire, you have not behaved towards me as a gentleman should." "In what, madame?" "In this, that if you wish to know whether I return late or early, you have no need to close the gates, with orders not to open them, but simply to come to me and ask, 'Madame, at what time did you return?' You have no more reason to doubt, sire. Your spies have been deceived, your precautions nullified, and your suspicions dissipated. I saw you ashamed of the part you had played, and I might have continued to triumph in my victory. But I think your proceedings shameful for a king, and unworthy of a gentleman, and I would not refuse myself the satisfaction of telling you so. It is useless, sire," she continued, seeing the king about to speak. "Nothing can excuse your conduct towards me." "On the contrary, madame," replied he, "nothing is more easy. Not a single person in the chateau suspected that you had not already returned. Therefore no one could think that my orders referred to you. Probably they were attributed to the dissipations of Monsieur le Comte d'Artois. For that I care nothing. Therefore, madame, appearances were saved as far as you were concerned. I wished simply to give you a secret lesson, from which the amount of irritation you show leads me to hope you will profit. Therefore, I still think I was in the right, and do not repent what I have done." The queen listened, and seemed to calm herself by an effort, to prepare for the approaching contest. "Then, sire," she said, "you think you need no excuse for keeping at the door of your castle the daughter of Maria Theresa, your wife, and the mother of your children? No, it is in your eyes a pleasantry worthy of a king, and of which the morality doubles the value. It is nothing to you to have forced the Queen of France to pass the night in this Petite Mason, where the Comte d'Artois receives the ladies of the opera, and the femmes galantes of your court. Oh, no, that is nothing. A philosopher king is above all such considerations. Only on this occasion I have reason to thank heaven that my brother-in-law is a dissipated man, as his dissipation has saved me from disgrace, and his vices have sheltered my honor." The king colored, and moved uneasily on his chair. "Oh, yes," continued the queen with a bitter laugh, "I know that you are a moral king, but your morality produces strange effects. You say that no one knew that I was out. Will you tell me that Monsieur de Provence, your instigator, did not know it? Or Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, or my women, who by my orders told you falsehoods this morning? Or Laurent, bought by Monsieur d'Artois and by me? Let us continue this habit, sire. You to set spies and Swiss guards, and I to buy them over and cheat you. And in a month we will calculate together how much the dignity of the throne and our marriage has gained by it." It was evident that her words had made a great impression on him to whom they were addressed. "You know," said he in an altered voice, "that I am always sincere, and willing to acknowledge if I have been wrong. Will you prove to me that you were right to go into Paris in sledges, accompanied by a gay party which, in the present unhappy state of things, is likely to give offence? Will you prove to me that you were right to disappear in Paris, like maskers at a ball, and only to reappear scandalously late at night when everyone else was asleep? You have spoken of the dignity of the throne, and of marriage. Think you that it befits a queen, a wife, and a mother, to act thus?" "I will reply in a few words, sire, for it seems to me that such accusations merit nothing but contempt. I left Versailles in a sledge, because it is the quickest way of getting to Paris at present. I went with Mademoiselle de Tavernay, whose reputation is certainly one of the purest in our court. I went to Paris, I repeat, to verify the fact that the King of France, the great upholder of morality, he who takes care of poor strangers, warms the beggars and earns the gratitude of the people by his charities, leaves dying of hunger, exposed to every attack of vice and misery, one of his own family, one who is as much as himself a descendant of the kings who have reigned in France." "What?" cried the king in surprise. "I mounted," continued the queen, "into a garret, and there saw without fire, almost without light and without money, the granddaughter of a great prince, and I gave 100 louis to this victim of royal forgetfulness and neglect. Then, as I was detained late there, and as the frost was severe, and horses go slowly over ice, particularly hackney coach horses—" "Hackney coach horses?" cried the king. "You return in a hackney coach?" "Yes, sire. Number 107. "Oh," said the king with every sign of vexation. "Yes, and only too happy to get it," said the queen. "Madame," interrupted he, "you are full of noble feelings, but this impetuous generosity becomes a fault. Remember," continued he, "that I never suspected you of anything that was not perfectly pure and honest. It is only your mode of acting, an adventurous spirit, that displeases me. You have, as usual, been doing good, but the way you set about it makes it injurious to yourself. This is what I reproach you with. You say that I have faults to repair, that I have failed in my duty to a member of my own family. Tell me who the unfortunate is, and he shall no longer have reason to complain." "The name of Valois, sire, is sufficiently illustrious not to have escaped your memory." "Ha!" cried Louis with a shout of laughter. "I know now whom you mean. La Petite Valois, is it not? A countess of something or other?" "De la Motte, sire." "Precisely, de la Motte. Her husband is a gendarme." "Yes, sire." "And his wife is an intrigant. Oh, you need not trouble yourself about her. She is moving heaven and earth. She worries my ministers, she teases my aunts, and overwhelms me with supplications, memorials, and genealogies." "And all this uselessly, sire?" "I must confess it." "Is she, or is she not, a Valois?" "I believe she is." "Well, then, I ask an honorable pension for her, and a regiment for her husband. In fact, a decent position for this branch of the royal family." "An honorable pension? Mon Dieu! How you run on, madame! Do you know what a terrible hole this winter has made in my funds? A regiment for this little gendarme, who speculated in marrying a Valois? Why, I have no regiments to give, even to those who deserve them, or who can pay for them. An income befitting a Valois for these people, when we, monarch as we are, have not one befitting a rich gentleman. Why, Monsieur d'Orléans has sent his horses and mules to England for sale, and has cut off a third of his establishment. I have put down my wolfhounds, and given up many other things. We are all on the privation list, great and small. But these Valois must not die of hunger. Have you not just given them 100 louis? And what is that? A royal gift. Then give such another. Yours will do for us both. No, I want a pension for them. No, I will not bind myself to anything fixed. They will not let me forget them, and I will give when I have money to spare. I do not think much of this little Valois." Saying these words, Louis held out his hand to the queen, who, however, turned from him and said, "No, you are not good to me. and I am angry." "You bear malice," said the king. "And I?" "Oh, you shut the gates against me. You come at 6:30 to my room and force open the door in a passion." "I was not in a passion," said the king. "You are not now, you mean." "What will you give me if I prove that I was not, even when I came in?" "Let me see the proof." "Oh, it is very easy. I have it in my pocket." "Bah!" said the queen, but adding with curiosity, "You have brought something to give me? But I warn you I shall not believe you unless you show it to me at once." Then, with a smile full of kindness, the king began searching in his pockets with that slowness which makes the child doubly impatient for his toy, the animal for his food, and the woman for her present. At last he drew out a box of red morocco leather, artistically ornamented in gold. "A jewel box!" cried the queen. The king laid it on the bed. She opened it impatiently and then called out, "Oh, mon Dieu! How beautiful!" The king smiled with delight. "Do you think so?" said he. The queen could not answer. She was breathless with admiration. Then she drew out of the box a necklace of diamonds, so large, so pure, so glittering, and so even that, with sparkling eyes, she cried again, "Oh, it is magnificent!" "Then you are content?" said the king. "Enchanted, sire. You make me too happy. Really. See this first row. The diamonds are as large as filberts, and so even you could not tell one from the other. Then how beautifully the gradation of the rows is managed. The jeweler who made this necklace is an artist." "They are two." "Then I wager it is Burma and Bosange." "You have guessed right." "Indeed, no one but they would risk making such a thing." "Madame, take care," said the king. "You will have to pay too dear for this necklace." "Oh, sire," cried the queen, all the delight fading from her countenance, "you must pay the price of letting me be the first to put it on." And he approached her, holding in his hands the two ends of the magnificent necklace of which the clasp was one great diamond. She stopped him, saying, "But, sire, is it very dear?" "Have I not told you the price?" "Ah, Louis, we must not jest. Put the necklace back again." "You refuse to allow me to put it on?" "Oh, no, sire. If I were going to wear it—" "What?" said the king, surprised. "No," she said, "no one shall see a necklace of this price round my neck." "You will not wear it?" "Never." "You refuse me?" "I refuse to wear 1,000,000 or 1,500,000 of francs round my neck, for this necklace must cost that." "I do not deny it," said the king. "Then I do refuse to wear such a necklace while the king's coffers are empty, when he is forced to stint his charities and to say to the poor, 'God help you, for I have no more to give.'" "Are you serious in saying this?" "Listen, sire. Monsieur de Sartines told me a short time since that with that sum we could build a ship of the line, and in truth, sire, the king has more need of a ship than the queen of a necklace." "Oh," cried the king joyfully and with his eyes full of tears, "what you do is sublime. Thanks, Antoinette, you are a good wife."
And he threw his arms round her neck and kissed her. "Oh, how France will bless you," continued he, "and it shall hear what you have done." The queen sighed. "You regret," said he. "It is not too late." "No, sire. Shut this case, and return it to the jewelers." "But listen. First, I have arranged the terms of payment, and I have the money." "No, I have decided. I will not have the necklace, but I want something else." "Diable! Then my 1,600,000 francs are gone after all." "What? It would have cost that?" "Indeed it would." "Reassure yourself. What I ask is much cheaper." "What do you wish for?" "To go to Paris once more." "Oh, that is easy enough, and not dear." "But wait." "Diable!" "To the Place Vendôme, to see Monsieur Mesmer." "Diable!" again said the king, but added, "Well, as you have denied yourself the necklace, I suppose I must let you go, but on one condition." "What?" "You must be accompanied by a princess of the blood." "Shall it be Madame de Lamballe?" "Yes, if you like." "I promise." "Then I consent." "Thanks, sire." "And now," said the king, "I shall order my ship of the line, and call it the Queen's Necklace. You shall stand godmother, and then I will send it out to La Perouse." And kissing his wife's hand, he went away quite joyful. End of Chapter 7. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 8 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Queen's Petite Levee. No sooner was the king gone than the queen rose and went to the window. The morning was lovely and had the charming feeling of the commencement of spring, while the sun seemed almost warm. The wind had gone round to the west, and if it remained in that quarter, this terrible winter was probably at an end. The snow was beginning to drip from the trees, under the influence of this genial morning. "If we wish to profit by the ice," cried the queen, "I believe we must make haste, for look, Madame de Misery, the spring seems to have begun. I much wish to make up a party on the Swiss lake, and will go today, for tomorrow it may be too late." "Then at what hour will your Majesty wish to dress?" "Immediately. I will breakfast and then go." "Are there any other orders, madame?" "See if Mademoiselle de Tavernet has risen, and tell her I wish to speak to her." "She is already waiting for you in the boudoir, madame." "Already?" said the queen, who knew at what time she had gone to bed. "She has been there for 20 minutes, madame." "Ask her to come in." Andrea soon entered, dressed with her usual care and smiling, though rather unquiet. The queen's answering smile quite reassured her. "Go, my good Misery, and send me Leonard." When she was gone, "The king has been charming," said the queen to Andrea. "He has laughed and is quite disarmed." "But does he know, madame?" "You understand, Andrea, that a woman does not tell falsehoods when she has done no wrong, and is the Queen of France." "Certainly, madame." "Still, my dear Andrea, it seems we have been wrong." "Doubtless, madame, but how?" "Why, in pitying Madame de la Motte. The king dislikes her, but I confess she pleased me." "Here is Leonard," said Madame de Misery, returning. The queen seated herself before her silver gilt toilet table, and the celebrated hairdresser commenced his operations. She had the most beautiful hair in the world, and was fond of looking at it. Leonard knew this, and therefore with her was always tardy in his movements, that she might have time to admire it. Marie Antoinette was looking beautiful that morning. She was pleased and happy. Her hair finished, she turned again to Andrea.
"You have not been scolded," she said. "You are free. Besides, they say everyone is afraid of you because, like Minerva, you are too wise." "I, madame?" "Yes, you. But, oh, mon Dieu, how happy you are to be unmarried, and above all to be content to be so."
Andrea blushed and tried to smile.
"It is a vow that I have made,"
said she.
"And which you will keep, beautiful Vestal?" "I hope so." "Apropos," said the queen, "I remember that although unmarried you have a master since yesterday morning." "A master, madame?" "Yes, your dear brother. What do you call him? Philippe, is it not?" "Yes, madame." "Has he arrived?" "He came yesterday." "And you have not yet seen him? I took you away to Paris, selfish that I was. It was unpardonable." "Oh, madame, I pardon you willingly, and Philippe also." "Are you sure?" "I answer for both of us." "How is he?" "As usual, beautiful and good, madame." "How old is he now?" 32. "Poor Philippe! Do you know that it is 14 years since I first met him? But I have not seen him now for 9 or 10. Whenever your Majesty pleases to receive him, he will be but too happy to assure you that this long absence has not altered the sentiment of respectful devotion which he has ever felt for his queen." "I will see him at once." "In a quarter of an hour he will be at your Majesty's feet." Scarcely was Andrea gone when the queen saw reflected in the glass an arch and laughing face. "My brother D'Artois," cried the queen, "how you frighten me!" "Good morning, your Majesty," said the young prince. "How did your Majesty pass the night?" "Very badly, brother." "And the morning?" "Very well." "That is the most important. I guessed that all had gone right, for I have just met the king, and he was smiling most graciously." The queen laughed, and he echoed it. The queen had just cast off her dressing gown of India muslin, and put on her morning dress, when the door opened and Andrea entered, leading by the hand a handsome man with a brown complexion, noble black eyes, profoundly imbued with melancholy, and a soldier-like carriage. He looked like one of Coypel's or Gainsborough's beautiful portraits. He was dressed in a dark grey coat, embroidered in silver, a white cravat, and a dark waistcoat, and this rather sombre style of dress seemed to suit the manly character of his beauty. "Your Majesty," said Andrea, "here is my brother." Philip bowed gravely. The queen, who had until now been looking at his figure reflected in her mirror, turned round and saluted him. She was beautiful, with that royal beauty which made all round her not only partisans of the throne, but adorers of the woman. She possessed the power of beauty, and, if we may make use of the inversion, the beauty of power. Philippe, seeing her smile and feeling those limpid eyes, at once soft and proud, fixed upon him, turned pale and could hardly restrain his emotion. "It appears, Monsieur de Tavernet," said she, "that you pay me your first visit. I thank you for it." "Your Majesty deigns to forget that it is I who should give thanks." "How many years have passed since we last met, monsieur? Alas, the most beautiful part of our lives." "For me, madame, but not for your Majesty, to whom all days are alike charming." "You were then pleased with America, Monsieur de Tavernet? as you remained there so long."
"Madame," answered Philippe, "Monsieur de Lafayette, when he left the New World, had need of an officer in whom he could place confidence to take command of the French auxiliaries. He proposed me, therefore, to General Washington, who accepted me."
"It seems," said the queen, "that this new country sends us home many heroes."
"Your Majesty does not mean that for me?" asked Philippe, laughing.
"Why not?" Then turning to the Comte d'Artois, "See, brother," she said, "has not Monsieur de Tavernet the look of a hero?"
Philippe, seeing himself thus introduced to the young prince, bowed low. He returned it and said, "I am most happy to make the acquaintance of such a gentleman. What are your intentions in returning to France, sir?" "Monseigneur," answered Philippe, "my sister is my first consideration. Whatever she wishes, I shall do." "But she has a father, I believe," said the count.
"Never mind him," said the queen quickly. "I prefer Andrea under her brother's protection, and he under yours, Count. You will take charge of Monsieur de Tavernet, will you not?"
The count bowed an assent.
"For, do you know," continued she, "that a very strong link binds me to Monsieur de Tavernet?"
"What do you mean, sister?"
"That he was the first Frenchman who presented himself to my eyes when I arrived in this country, and I have taken a very sincere vow to promote the happiness of the first Frenchman I should meet."
Philippe felt the blood rush to his face, and Andrea looked at him rather sadly. The queen observed these looks of the brother and sister and fancied she divined the cause.
"Why," she thought, "should not Monsieur de Tavernet have partaken the epidemic passion which pervaded all France for the Dauphiness in 1774?
Marie Antoinette therefore attributed these looks to some confidence of this kind, which the brother had made to the sister, and in consequence she smiled still more upon him and redoubled her kindness towards Andrea. The queen was a true woman, and gloried in being loved. It was an innocent coquetry, and the most generous souls have the most strongly these aspirations for the love of all who surround them. Alas, the time is coming for thee, poor queen, when those smiles towards those who love thee, with which thou hast been reproached, thou shalt vainly bestow on those that love thee not." The Comte d'Artois approached Philippe while the queen was talking to Andrea, and said, "Do you think Washington so very great a general?" "Certainly a great man, monseigneur." "And what effect did our French produce out there?" "As much good as the English did harm." "Ha! You are a partisan of the new ideas, my dear Monsieur Philippe de Tavernet. But have you reflected on one thing?" "What, monseigneur?" "I assure you that out there, encamped in the fields and in the savannas on the borders of the Great Lakes, I had plenty of time for reflection." "On this, that in making war out there, it was neither on the Indians nor on the English, but on us." "Ha! Monseigneur, I do not deny that that is possible." "Therefore, I do not admire so much these victories of Monsieur de Lafayette and Washington. It is egotism, perhaps, but it is not egotism for myself alone." "Oh, monseigneur!" "But do you know why I will still support you with all my power?" "Whatever be the reason, I shall be truly grateful." "It is because you are not one of those whose names have been blazoned forth. You have done your duty bravely, but you have not thrust yourself forward. You are not known in Paris." The young prince then kissed the queen's hand, and bowing to Andrea left the room. Then the queen turned again to Philippe, saying, "Have you seen your father, sir?" "No, madame." "Why did you not go to see him first?" "I had sent home my valet and my luggage. but my father sent the servant back again, with orders to present myself first to you or the king."
"It is a lovely morning," said the queen. "Tomorrow the ice will begin to melt. Madame de Misery, order my sledge and send my chocolate in here." "Will your majesty take something to eat? You had no supper last night." "You mistake, my good Misery. We had supper, had we not, Andrea?" "A very good one, madame." "So I will only have my chocolate. Quick, Madame de Misery, this fine weather tempts me, and the Swiss lake will be full of company."
"Your majesty is going to skate?" asked Philippe.
"Oh, you will laugh at us, Monsieur l'Américain, you who have traversed lakes where there are more miles than we have feet here."
"Madame," replied Philippe, "here, you amuse yourself with the cold, but there they die of it."
"Ah, here is my chocolate. Andrea, take a cup with me."
Andrea bowed, coloring with pleasure.
"You see, Monsieur de Tavernet, I am always the same, hating all etiquette as in old times. Do you remember those old days? Are you changed since then, Monsieur Philippe?"
"No, madame," replied the young man. "I am not changed, at least not in heart."
"Well, I am glad to hear that, for it was a good one. A cup for Monsieur de Tavernet, Madame de Misery."
"Oh, madame," cried Philippe, "you cannot mean it. Such an honor for a poor, obscure soldier like me."
"An old friend," said the queen. "This day seems to remind me of my youth. I seem again happy, free, proud, and yet foolish. This day recalls to me that happy time at my dear Trianon, and all our frolics there, Andrea and I together. This day brings back to my memory my roses, my strawberries, and my birds that I was so fond of, all, even to my good gardeners whose happy faces often announced to me a new flower or a delicious fruit. And Monsieur de Jussieu, and that original old Rousseau who is since dead. But come," continued she, herself pouring the chocolate into his cup, "you are a soldier and accustomed to fire, so burn yourself gloriously with this chocolate, for I am in a hurry."
She laughed, but Philippe, taking it seriously, drank it off most heroically. The queen saw him, and laughing still more, said,
"You are indeed a perfect hero, Monsieur de Tavernet."
She then rose, and her woman brought her bonnet, ermine mantle, and gloves. Philippe took his hat under his arm and followed her and Andrea out.
"Monsieur de Tavernet, I do not mean you to leave me," said the queen. "Come round to my right."
They went down the great staircase. The drums were beating, the clarions of the bodyguard were playing, and this whole scene and the enthusiasm everywhere shown towards that beautiful queen, by whose side he was walking, completed the intoxication of the young man. The change was too sudden after so many years of exile and regret to such great joy and honor. End of chapter 8, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 9 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Swiss Lake. Everyone knows this piece of water, which still goes by the same name. An avenue of linden trees skirts each bank, and these avenues were on this day thronged with pedestrians of all ranks and ages who had come to enjoy the sight of the sledges and the skating. The toilets of the ladies presented a brilliant spectacle of luxury and gaiety. Their high coiffures, gay bonnets with the veils half down, fur mantles, and brilliant silks with deep flounces were mingled with the orange or blue coats of the gentlemen. Gay lackeys also, in blue and red, passed among the crowd looking like poppies and cornflowers blown about by the wind. Now and then a cry of admiration burst from the crowd as St. George, the celebrated skater executed some circle so perfect that a mathematician could scarcely have found a fault in it. While the banks of the lake were thus crowded, the ice itself presented a scene not less gay and still more animated. Sledges flew about in all directions. Several dogs, clothed in embroidered velvet and with plumes of feathers on their heads, looking like fabulous animals, drew a sledge in which sat Monsieur de Lauzun, who was wrapped up in a tiger skin. Here you might see a lady masked, doubtless on account of the cold, in some sledge of a quieter character, while a handsome skater in a velvet riding-coat hangs over the back to assist and direct her progress. Whatever they may be saying to each other is quite inaudible amidst this busy hum of voices, but who can blame a rendezvous which takes place in the open air, and under the eyes of all Versailles? And whatever they may be saying matters to no one else. It is evident that in the midst of this crowd their life is an isolated one. They think only of each other. All at once, a general movement in the crowd announces that they have recognized the Queen, who is approaching the lake. A general cry of "Vive la Reine" is heard, and all endeavor to approach as nearly as possible to the place where she has stationed herself. One person alone does not appear to share this feeling, for, on her approach, he disappears with all his suite as fast as possible in the opposite direction. "Do you see," said the Comte d'Artois to the Queen, whom he had hastened to join, "how my brother Provence flies from you? He fears that I should reproach him." "Oh, no, it is not that makes him fly." "It is his conscience, then?" "Not even that, sister." "What then?" "I will tell you. He had just heard that Monsieur de Suffren, our glorious commander, will arrive this evening, and as the news is important, he wishes to leave you in ignorance of it." "But is the Minister of Marine ignorant of this arrival?" "Ha, mon Dieu, sister, have you not learned enough of ministers, during the 14 years you have passed here, as Dauphiness and Queen, to know that they are always ignorant of precisely what they ought to know? However, I have told him about this, and he is deeply grateful." "I should think so," said the Queen. "Yes, and I have need of his gratitude, for I want a loan." "Oh," cried the Queen, laughing, "how disinterested you are!" "Sister," said he, "you must want money. I offer you half of what I am going to receive." "Oh, no, brother, keep it for yourself. I thank you, but I want nothing just now." "Diable! Do not wait too long to claim my promise, because if you do, I may not be in a condition to fulfill it." "In that case, I must endeavor to find out some state secret for myself." "Sister, you begin to look cold." "Well, here is Monsieur de Tavernet returning with my sledge." "Then you do not want me any longer?" "No." "Then send me away, I beg." "Why, do you imagine you will be in my way?" "No, it is I who want my liberty." "Adieu, then." "Au revoir, dear sister." "Till when?" "Till this evening." "Is there anything to take place tonight, then?" "Yes, this evening the minister will bring Monsieur de Suffren to the Jeu du Roi." "Very well, then, till this evening." And the young prince, bowing with his habitual elegance, disappeared among the crowd. Old Tavernet, who was one of the nearest spectators of all this, had been watching his son eagerly, and felt almost chagrined at this conversation between the Queen and her brother-in-law, as it interrupted the familiar intercourse which his son had before been enjoying. Therefore, when the young man returned with the Queen's sledge, and seeing his father, whom he had not met for 10 years, advanced towards him, he motioned him away, saying,
"We will talk afterwards, when you have left the Queen."
Philip therefore returned to the Queen, who was getting into the sledge with Andrea. 2 attendants approached to push it, but she said, "No,
I do not wish to go like that. You skate, Monsieur de Tavernay. Does he not, Andrea?" "Philippe used to skate remarkably well," replied she, "and now I dare say he rivals St. George," said the queen.
"I will do my best to justify your Majesty's opinion," said he, and putting on his skates he placed himself behind her sledge, and they commenced their course. St. George, seeing the queen on the ice, began to execute his most skilful maneuvers, and finished off by going in circles around her sledge, making the most elegant bows each time he passed her. Then Philippe, moved to emulation, began to push along the sledge with such wonderful rapidity that St. George found no little difficulty in keeping pace with it. Several people, however, seeing the queen move at this marvellous rate, uttered cries of terror. "If your Majesty desires," said Philippe, "I will stop, or go slower."
"Oh, no," said she, with that enthusiasm which she carried in everything. "Oh, no, I am not at all afraid. Quicker still, Chevalier, if you can."
"Oh, yes, madame, and you are quite safe. You may trust to me." And his vigorous arm propelled them at a still increased pace. He emulated the circles of St. George, and flew round as fast with the sledge as could even that experienced skater without it. Then, leaving these evolutions, he pushed the sledge straight before him, and with such force that he himself remained behind. St. George, seeing this, made a tremendous effort to gain the sledge before him, but was distanced by Philippe, who once more seized it, turned it, and flew in a new direction. The air now rang with such acclamations that Philippe began to feel ashamed. Then the queen, who had joined the applause with her hands, turned round and said to him,
"And now, Monsieur de Tavernay, that you have gained the victory, stop, I beg, or you will kill me."
End of Chapter 9. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 10 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Tempter. Philippe, at this request of the queen, made a strong effort and stopped the sledge abruptly.
"And now, rest yourself,"
said she, coming out of it all trembling.
"Indeed, I never could have believed the delight of going so fast, but you have made me quite tremble."
And she took Philippe's arm to support herself, until a general murmur reminded her that she was once more committing a breach of etiquette. As for Philippe, overwhelmed by this great honor, he felt more ashamed than if his sovereign had insulted him publicly. He lowered his eyes, and his heart beat as though it would burst. The queen, however, withdrew her arm almost immediately and asked for a seat. They brought her one.
"Thanks, Monsieur de Tavernay,"
said she then in a lower voice.
"Mon Dieu, how disagreeable it is to be always surrounded by spying fools."
A number of ladies and gentlemen soon crowded round her, and all looked with no little curiosity at Philippe, who, to hide his confusion, stooped to take off his skates and then fell into the background. After a short time, however, the queen said,
"I shall take cold if I sit here. I must take another turn."
And she remounted her sledge. Philippe waited, but in vain, for another order. 20 gentlemen soon presented themselves, but she said,
"No, I thank you. I have my attendants."
And she moved slowly off, while Philippe remained alone. He looked about for St. George to console him for his defeat by some compliment, but he had received a message from his patron, the Duc d'Orléans, and had left the place. Philippe, therefore, rather tired and half frightened at all that had passed, remained stationary, following with his eyes the queen's sledge, which was now at some distance, when he felt someone touch him. He turned round and saw his father. The little old man, more shrunk than ever, enveloped in furs like a Laplander, had touched his son with his elbow, that he might not be obliged to take his hand out of the muff that hung from his neck.
"You do not embrace me, my son,"
said he. "My dear father, I do it with all my heart,"
And now, said the old man, go quickly.
And he pushed him away.
Where do you want me to go, sir? Why, morbleu, over there.
Where?
To the Queen.
No, I thank you, father.
How? No, I thank you. Are you mad? You will not go after the Queen?
My dear father, it is impossible.
Impossible to join the Queen. Who is expecting you?
Who is expecting me?
Yes. Who wishes for you?
Wishes for me? Indeed, father, added he coldly. I think you forget yourself.
It is astonishing,
said the old man, stamping his foot.
Where on earth do you spring from?
Monsieur, said his son sadly, you will make me conclude one of two things.
What?
Either that you are laughing at me, or else, excuse me, that you are losing your senses. The old man seized his son by the arm so energetically that he made him start.
Listen, Monsieur Philippe, said he. America is, I know, a country a long way from this, and where there is neither king nor queen.
Nor subjects.
Nor subjects, Monsieur Philosopher. I do not deny it. That point does not interest me. But what does so is that I fear also to have to come to a conclusion.
What, father?
That you are a simpleton, my son. Just trouble yourself to look over there.
Well, sir?
Well, the Queen looks back, and it is the third time she has done so. There, she turns again, and who do you think she is looking for but you, Monsieur Puritan?
Well, sir, said the young man, if it were true, which it probably is not, that the Queen was looking for—
Ah!
interrupted the old man angrily.
This fellow is not of my blood. He cannot be a Tavernet. Sir, I repeat to you that the Queen is looking for you.
You have good sight, sir, said his son dryly.
Come,
said the old man more gently and trying to moderate his impatience.
Trust my experience. Are you, or are you not, a man?
Philippe made no reply. His father ground his teeth with anger to see himself opposed by this steadfast will, but making one more effort.
Philippe, my son,
said he still more gently,
listen to me.
It seems to me, sir, that I have been doing nothing else for the last quarter of an hour.
Oh, thought the old man, I will draw you down from your stilts. I will find out your weak side.
Then aloud,
you have overlooked one thing, Philippe.
What, sir?
When you left for America, there was a king, but no queen. If it were not the Du Barry, hardly a respectable sovereign. You come back and see a queen, and you think you must be very respectful.
Doubtless.
Poor child,
said his father, laughing. How, sir? You blame me for respecting the monarchy? You, a Tavernet Maison Rouge, one of the best names in France.
I do not speak of the monarchy, but only of the Queen.
And you make a difference?
Pardieu, I should think so. What is royalty? A crown that is unapproachable. But what is a queen? A woman. And she, on the contrary, is very approachable.
Philippe made a gesture of disgust.
You do not believe me?
continued the old man almost fiercely.
Well, ask Monsieur de Coigny. Ask Monsieur de Lauzun, or Monsieur de Vaudreuil."
"Silence, father!" cried Philippe, "or for these 3 blasphemies, not being able to strike you 3 blows with my sword, I shall strike them on myself." The old man stepped back, murmuring,
"Mon Dieu, what a stupid animal! Good evening, son. You rejoice me. I thought I was the father, the old man, but now I think it is I who must be the young Apollo, and you the old man."
And he turned away. Philippe stopped him. "You did not speak seriously, did you, father? It is impossible that a gentleman of good blood like you should give ear to these calumnies, spread by the enemies, not only of the queen, but of the throne."
"He will not believe. The double mule,"
said the old man. "You speak to me as you would speak before God?"
"Yes, truly."
"Before God, whom you approach every day?"
"It seems to me, my son," replied he, "that I am a gentleman, and that you may believe my word."
"It is, then, your opinion that the queen has had lovers?"
"Certainly."
"Those whom you have named?"
"And others, for what I know. Ask all the town and the court. One must be just returned from America to be ignorant of all they say."
"And who says this, sir? Some vile pamphleteers?"
"Oh, do you then take me for an editor?"
"No. And there is the mischief. When men like you repeat such calumnies, which without that would melt away like the unwholesome vapors which sometimes obscure the most brilliant sunrise. But people like you, repeating them, giving them a terrible stability. Oh, monsieur, for mercy's sake, do not repeat such things."
"I do repeat them, however."
"And why do you repeat them?" cried Philippe fiercely.
"Ah,"
said the old man with his satanic laugh,
"to prove to you that I was not wrong when I said, 'Philippe, the queen looks back. She is looking for you. Philippe, the queen wishes for you. Run to her.'"
"Oh, father, hold your tongue, or you will drive me mad."
"Really, Philippe, I do not understand you. Is it a crime to love? It shows that one has a heart, and in the eyes of this woman, in her voice, in everything, can you not read her heart? She loves. Is it you, or is it another? I know not, but believe in my own experience. At this moment she loves, or is beginning to love someone. But you are a philosopher, a Puritan, a Quaker, an American. You do not love. Well, then let her look. Let her turn again and again. Despise her, Philippe. I should say Joseph de Tavernet."
The old man hurried away, satisfied with the effect he had produced, and fled like the serpent who was the first tempter into crime. Philippe remained alone, his heart swelling and his blood boiling. He remained fixed in his place for about half an hour, when the queen, having finished her tour, returned to where he stood and called out to him. "You must be rested now, Monsieur de Tavernet. Come, then, for there is no one like you to guide a queen royally." Philippe ran to her, giddy and hardly knowing what he did. He placed his hand on the back of the sledge, but started as though he had burned his fingers. The queen had thrown herself negligently back in the sledge, and the fingers of the young man touched the locks of Marie Antoinette. End of Chapter 10. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 11 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur de Suffren. Contrary to the usual habits of a court, the secret had been faithfully confined to Louis XVI and the Comte d'Artois. No one knew at what time or hour Monsieur de Suffren would arrive. The king had announced his jeu de roi for the evening, and at 7 o'clock he entered with 10 princes and princesses of his family. The queen came holding the Princess Royale, now about 7 years old, by the hand. The assembly was numerous and brilliant. The Comte d'Artois approached the queen and said, "Look around you, madame." "Well?" "What do you see?" The queen looked all around and then said, "I see nothing but happy and friendly faces." "Rather, then, whom do you not see?" "Oh, I understand. I wonder if he is always going to run away from me." "Oh, no, only this is a good joke. Monsieur de Provence has gone to wait at the barrier for Monsieur de Suffren." "Well, I do not see why you laugh at that. He has been the most cunning, after all, and will be the first to receive and pay his compliments to this gentleman." "Come, dear sister," replied the young prince, laughing, "you have a very mean opinion of our diplomacy. Monsieur de Provence has gone to meet him at Fontainebleau, but we have sent someone to meet him at Villejuif, so that my brother will wait by himself at Fontainebleau, while our messenger will conduct Monsieur de Suffren straight to Versailles, without passing through Paris at all." "That is excellently imagined." "It is not bad, I flatter myself, but it is your turn to play." The king had noticed that Monsieur d'Artois was making the queen laugh, and guessing what it was about, gave them a significant glance to show that he shared their amusement. The saloon where they played was full of persons of the highest rank, Monsieur de Condé, Monsieur de Penthièvre, Monsieur de Tremouille, etc. The news of the arrival of Monsieur de Suffren had, as we have said, been kept quiet, but there had been a kind of vague rumor that someone was expected, and all were somewhat preoccupied and watchful. Even the king, who was in the habit of playing 6-franc pieces in order to moderate the play of the court, played gold without thinking of it. The queen, however, to all appearances, entered as usual, eagerly into the game. Philippe, who with his sister was admitted to the party, in vain endeavored to shake from his mind his father's words. He asked himself if indeed this old man, who had seen so much of courts, was not right, and if his own ideas were indeed those of a Puritan, and belonging to another land. This queen, so charming, so beautiful, and so friendly towards him, was she indeed only a terrible coquette, anxious to add one lover more to her list, as the entomologist transfixes a new insect or butterfly, without thinking of the tortures of the poor creature whose heart he is piercing? "Coigny, Vaudreuil," repeated he to himself. "They loved the queen and were loved by her. Oh, why does this calumny haunt me so, or why will not some ray of light discover to me the heart of this woman?" Then Philippe turned his eyes to the other end of the table, where by a strange chance these gentlemen were sitting side by side, and both seeming equally forgetful of and insensible to the queen. And he thought that it was impossible that these men could have loved and be so calm, or that they could have been loved and seem so forgetful. From them he turned to look at Marie Antoinette herself, and interrogated that pure forehead, that haughty mouth and beautiful face, and the answer they all seemed to give him was, calumnies, all calumnies, these rumors originating only in the hates and jealousies of a court. While he was coming to these conclusions, the clock struck 8:15, and at that moment a great noise of footsteps and the sound of many voices were heard on the staircase. The king, hearing it, signed to the queen, and they both rose and broke up the game. She then passed into the great reception hall, and the king followed her. An aide-de-camp of Monsieur de Castries, Minister of Marine, approached the king and said something in a low tone, when Monsieur de Castries himself entered and said aloud,
"Will your majesty receive Monsieur de Suffren, who has arrived from Toulon?"
At this name a general movement took place in the assembly.
"Yes, sir," said the king, "with great pleasure."
And Monsieur de Castries left the room. To explain this interest for Monsieur de Suffren, and why king, queen, princes, and ministers contended who should be the first to receive him, a few words will suffice. Suffren is a name essentially French, like Turenne or Jean Bart. Since the last war with England, Monsieur de Suffren had fought 7 great naval battles without sustaining a defeat. He had taken Trincomalee and Gondelier, scoured the seas, and taught the Nawab Hyder Ali that France was the first power in Europe. He had carried into his profession all the skill of an able diplomatist, all the bravery and all the tactics of a soldier, and all the prudence of a wise ruler. Hardy, indefatigable, and proud when the honor of the French nation was in question, he had harassed the English by land and by sea, till even these fierce islanders were afraid of him. But after the battle, in which he risked his life like the meanest sailor, he ever showed himself humane, generous, and compassionate. He was now about 56 years of age, stout and short, but with an eye of fire and a noble carriage, and, like a man accustomed to surmount all difficulties, he had dressed in his travelling carriage. He wore a blue coat embroidered with gold, a red waistcoat, and blue trousers. All the guards through whom he had passed when he was named to them by Monsieur de Castries had saluted him as they would have done a king.
"Monsieur de Suffren," said the king when he entered, "welcome to Versailles. You bring glory with you."
Monsieur de Suffren bent his knee to the king, who, however, raised him and embraced him cordially, then turning to the queen,
"Madame," said he, "here is Monsieur de Suffren, the victor of Trincomalee and Gondelier, and the terror of the English." "Monsieur," said the queen, "I wish you to know that you have not fired a shot for the glory of France, but my heart has beaten with admiration and gratitude."
When she ceased, the Comte d'Artois approached with his son, the Duc d'Angoulême.
"My son," said he, "you see a hero. Look at him well, for it is a rare sight."
"Monseigneur," replied the young prince, "I have read about the great men in Plutarch, but I could not see them. I thank you for showing me Monsieur de Suffren."
The king now took the arm of Monsieur de Suffren in order to lead him to his study and talk to him of his travels, but he made a respectful resistance.
"Sire," said he, "will your majesty permit me?"
"Oh, whatever you wish, sir."
"Then, sire, one of my officers has committed so grave a fault against discipline that I thought your majesty ought to be sole judge of the offence."
"Oh, Monsieur de Suffren, I had hoped your first request would have been a favor and not a punishment."
"Your majesty, as I have had the honor to say, shall judge what ought to be done. In the last battle, the officer of whom I speak was on board La Sévère."
"Oh, the ship that struck her flag?"
cried the king, frowning.
"Yes, sire, the captain of La Sévère had indeed struck his flag, and already Sir Hugh, the English admiral, had dispatched a boat to take possession of his prize, when the lieutenant in command of the guns of the middle deck, perceiving that the firing above had ceased, and having received orders to stop his own fire, went on deck, saw the flag lowered, and the captain ready to surrender. At this sight, sir, all his French blood revolted. He took the flag which lay there, and seizing a hammer, ordered the men to recommence the fire, while he nailed it to the mast. It was by this action, sire, that La Sévère was preserved to your majesty."
"A splendid action," cried the king and queen simultaneously.
Yes, sire. Yes, madame. But a grave fault against discipline. The order had been given by the captain, and the lieutenant ought to have obeyed. I, however, ask for the pardon of the officer, and the more so as he is my own nephew."
"Your nephew?" cried the king. "And you have never mentioned him?"
"Not to you, sire, but I made my report to the ministers, begging them to say nothing about it until I had obtained his pardon from your majesty."
"It is granted," said the king. "I promise beforehand my protection to all who may violate discipline in such a cause. You must present this officer to me, Monsieur de Suffren." Monsieur de Suffren turned.
"Approach, Monsieur de Charny,"
he said. The queen started at the sound of this name, which she had so recently heard. A young officer advanced from the crowd and presented himself before the king. The queen and Andrea looked anxiously at each other, but Monsieur de Charny bowed before the king, almost without raising his eyes, and after kissing his hand retired again, without seeming to have observed the queen.
"Come now, Monsieur de Suffren," said the king, "and let us converse. I am impatient to hear all your adventures."
But before leaving the room he turned to the queen and said,
"Apropos, madame, I am going to have built, as you know, a ship of 100 guns, and I think of changing the name we had destined for it, and of calling it instead—" "Oh, yes," cried Marie Antoinette, catching his thought, "we will call it Le Suffren, and I will still stand sponsor."
"Vive le roi! Vive la reine!" cried all.
"And vive Monsieur de Suffren!"
added the king, and then left the room with him. End of chapter 11. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 12 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur de Charny. Monsieur de Suffren had requested his nephew to wait his return, and he therefore remained in the group as before. The queen, speaking low to Andrea and glancing towards him, said,
"It is he. There is no doubt." "Mon Dieu! Yes, madame, it is he indeed."
At this moment the door opened, and a gentleman dressed in the robes of a cardinal, and followed by a long train of officers and prelates, entered the room. The queen immediately recognized Monsieur de Rohan, and turned away her head, without taking the trouble to hide the frown which overspread her face. He crossed the room without stopping to speak to anyone, and coming straight up to her, bowed to her more as a man of the world bows to a lady than as a subject to a queen, and then addressed some rather high-flown compliments to her. But she scarcely looked at him, and after murmuring a few cold words in reply, began to talk to Madame de Lamballe. The cardinal did not seem to notice this chilling reception, but bowed again and retired without appearing in the least disconcerted. He then turned to the king's aunts, from whom he met with a reception as cordial as the queen's had been the reverse. The Cardinal Louis de Rohan was a man in the prime of life, and of an imposing figure and noble bearing. His eyes shone with intelligence, his mouth was well cut and handsome, and his hands were beautiful. A premature baldness indicated either a man of pleasure or a studious one, and he was both. He was a man no little sought after by the ladies, and was noted for his magnificent style of living. Indeed, he had found the way to feel himself poor with an income of 1,600,000 francs. The king liked him for his learning, but the queen hated him. The reasons for this hate were twofold. First, when ambassador to Vienna, he had written to Louis XV letters so full of sarcasm on Maria Theresa that her daughter had never forgiven him, and he had also written letters opposing her marriage, which had been read aloud by Louis XV at a supper at Madame du Barry's. The embassy at Vienna had been taken from Monsieur de Breteuil and given to Monsieur de Rohan. The former gentleman, not strong enough to revenge himself alone, had procured copies of these letters, which he had laid before the Dauphiness, thus making her the eternal enemy of Monsieur de Rohan. This hatred rendered the cardinal's position at court not a little uncomfortable. Every time he presented himself before the queen, he met with the same discouraging reception. In spite of this, he neglected no occasion of being near her, for which he had frequent opportunities as he was chaplain to the court, and he never complained of the treatment he received. A circle of friends, among whom the Baron de Planta was the most intimate, helped to console him for these royal rebuffs, not to speak of the ladies of the court, who by no means imitated the severity of the queen towards him. When he was gone, Marie Antoinette recovered her serenity and said to Madame de Lamballe,
"Do you not think that this action of the nephew of Monsieur de Suffren is one of the most remarkable of the war? What is his name, by the by?" "Monsieur de Charny, I believe," replied the princess. "Was it not?" she said, turning to Andrea. "Yes, your highness." "Monsieur de Charny shall describe it to us himself," said the queen. "Is he still here? Let him be sought for."
An officer who stood near hastened to obey her, and immediately returned with Monsieur de Charny, and the circle round the queen made way for him to approach. He was a young man, about 28, tall and well made. His face, animated and yet sweet, took a character of singular energy when he spoke, and dilated his large blue eyes, and he was, strange to say, for one who had been fighting in India, as fair as Philippe was dark. When he had approached the place where the queen sat, with Mademoiselle de Tavernay standing near her, he did not betray his surprise in any way, although it must have been great, in recognizing the ladies of the evening before. He did not look up until she addressed him, saying,
"Monsieur de Charny, these ladies experienced the natural desire which I share with them, to hear from yourself all the details of this action of your ship."
"Madame," replied the young officer, "I beg your majesty to spare me the recital, not from modesty, but from humanity. What I did as lieutenant, a dozen other officers doubtless wished to do, only I was the first to put it in execution, and it is not worthy being made the subject of a narration to your majesty. Besides, the captain of the Sévère is a brave officer who on that day lost his presence of mind. Alas, madame, we all know that the most courageous are not always equally brave. He wanted but 10 minutes to recover himself. My determination not to surrender gave him the breathing time. His natural courage returned to him, and he showed himself the bravest of us all. Therefore, I beg your majesty not to exaggerate the merit of my action, and thereby crush this deserving officer who deplores incessantly the failing of a few moments."
"Right," said the queen, touched by these generous words. "You are a true gentleman, Monsieur de Charny, and such I already know you to be."
The young man colored crimson, and looked almost frightened at Andrea, fearing what the queen's rash generosity might lead her to say.
"For," continued the intrepid queen, "I must tell you all that this is not the first time I have heard of Monsieur de Charny, who deserves to be known and admired by all ladies, and to show you that he is as indulgent to our sex as he is merciless to his enemies, I will relate a little history of him which does him the greatest honor."
"Oh, madame," stammered the young man, who felt as if he would have given a year of his life back to be in the West Indies.
"This, then, is it," continued the queen to her eager listeners. "Two ladies, whom I know, were detained out late and became embarrassed in a crowd. They ran a great risk, a real danger awaited them. Monsieur de Charny happily passed by at the moment. He dispersed the crowd, and although they were unknown to him, and it was impossible to recognize their rank, took them under his protection and escorted them a long way, 10 miles from Paris, I believe."
"Oh, your majesty exaggerates," said Monsieur de Charny, laughing, and now quite reassured. "Well, we will call it 5, said the Count d'Artois, suddenly joining in the conversation.
"Let it be 5, then, brother," said the queen. "But the most admirable part of the story is, that Monsieur de Charny did not seek even to know the names of these ladies whom he had served, but left them at the place where they wished to stop, and went away without even looking back, so that they escaped from his protection without even a moment's disquietude.
All expressed their admiration.
A knight of the Round Table could not have acted better,
Her Majesty went on.
And so, Monsieur de Charny, as the king will doubtless take upon himself to reward Monsieur de Suffren, I, for my part, wish to do something for the nephew of this great man.
As she spoke, she held out her hand to him, and Charny, pale with joy, pressed his lips to this beautiful hand, while Philippe looked on from an obscure corner, pale with an opposite emotion. The voice of Monsieur d'Artois interrupted this scene, saying loudly, "Ah, Provence, you come too late! You have missed a fine sight, the reception of Monsieur de Suffren! Really, it was one that a Frenchman can never forget. How the devil did it happen that you were not here? You who are generally the punctual man par excellence!" Monsieur de Provence bit his lips with vexation, and whispered to Monsieur de Favras, his captain of the guards, "How does it come to pass that he is here?" "Ah, Monseigneur, I have been asking myself that question for the last hour, and have not yet found an answer." End of chapter 12. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 13 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 100 Louis of the Queen. Now, we have introduced the principal characters of this history to our readers, and have taken them both into the Petite Maison of the Comte d'Artois and into the King's Palace at Versailles. We will return to that house in the Rue Saint-Claude, where we saw the Queen enter incognito with Mademoiselle Andrea de Tavernay. We left Madame de la Motte, counting over and delighted with her 50 double louis. Next to the pleasure of having them, she knew no greater than that of displaying them. And having no one else, she called Dame Clotilde, who was still in the antechamber. When she entered, "Come and look here," said her mistress.
"Oh, madame!"
cried the old woman, clasping her hands in astonishment.
"You were uneasy about your wages?"
said the countess.
"Oh, madame, I never said that. I only asked madame if she could pay me, as I had received nothing for 3 months."
"Do you think there is enough here to pay you?"
"Oh, madame, if I had all that, I should be rich for the rest of my life. But in what will madame spend all that?"
"In everything."
"The first thing, I think, madame, will be to furnish the kitchen, for you will have good dinners cooked now."
"Listen," said Madame de la Motte. "Someone knocks."
"I did not hear it,"
said the old woman.
"But I tell you that I did, so go at once."
She hastily gathered up her money and put it into a drawer, murmuring,
"Oh, if Providence will but send me another such a visitor."
Then she heard the steps of a man below, but could not distinguish what he said. Soon, however, the door opened, and Clotilde came in with a letter. The countess examined it attentively, and asked,
"Was this brought by a servant?"
"Yes, madame."
"In livery?"
"No, madame."
"I know these arms, surely," said Jeanne to herself. "Who can it be from? But the letter will soon show for itself." And opening it, she read, "Madame, the person to whom you wrote will see you tomorrow evening, if it be agreeable to you to remain at home for that purpose." And that was all. "I have written to so many people," thought the countess. "Is this a man or a woman? The writing is no guide, nor is the style. It might come from either. Who is it that uses these arms? Oh, I remember now, the arms of the Rohans. Yes, I wrote to Monsieur de Guémené and to Monsieur de Rohan. It is one of them, but the shield is not quartered. It is there for the cardinal. Ah, Monsieur de Rohan, the man of gallantry, the fine gentleman, and the ambitious one. He will come to see Jeanne de la Motte, if it be agreeable to her. Oh, yes, Monsieur de Rohan, it is very agreeable. A charitable lady who gives 100 louis may be received in a garret, freeze in my cold room, and suffer on my hard chair, but a clerical prince, a lady's man, that is quite another thing. We must have luxury to greet him."
Then turning to Clotilde, who was getting her bed ready, she said,
"Be sure to call me early tomorrow morning."
And when she did retire to rest, so absorbed was she in her expectations and plans that it was nearly 3 o'clock before she fell asleep. Nevertheless, she was quite ready when Dame Clotilde called her according to her directions early in the morning, and had finished her toilet by 8 o'clock. Although this day it consisted of an elegant silk dress, and her hair was elaborately dressed. She sent Clotilde for a coach, and ordered the man to drive to the Place Royale, where, under one of these arcades, was the shop of Monsieur Fingret, an upholsterer and decorator, and who had furniture always ready for sale or hire. She entered his immense showrooms, of which the walls were hung with different tapestries, and the ceiling completely hidden by the number of chandeliers and lamps that hung from it. On the ground were furniture, carpets, and cornices of every fashion and description. End of chapter 13. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 14 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur Fingret. Madame de la Motte, looking at all this, began to perceive how much she wanted. She wanted a drawing-room to hold sofas and lounging chairs, a dining-room for tables and sideboards, and a boudoir for Persian curtains, screens, and knickknacks. Above all, she wanted the money to buy all these things. But in Paris, whatever you cannot afford to buy, you can hire. And Madame de la Motte set her heart on a set of furniture covered in yellow silk, with gilt nails, which she thought would be very becoming to her dark complexion. But this furniture she felt sure would never go into her rooms on the 5th story. It would be necessary to hire the 3rd, which was composed of an antechamber, a dining-room, small drawing-room, and bedroom, so that she might, she thought, receive on this 3rd story the visits of the cardinal, and on the 5th those of ladies of charity. That is to say, receive in luxury those who give from ostentation, and in poverty those who only desire to give when it is needed. The Countess, having made all these reflections, turned to where Monsieur Fingret himself stood, with his hat in his hand, waiting for her commands. "Madame," said he in a tone of interrogation, advancing towards her.
"Madame la Comtesse de la Motte Valois,"
said Jeanne. At this high-sounding name, Monsieur Fingret bowed low and said, "But there is nothing in this room worthy Madame la Comtesse's inspection. If Madame will take the trouble to step into the next one, she will see what is new and beautiful." Jeanne colored. All this had seemed so splendid to her, too splendid even to hope to possess it, and this high opinion of Monsieur Fingret's concerning her perplexed her not a little. She regretted that she had not announced herself as a simple bourgeoisie, but it was necessary to speak, so she said,
"I do not wish for new furniture."
"Madame has doubtless some friend's apartments to furnish."
"Just so,"
she replied.
"Will Madame then choose?"
said Monsieur Fingret, who did not care whether he sold new or old, as he gained equally with both.
"This set,"
said Jeanne, pointing to the yellow silk one.
"That is such a small set, Madame."
"Oh, the rooms are small."
"It is nearly new, as Madame may see."
But the price?
800 francs.
The price made the countess tremble, and how was she to confess that a countess was content with second-hand things, and then could not afford to pay 800 francs for them? She therefore thought the best thing was to appear angry, and said, "Who thinks of buying, sir? Who do you think would buy such old things? I only want to hire." Fingret made a grimace. His customer began gradually to lose her value in his eyes. She did not want to buy new things, only to hire old things.
"You wish it for a year?"
he asked. "No, only for a month. It is for someone coming from the country."
"It will be 100 francs a month."
"You jest, surely, monsieur. Why, in 8 months I should have paid the full price of it."
"Granted, Madame la Comtesse."
"Well, is not that too bad?"
"I shall have the expense of doing it up again when you return it."
Madame de Lamotte reflected. 100 francs a month is very dear, certainly. But either I can return it at the end of that time and say it is too dear, or I shall then perhaps be in a situation to buy. "I will take it," she said, "with curtains to match."
"Yes, madame."
"And carpets."
"Here they are."
"What can you give me for another room?"
"These oak chairs, this table with twisted legs, and green damask curtains."
"And for a bedroom?"
"A large and handsome bed, a counterpane of velvet embroidered in rose color and silver, an excellent couch, and blue curtains."
"And for my dressing-room?"
"A toilet table, hung with Mechlin lace, chests of drawers with marqueterie, sofa and chairs of tapestry. The whole came from the bedroom of Madame de Pompadour at Choisy."
"All this for what price?"
"For a month?"
"Yes."
400 francs.
"Come, Monsieur Fingret, do not take me for a grisette who is dazzled by your fine descriptions. Please to reflect that you are asking at the rate of 4,800 francs a year, and for that I can take a whole furnished house. You disgust me with the Place Royale."
"I am very sorry, madame."
"Prove it, then. I will only give half that price." Jeanne pronounced these words with so much authority that the merchant began again to think she might be worth conciliating.
"So be it then, madame."
"And on one condition, Monsieur Fingret."
"What, madame?"
"Let everything be arranged in its proper place by 3 o'clock."
"But consider, madame, it is now 10.
"Can you do it or not?"
"Where must they go?"
"Rue Saint Claude."
"Close by?"
"Precisely."
The upholsterer opened a door and called, "Sylvain, Landry, Remy." 3 men answered to the call. "The carts and the trucks instantly. Remy, you shall take this yellow furniture. Sylvain, you take that for the dining-room. And you, Landry, that for the bedroom. Here is the bill, madame. Shall I receipt it?"
"Here are 6 double louis," she said, "and you can give the change to these men if the order is complete in time." And having given her address, she re-entered her coach. On her return she engaged the 3rd floor, and in a few hours all was in order. The lodgings thus transformed, the windows cleaned, and the fires lighted, Jeanne went again to her toilet, which she made as recherché as possible, and then took a last look at all the delights around her. Nothing had been forgotten there. Gilded branches from the walls for wax lights, and glass lustres on each side of the mirror. Jeanne had also added flowers to complete the embellishment of the paradise in which she intended to receive his eminence. She took care even to leave the door of the bedroom a little open, through which the light of a bright fire gave a glimpse of the luxuries within. All these preparations completed, she seated herself in a chair by the fire, with a book in her hand, listening eagerly to the sound of every carriage that passed. But 9, 10, and 11 o'clock struck, and no one came. Still, she did not despair. It was not too late for a gallant prelate, who had probably been first to some supper and would come to her from there. But at last 12 struck. No one appeared. The lights were burning low, and the old servant, after many lamentations over her new cap, had fallen asleep in her chair. At 12:30, Jeanne rose furious from her chair, looked out of the window for the 100th time, and seeing no one near, undressed herself and went to bed, refusing supper or to answer any of the remarks made to her by Clotilde, and on her sumptuous bed, under her beautiful curtains, she experienced no better rest than she had on the previous night. At last, however, her anger began a little to abate, and she commenced framing excuses for the cardinal. He had so much to occupy him. He must have been detained, and, most potent of all, he had not yet seen her. She would not have been so easily consoled if he had broken the promise of a second visit. End of chapter 14. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 15 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Cardinal de Rohan. The next evening, Jeanne, not discouraged, renewed all her preparations of the night before, and on this occasion she had no time to grow impatient, for at 7 o'clock a carriage drove up to the door, from which a gentleman got out. At the sound of the doorbell, Jeanne's heart beat so loud that you might almost have heard it. However, she composed herself as well as she could, and in a few minutes Clotilde opened the door and announced the person who had written the day before yesterday. "Let him come in," said Jeanne, and the gentleman dressed in silk and velvet and with a lofty carriage entered the room. Jeanne made a step forward and said, "To whom have I the honor of speaking?"
"I am the Cardinal de Rohan," he replied, at which Madame de Lamotte, feigning to be overwhelmed with the honor, courtesied as though he were a king. Then she advanced an armchair for him and placed herself in another. The cardinal laid his hat on the table and, looking at Jeanne, began, "It is then true, mademoiselle?"
"Madame," interrupted Jeanne.
"Pardon me, I forgot."
"My husband is called de Lamotte, monseigneur."
"Oh, yes, a gendarme, is he not?"
"Yes, sir."
"And you, madame, are a Valois?"
"I am, monseigneur."
"A great name," said the cardinal, "but rare, believed extinct."
"Not extinct, sir, since I bear it, and as I have a brother, Baron de Valois."
"Recognized?"
"That has nothing to do with it. Recognized or unrecognized, rich or poor, he is still Baron de Valois."
"Madame, explain to me this descent. It interests me. I love heraldry."
Jeanne repeated all that the reader already knows. The cardinal listened and looked. He did not believe either her story or her merit, but she was poor and pretty.
"So that," he said carelessly when she had finished, "you have really been unfortunate."
"I do not complain, monseigneur."
"Indeed, I had heard a most exaggerated account of the difficulties of your position. This lodging is commodious and well furnished."
"For a grisette, no doubt," replied Jeanne.
"What? Do you call these rooms fit for a grisette?"
I do not think you can call them fit for a princess, replied Jeanne.
And you are a princess?
Said he in an ironical tone. I was born a Valois, monseigneur, as you were a Rohan, said Jeanne, with so much dignity that he felt a little touched by it.
Madame, said he, I forgot that my first words should have been an apology. I wrote to you that I would come yesterday, but I had to go to Versailles to assist at the reception of Monsieur de Suffren.
Monseigneur does me too much honor in remembering me today, and my husband will more than ever regret the exile to which poverty compels him, since it prevents him from sharing this favor with me.
You live alone, madame?
Asked the cardinal. Absolutely alone. I should be out of place in all society but that from which my poverty debars me.
The genealogists do not contest your claim?
No, but what good does it do me?
Madame, continued the cardinal, I shall be glad to know in what I can serve you.
In nothing, monseigneur, she said.
How? In nothing? Pray, be frank.
I cannot be more frank than I am.
You were just complaining now.
Certainly, I complain.
Well, then?
Well, then, monseigneur, I see that you wish to bestow charity on me.
Oh, madame!
Yes, sir, I have taken charity, but I will do so no more. I have borne great humiliation.
Madame, you are wrong. There is no humiliation in misfortune.
Not even with the name I bear? Would you beg, Monsieur de Rohan?
I do not speak of myself,
said he, with an embarrassment mingled with hauteur. Monseigneur, I only know two ways of begging, in a carriage, or at a church door in velvet or in rags. Well, just now I did not expect the honor of this visit. I thought you had forgotten me.
Oh, you knew then that it was I who wrote?
Were not your arms on the seal?
However, you feigned not to know me.
Because you did not do me the honor to announce yourself.
This pride pleases me, said the cardinal.
I had then, continued Jeanne, despairing of seeing you, taken the resolution of throwing off all this flimsy parade, which covers my real poverty, and of going in rags like other mendicants to beg my bread from the passers-by.
You are not at the end of your resources, I trust, madame.
Jeanne did not reply.
You have some property, even if it be mortgaged, some family jewels, this, for example.
And he pointed to a box with which the delicate fingers of the lady had been playing.
A singular box, upon my word. Will you permit me to look? Oh, a portrait?
He continued with a look of great surprise. Do you know the original of this portrait? Asked Jeanne.
It is that of Maria Theresa.
Of Maria Theresa?
Yes, the Empress of Austria.
Really? Cried Jeanne. Are you sure, monseigneur?
Where did you get it?
He asked. From a lady who came the day before yesterday.
To see you?
Yes. The cardinal examined the box with minute attention. There were two ladies, continued Jeanne.
And one of them gave you this box,
said he with evident suspicion. No, she dropped it here. The cardinal remained thoughtful for some time, and then said,
What was the name of this lady? I beg pardon for being inquisitive."
"Indeed, it is a somewhat strange question."
"Indiscreet, perhaps, but not strange."
"Yes, very strange. For if I had known her name, I should have returned it long before this."
"Then you know not who she is?"
"I only know she is the head of some charitable house."
"In Paris?"
"No, in Versailles."
"From Versailles? The head of a charitable house?"
"Monseigneur, I accept charity from ladies. That does not so much humiliate a poor woman. And this lady, who had heard of my wants, left 100 louis on my table when she went away."
100 louis!"
said the cardinal in surprise. Then, fearing to offend, he added,
"I am not astonished, madame, that they should give you such a sum. You merit, on the contrary, all the solicitude of charitable people, and your name makes it a duty to help you. It is only the title of the Sister of Charity that surprised me. They are not in the habit of giving such donations. Could you describe this lady to me?"
"Not easily, sir."
"How so, since she came here?"
"Yes, but she probably did not wish to be recognized, for she hid her face as much as possible in her hood, and was besides enveloped in furs."
"Well, but you saw something?"
"My impressions were that she had blue eyes and a small mouth, though the lips were rather thick."
"Tall or short?"
"Of middle height."
"Her hands?"
"Perfect."
"Her throat?"
"Long and slender."
"Her expression?"
"Severe and noble. But you perhaps know this lady, monseigneur?"
"Why should you think so, madame?"
"From the manner in which you question me. Besides, there is a sympathy between the doers of good works."
"No, madame, I do not know her."
"But, sir, if you had some suspicion—"
"How should I?"
"Oh, from this portrait, perhaps."
"Yes, certainly, the portrait,"
said the cardinal, rather uneasily.
"Well, sir, this portrait you still believe to be that of Maria Theresa?"
"I believe so, certainly."
"Then you think—"
"That you have received a visit from some German lady who has founded one of these houses."
But it was evident that the cardinal doubted, and he was pondering how this box, which he had seen 100 times in the hands of the queen, came into the possession of this woman. Had the queen really been to see her? If she had been, was she indeed unknown to Jeanne? Or, if not, why did she try to hide the knowledge from him? If the queen had really been there, it was no longer a poor woman he had to deal with, but a princess, succored by a queen, who bestowed her gifts in person. Jeanne saw that the cardinal was thoughtful and even suspicious of her. She felt uneasy and knew not what to say. At last, however, he broke the silence by saying,
"And the other lady?"
"Oh, I could see her perfectly. She is tall and beautiful, with a determined expression and a brilliant complexion."
"And the other lady did not name her?"
"Yes, once, but by her Christian name."
"What was it?"
"Andrea."
"Andrea?"
repeated the cardinal with a start. The name put an end to all his doubts. It was known that the queen had gone to Paris on that day with Mademoiselle de Tavernay. It was evident also that Jeanne had no intention of deceiving him. She was telling all she knew. Still, he would try one more proof.
"Countess," he said, one thing astonishes me, that you have not addressed yourself to the king."
"But, sir, I have sent him 20 petitions."
"Without result?"
"Yes."
"Well, then the princes of the blood, Monsieur le Duc d'Orléans, is charitable, and often likes to do what the king refuses."
"I have tried him, equally fruitless."
"That astonishes me."
"Oh, when one is poor and not supported by anyone—"
"There is still the Comte d'Artois. Sometimes dissipated men do more generous actions than charitable ones."
"It is the same story with him."
"But the princesses, the aunts of the king, Madame Elizabeth particularly, would refuse assistance to no one."
"It is true, monseigneur. Her Royal Highness, to whom I wrote, promised to receive me, but I know not why, after having received my husband, I could never get any more notice from her."
"It is strange, certainly,"
said the cardinal. Then, as if the thought had just struck him, he cried,
"Ah, mon Dieu! But we are forgetting the person to whom you should have addressed yourself first of all."
"Whom do you mean?"
"The dispenser of all favours, she who never refuses help where it is deserved. To the queen. Have you seen her?"
"No," answered Jeanne.
"You have never presented your petition to the queen?"
"Never."
"You have not tried to obtain an audience of her?"
"I have tried, but failed."
"Have you tried to throw yourself in her way, that she might remark you?"
"No, monseigneur."
"But that is very strange."
"I have only been twice to Versailles, and then saw but 2 persons there. One was Dr. Louis, who had attended my poor father at the Hôtel Dieu, and the other was Monsieur le Baron de Tavernay, to whom I had an introduction."
"What did Monsieur de Tavernay say to you? He might have brought you to the queen."
"He told me that I was very foolish to bring forward as a claim to the benevolence of the king a relationship which would be sure to displease him, as nobody likes poor relations."
"I recognize the egotistical and rude old baron. Well," continued he, "I will conduct you myself to Versailles, and will open the doors for you."
"Oh, monseigneur, how good you are!"
cried Jeanne, overwhelmed with joy. The cardinal approached her and said,
"It is impossible but that before long all must interest themselves in you."
"Alas, monseigneur,"
said Jeanne with a sigh,
"do you think so?"
"I am sure of it."
"I fear you flatter me,"
she said, looking earnestly at him, for she could hardly believe in his sudden change of manner. He had been so cold and suspicious at first. This look had no small effect on the cardinal. He began to think he had never met a woman prettier or more attractive.
"Ah, ma foi,"
said he to himself, with the eternally scheming spirit of a man used to be diplomacy.
"It would be too extraordinary and too fortunate if I have met at once an honest woman with the attractions of a scheming one, and found in this poverty an able coadjutrix to my desires."
"Monseigneur, the silence you keep every now and then disquiets me."
"Why so, Countess?"
"Because a man like you only fails in politeness to 2 kinds of women."
"Mon Dieu! Countess, you frighten me. What are you about to say?"
And he took her hand.
"I repeat it," said she, "with women that you love too much, or with women whom you do not esteem enough to be polite to."
"Countess, you make me blush. Have I then failed in politeness toward you?"
"Rather so, monseigneur. And yet you cannot love me too much, and I have given you no cause to despise me."
"Oh, Countess, you speak as if you were angry with me."
"No, monseigneur, you have not yet merited my anger."
"And I never will, madame. From this day in which I have had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, my solicitude for you will not cease."
"Oh, sir, do not speak to me of your protection."
"Oh, mon Dieu, I should humiliate myself, not you, in mentioning such a thing."
And he pressed her hand, which he continued to hold to his lips. She tried to withdraw it, but he said,
"Only politeness, madame."
And she let it remain. "To know," said she, "that I shall occupy a place, however small, in the mind of a man so eminent and so busy, would console me for a year."
"Let us hope the consolation will last longer than that, Countess."
"Well, perhaps so, monseigneur. I have confidence in you. Besides, I feel that you are capable of appreciating a mind like mine, adventurous, brave, and pure, in spite of my poverty and of the enemies which my position has made me. Your Eminence will, I am sure, discover all the good that is in me, and be indulgent to all the rest."
"We are, then, warm friends, madame."
And he advanced toward her, but his arms were a little more extended than the occasion required. She avoided him, and said, laughing, "It must be a friendship among three, Cardinal."
"Among three?"
"Doubtless, for there exists in exile a poor gendarme who is called Monsieur de la Motte."
"Oh, Countess, what a deplorably good memory you have!"
"I must speak to you of him, that you may not forget him."
"Do you know why I do not speak of him, Countess?"
"No. Pray, tell me."
"Because he will speak enough for himself. Husbands never let themselves be forgotten. We shall hear that Monsieur le Comte de la Motte found it good or found it bad, that the Cardinal de Rohan came 2, 3, or 4 times a week to visit his wife."
"Ha! But you will come so often, monseigneur."
"Without that, where would be our friendship? 4 times, I should have said 6 or 7.
Jeanne laughed. "I should not indeed wonder in that case if people did talk of it."
"Oh, but we can easily prevent them."
"How?"
"Quite easily. The people know me."
"Certainly, monseigneur."
"But you, they have the misfortune not to know."
"Well?"
"Therefore, if you would—"
"What, sir?"
"Come out instead of me."
"Come to your hotel, monseigneur?"
"You would go to see a minister."
"Oh, a minister is not a man."
"You are adorable, Countess. But I did not speak of my hotel. I have a house."
"Oh, a Petite Mason?"
"No, a house of yours."
"A house of mine, Cardinal? Indeed, I did not know it."
"Tomorrow at 10 o'clock you shall have the address."
The Countess blushed. The Cardinal took her hand again and imprinted another kiss upon it, at once bold, respectful, and tender. They then bowed to each other. "Light Monseigneur down," said the Countess, and he went away. "Well," thought she, "I have made a great step in the world."
"Come,"
said the Cardinal to himself as he drove off.
"I think I have killed 2 birds with 1 stone. This woman has too much talent not to catch the queen, as she has caught me.
End of chapter 15. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 16 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mesmer and St. Martin. The fashionable study in Paris at this time, and that which engrossed most of those who had no business to attend to, was mesmerism, a mysterious science, badly defined by its discoverers, who did not wish to render it too plain to the eyes of the people. Dr. Mesmer, who had given to it his own name, was then in Paris, as we have already heard from Marie Antoinette. This Dr. Mesmer deserves a few words from us, as his name was then in all mouths. He had brought this science from Germany, the land of mysteries, in 1777. He had previously made his debut there, by a theory on the influence of the planets. He had endeavored to establish that these celestial bodies, through the same power by which they attract each other, exercised an influence over living bodies, and particularly over the nervous system, by means of a subtle fluid with which the air is impregnated. But this first theory was too abstract. One must, to understand it, be initiated into all the sciences of Galileo or Newton, and it would have been necessary for this to have become popular that the nobility should have been transformed into a body of savants. He therefore abandoned this system and took up that of the lodestone, which was then attracting great attention, people fancying that this wonderful power was efficacious in curing illnesses. Unhappily for him, however, he found a rival in this already established in Vienna. Therefore, he once more announced that he abandoned mineral magnetism and intended to effect his cures through animal magnetism. This, although a new name, was not in reality a new science. It was as old as the Greeks and Egyptians, and had been preserved in traditions and revived every now and then by the sorcerers of the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, many of whom had paid for their knowledge with their lives. Urbain Grandier was nothing but an animal magnetizer, and Joseph Balsamo we have seen practicing it. Mesmer only condensed this knowledge into a science, and gave it a name. He then communicated his system to the scientific academies of Paris, London, and Berlin. The two first did not answer him, and the third said that he was mad. He came to France, and took out of the hands of Dr. Stork and of the occultist Wenzel a young girl 17 years old, who had a complaint of the liver and gutta sorena, and after 3 months of his treatment restored her health and her sight. This cure convinced many people, and among them a doctor called Deslon, who, from his enemy, became his pupil. From this time his reputation gradually increased. The Academy declared itself against him, but the court for him. At last the government offered him, in the king's name, an income for life of 20,000 francs to give lectures in public, and 10,000 more to instruct 3 persons who should be chosen by them in his system. Mesmer, however, indignant at the royal parsimony, refused, and set out for the spa waters with one of his patients. But while he was gone, Deslon, his pupil, possessor of the secret which he had refused to sell for 30,000 francs a year, opened a public establishment for the treatment of patients. Mesmer was furious, and exhausted himself in complaints and menaces. One of his patients, however, Monsieur de Bergasse, conceived the idea of forming a company. They raised a capital of 340,000 francs, on the condition that the secret should be revealed to the shareholders. It was a fortunate time. The people, having no great public events to interest them, entered eagerly into every new amusement and occupation, and this mysterious theory possessed no little attraction, professing, as it did, to cure invalids, restore mind to the fools, and amuse the wise. Everywhere Mesmer was talked of. What had he done? On whom had he performed these miracles? To what great lord had he restored sight? To what lady, worn out with dissipation, had he renovated the nerves? To what young girl had he shown the future in a magnetic trance? The future. That word of ever-entrancing interest and curiosity. Voltaire was dead. There was no one left to make France laugh except perhaps Beaumarchais, who was still more bitter than his master. Rousseau was dead, and with him the sect of religious philosophers. War had generally occupied strongly the minds of the French people, but now the only war in which they were engaged was in America, where the people fought for what they called independence, and what the French called liberty. And even this distant war in another land, and affecting another people, was on the point of termination. Therefore they felt more interest just now in Monsieur Mesmer, who was near, than in Washington or Lord Cornwallis, who were so far off. Mesmer's only rival in the public interest was St. Martin, the professor of spiritualism, as Mesmer was of materialism, and who professed to cure souls as he did bodies. Imagine an atheist with a religion more attractive than religion itself, a republican full of politeness and interest for kings, a gentleman of the privileged classes, tender and solicitous for the people, endowed with the most startling eloquence, attacking all the received religions of the earth. Imagine Epicurus in white powder, embroidered coat and silk stockings, not content with endeavoring to overturn a religion in which he did not believe, but also attacking all existing governments and promulgating the theory that all men are equal, or to use his own words, that all intelligent beings are kings. Imagine the effect of all this in society as it then was, without fixed principles or steady guides, and how it was all assisting to light the fire with which France not long after began to consume herself. End of chapter 16. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 17 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bucket. We have endeavored to give an idea in the last chapter of the interest and enthusiasm which drew such crowds of the people to see Monsieur Mesmer perform publicly his wonderful experiments. The king, as we know, had given permission to the queen to go and see what all Paris was talking of, accompanied by one of the princesses. It was 2 days after the visit of Monsieur de Rohan to the countess. The weather was fine, and the thaw was complete, and hundreds of sweepers were employed in cleaning away the snow from the streets. The clear blue sky was just beginning to be illumined by its first stars when Madame de la Motte, elegantly dressed and presenting every appearance of opulence, arrived in a coach, which Clotilde had carefully chosen as the best-looking in the Place Vendôme, and stopped before a brilliantly lighted house. It was that of Dr. Mesmer. Numbers of other carriages were waiting at the door, and a crowd of people had collected to see the patients arrive and depart, who seemed to derive much pleasure when they saw some rich invalid, enveloped in furs and satins, carried in by footmen, from the evident proof it afforded that God made men healthy or unhealthy without reference to their purses or their genealogies. A universal murmur would arise when they recognized some duke paralyzed in an arm or leg, or some marshal whose feet refused their office, less in consequence of military fatigues and marches than from halts made with the ladies of the opera or of the Comédie Italienne. Sometimes it was a lady carried in by her servants with drooping head and languid eye, who, weakened by late hours and an irregular life, came to demand from Dr. Mesmer the health she had vainly sought to regain elsewhere. Many of these ladies were as well known as the gentlemen, but a great many escaped the public gaze, especially on this evening, by wearing masks. For there was a ball at the opera that night, and many of them intended to drive straight there when they left the doctor's house. Through this crowd, Madame de la Motte walked erect and firm, also with a mask on, and elicited only the acclamation, "This one does not look ill at all events." Ever since the cardinal's visit, the attention with which he had examined the box and portrait had been on Jeanne's mind, and she could not but feel that all his graciousness commenced after seeing it, and she therefore felt proportionate curiosity to learn more about it. First, she had gone to Versailles to inquire at all the houses of charity about German ladies, but there were there perhaps 150 or 200, and all Jeanne's inquiries about the 2 ladies who had visited her had proved fruitless. In vain she repeated that one of them was called Andrea. No one knew a German lady of that name, which indeed was not German. Baffled in this, she determined to try elsewhere, and having heard much of Monsieur Mesmer and the wonderful secrets revealed through him, determined upon going there. Many were the stories of this kind in circulation. Madame de Rohan had recovered a child who had been lost. Madame de Chanteuse, an English dog, not much bigger than her fist, for which she would have given all the children in the world, and Monsieur de Vaudreuil, a lock of hair which he would have bought back with half his fortune. All these revelations had been made by clairvoyance after the magnetic operations of Dr. Mesmer. Those who came to see him, after traversing the antechambers, were admitted into a large room from which the darkened and hermetically closed windows excluded light and air. In the middle of this room, under a lustre which gave but a feeble light, was a vast, unornamented tank, filled with water impregnated with sulphur, and to the cover of which was fastened an iron ring. Attached to this ring was a long chain, the object of which we shall presently see. All the patients were seated round the room, men and women indiscriminately. Then a valet, taking the chain, wound it round the limbs of the patients, so that they might all feel at the same time the effects of the electricity contained in the tank. They were then directed to touch each other in some way, either by the shoulder, the elbow, or the feet, and each was to take in his hand a bar of iron, which was also connected with the tank, and to place it to the heart, head, or whatever was the seat of the malady. When they were all ready, a soft and pleasing strain of music, executed by invisible performers, was heard. Among the most eager of the crowd, on the evening of which we speak, was a young, distinguished-looking and beautiful woman, with a graceful figure and rather showily dressed, who pressed the iron to her heart with wonderful energy, rolling her beautiful eyes and beginning to show in the trembling of her hands the first effects of the electric fluid. As she constantly threw back her head, resting it on the cushions of her chair, all around could see perfectly her pale but beautiful face and her white throat. Many seemed to look at her with great astonishment, and a general whispering commenced among those who surrounded her. Madame de la Motte was one of the most curious of the party, and of all she saw around her, nothing attracted her attention so much as this young lady, and after gazing earnestly at her for some time, she at last murmured,
"Oh, it is she, there is no doubt. It is the lady who came to see me the other day."
Convinced that she was not mistaken, she advanced toward her, congratulating herself that chance had effected for her what she had so long been vainly trying to accomplish. But at this movement the young lady closed her eyes, contracted her mouth, and began to beat the air feebly with her hands, which hands, however, did not seem to Jeanne the white and beautiful ones she had seen in her room a few days before. The patients now began to grow excited under the influence of the fluid. Men and women began to utter sighs and even cries, moving convulsively their heads, arms, and legs. Then a man suddenly made his appearance. No one had seen him enter. You might have fancied he came out of the tank. He was dressed in a lilac robe and held in his hand a long wand, which he several times dipped into the mysterious tank. Then he made a sign. The doors opened, and 20 robust servants entered, and seizing such of the patients as began to totter on their seats, carried them into an adjoining room. While this was going on, Madame de la Motte heard a man who had approached near the young lady before mentioned, and who was in a perfect paroxysm of excitement, say in a loud voice, "It is surely she!" Jeanne was about to ask him who she was, when her attention was drawn to 2 ladies who were just entering, followed by a man who, though disguised as a bourgeois, had still the appearance of a servant. The tournure of one of these ladies struck Jeanne so forcibly that she made a step toward them, when a cry from the young woman near her startled everyone. The same man whom Jeanne had heard speak before now called out, "But look, gentlemen, it is the Queen!" "The Queen?" cried many voices in surprise.
"The Queen here! The Queen in that state! Impossible!"
"But look," said he again, "do you know the Queen or not?" "Indeed," said many, "the resemblance is incredible."
"Monsieur,"
said Jeanne to the speaker, who was a stout man with quick observant eyes,
Did you say the Queen?
Oh, madame, there is no doubt of it.
And where is she?
Why, that young lady that you see there, on the violet cushions, and in such a state that she cannot moderate her transports, is the Queen.
But on what do you found such an idea, monsieur?
Simply because it is the Queen.
And he left Jeanne to go and spread his news among the rest. She turned from the almost revolting spectacle, and going near the door, found herself face to face with the two ladies she had seen enter. Scarcely had she seen the elder one than she uttered a cry of surprise.
"What is the matter?"
asked the lady. Jeanne took off her mask and asked,
"Do you recognize me, madame?"
The lady made, but quickly suppressed, a movement of surprise, and said,
"No, madame." "Well, madame, I recognize you, and will give you a proof."
And she drew the box from her pocket, saying,
"You left this at my house." "But supposing this to be true, what makes you so agitated?" "I am agitated by the danger that your Majesty is incurring here." "Explain yourself." "Not before you have put on this mask."
And she offered hers to the Queen, who, however, did not take it.
"I beg your Majesty, there is not an instant to lose."
The Queen put on the mask.
"And now, pray, come away,"
added Jeanne.
"But why?" said the Queen. "Your Majesty has not been seen by anyone." "I believe not." "So much the better."
The Queen mechanically moved to the door and said again,
"Will you explain yourself?" "Will not your Majesty believe your humble servant for the present, that you were running a great risk?" "But what risk?" "I will have the honor to tell your Majesty whenever you will grant me an hour's audience, but it would take too long now."
And seeing that the Queen looked displeased,
"Pray, madame," said she, turning to the Princess Lambaya, "join your petitions to mine that the Queen should leave this place immediately." "I think we had better, madame," said the princess. "Well, then, I will," answered the Queen. Then turning to Madame de Lamotte, "You ask for an audience?" she said. "I beg for that honor, that I may explain this conduct to your Majesty." "Well, bring this box with you, and you shall be admitted. Laurent, the porter, shall have orders to do so."
Then, going into the street, she called in German,
"Kommen Sie da, Weber."
A carriage immediately drove up. They got in, and were immediately out of sight. When they were gone, Madame de Lamotte said to herself,
"I have done right in this. For the rest I must consider."
End of chapter 17. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 18 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mademoiselle Olivia. During this time, the man who had pointed out the fictitious queen to the people touched on the shoulder another man who stood near him in a shabby dress, and said,
"For you, who are a journalist, here is a fine subject for an article."
"How so?" replied the man.
"Shall I tell you?"
"Certainly."
"The danger of being governed by a king who is governed by a queen who indulges in such paroxysms as these."
The journalist laughed. "But the Bastille," he said.
"Pooh, nonsense! I do not mean you to write it out plainly. Who can interfere with you if you relate the history of Prince Silou and the Princess Antoinette, Queen of Narfek? What do you say to that?"
"It is an admirable idea," said the journalist.
"And I do not doubt that a pamphlet called The Paroxysms of the Princess Antoinette at the house of the Fakir Remzem would have a great success."
"I believe it also."
"Then go and do it."
The journalist pressed the hand of the unknown.
Shall I send you some copies, sir? I will with pleasure if you will give me your name.
Certainly. The idea pleases me. What is the usual circulation of your journal?
2,000.
Then do me a favor. Take these 50 louis and publish 6,000.
Oh, sir, you overwhelm me. May I not know the name of such a generous patron of literature?
You shall know when I call for 1,000 copies at 2 francs each, are they not? Will they be ready in a week?
I will work night and day, monsieur.
Let it be amusing.
I shall make all Paris die with laughing, except one person.
Who will weep over it? Apropos, date the publication from London.
Sir, I am your humble servant.
And the journalist took his leave with his 50 louis in his pocket, highly delighted. The unknown again turned to look at the young woman, who had now subsided into a state of exhaustion and looked beautiful as she lay there. Really, he said to himself, the resemblance is frightful. God had his motives in creating it, and has no doubt condemned her to whom the resemblance is so strong. While he made these reflections, she rose slowly from the midst of the cushions, assisting herself with the arm of an attendant, and began to arrange her somewhat disordered toilet, and then traversed the rooms, confronting boldly the looks of the people. She was somewhat astonished, however, when she found herself saluted with deep and respectful bows by a group which had already been assembled by the indefatigable stranger, who kept whispering, "Never mind, gentlemen, never mind, she is still the Queen of France. Let us salute her." She next entered the courtyard, and looked about for a coach or chair, but seeing none, was about to set off on foot, when a footman approached and said, "Shall I call Madame's carriage?" "I have none," she replied.
"Madame came in a coach?"
"Yes."
"From the Rue Dauphine?"
"Yes."
"I will take Madame home."
"Do so, then," said she, although somewhat surprised at the offer. The man made a sign, and a carriage drove up. He opened the door for her, then said to the coachman, "To the Rue Dauphine." They set off, and the young woman, who much approved of this mode of transit, regretted she had not further to go. They soon stopped, however. The footman handed her out and immediately drove off again. "Really," said she to herself, "this is an agreeable adventure. It is very gallant of Monsieur Mesmer. Oh, I am very tired, and he must have foreseen that. He is a great doctor." Saying these words, she mounted to the second story and knocked at a door, which was quickly opened by an old woman. "Is supper ready, mother?"
"Yes, and growing cold."
"Has he come?"
"No, not yet, but the gentleman has."
"What gentleman?"
"He who was to speak to you this evening."
"To me?"
"Yes."
This colloquy took place in a kind of antechamber opening into her rooms, which was furnished with old curtains of yellow silk, chairs of green Utrecht velvet, not very new, and an old yellow sofa. She opened the door, and going in saw a man seated on the sofa whom she did not know in the least, although we do, for it was the same man whom we have seen taking so much interest in her at Mesmer's. She had not time to question him, for he began immediately. "I know all that you are going to ask, and will tell you without asking. You are Mademoiselle Olivia, are you not?" "Yes, sir." "A charming person, highly nervous, and much taken by the system of Monsieur Mesmer." "I have just left there." "All this, however, your beautiful eyes are saying plainly, does not explain what brings me here." "You are right, sir." "Will you not do me the favor to sit down? Or I shall be obliged to get up also, and that is an uncomfortable way of talking." "Really, sir, you have very extraordinary manners." "Mademoiselle,
I saw you just now at Monsieur Mesmer's, and found you to be all I could wish. Sir, do not alarm yourself, mademoiselle. I do not tell you that I found you charming. That would seem like a declaration of love, and I have no such intention. I know that you are accustomed to have yourself called beautiful, but I, who also think so, have other things to talk to you about.
Really, sir, the manner in which you speak to me—
Do not get angry before you have heard me. Is there anyone that can overhear us?
No, sir, no one, but still—
Then, if no one can hear us, we can converse at our ease. What do you say to a little partnership between us?
Really, sir—
Do not misunderstand. I do not say liaison. I say partnership. I am not talking of love, but of business.
What kind of business?
Said Oliva, with growing curiosity. What do you do all day?
Why, I do nothing, or at least as little as possible.
You have no occupation? So much the better. Do you like walking?
Very much.
To see sights and go to balls?
Excessively.
To live well?
Above all things.
If I gave you 25 louis a month, would you refuse me?
Sir!
My dear Mademoiselle Olivia, now you are beginning to doubt me again, and it was agreed that you were to listen quietly. I will say 50 louis if you like.
I like 50 louis better than 25, but what I like better than either is to be able to choose my own lover.
Morbleu! But I have already told you that I do not desire to be your lover. Set your mind at ease about that.
Then what am I to do to earn my 50 louis?
You must receive me at your house, and always be glad to see me. Walk out with me whenever I desire it, and come to me whenever I send for you.
But I have a lover, sir.
Well, dismiss him.
Oh, Beausire cannot be sent away like that.
I will help you.
No, I love him.
Oh,
a little.
That is just a little too much.
I cannot help it.
Then he may stop.
You are very obliging.
Well, but do my conditions suit you?
Yes, if you have told me all.
I believe I have said all I wish to say now.
On your honor?
On my honor.
Very well.
Then that is settled, and here is the first month in advance. He held out the money, and as she still seemed to hesitate a little, slipped it himself into her pocket. Scarcely had he done so when a knock at the door made Oliva run to the window.
"Good God!" she cried. "Escape quickly! Here he is!"
"Who?"
"Beausire, my lover. Be quick, sir!"
"Nonsense!"
"He will half murder you."
"Bah!"
"Do you hear how he knocks?"
"Well, open the door." And he sat down again on the sofa, saying to himself, "I must see this fellow, and judge what he is like." The knocks became louder and mingled with oaths.
"Go, mother, and open the door,"
cried Oliva.
"As for you, sir, if any harm happens to you, it is your own fault."
End of chapter 18, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 19 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Monsieur Beausire. Oliva ran to meet a man who came in swearing furiously and in a frightful passion.
"Come, Beausire,"
said she, apparently not at all frightened. let me alone!"
cried he, shaking her off brutally.
"Ha! I see it was because there is a man here that the door was not opened!"
And as the visitor remained perfectly still, he advanced furiously towards him, saying,
"Will you answer me, sir?"
"What do you want to know, my dear Monsieur Beausire?"
"What are you doing here, and who are you?"
"I am a very quiet man, and was simply talking to Madame." "That was all," said Olivia.
"Will you hold your tongue?"
bawled Beausire. "Now," said the visitor, "do not be so rude to Madame, who has done nothing to deserve it. And if you are in a bad temper—"
"Yes, I am."
"He must have lost at cards," murmured Olivia.
"I am cleaned out, mort de diable!"
cried Beausire.
"But you, sir, will do me the favor to leave this room."
"But, Monsieur Beausire—"
"Diable! If you do not go immediately, it will be the worse for you."
"You did not tell me, mademoiselle, that he was troubled with these fits. Good heavens, what ferocity!" Beausire, exasperated, drew his sword and roared,
"If you do not move, I will pin you to the sofa."
"Really, it is impossible to be more disagreeable," said the visitor, also drawing a small sword, which they had not before seen. Olivia uttered piercing shrieks. "Oh, mademoiselle, pray be quiet," said he, "or two things will happen. First, you will stun Monsieur Beausire, and he will get killed. Secondly, the watch will come up and carry you straight off to St. Lazare." Olivia ceased her cries. The scene that ensued was curious. Beausire, furious with rage, was making wild and unskilful passes at his adversary, who, still seated on the sofa, parried them with the utmost ease, laughing immoderately all the time. Beausire began to grow tired and also frightened, for he felt that if this man, who was now content to stand on the defensive, were to attack him in his turn, he should be done for in a moment. Suddenly, however, by a skilful movement, the stranger sent Beausire's sword flying across the room. It went through an open window and fell into the street. "Oh, Monsieur Beausire," said he, "you should take more care. If your sword falls on anyone, it will kill him." Beausire ran down at his utmost speed to fetch his sword, and meanwhile Olivia, seizing the hand of the victor, said, "Oh, sir, you are very brave, but as soon as you are gone, Beausire will beat me." "Then I will remain." "Oh, no. When he beats me, I beat him in return, and I always get the best of it, because I am not obliged to take any care. So, if you would but go, sir." "But, my dear, if I go now, I shall meet Monsieur Beausire on the stairs. Probably the combat will recommence, and as I shall not feel inclined to stand on the staircase, I shall have to kill Monsieur Beausire." "Mon Dieu, it is true." "Well, then, to avoid that, I will remain here." "No, sir, I entreat. Go up to the next story, and as soon as he returns to this room, I will lock the door and take the key, and you can walk away while we fight it out." "You are a charming girl. Au revoir." "Till when?" "Tonight, if you please." "Tonight? Are you mad?" "Not at all, but there is a ball at the opera tonight." "But it is now midnight." "That does not matter." "I should want a domino." "Beausire will fetch it when you have beaten him." "You are right," said Olivia, laughing. "And here are 10 louis to buy it with." "Adieu, and thanks." And she pushed him out, saying, "Quick, he is coming back." "But if by chance he should beat you, how will you let me know?" She reflected a moment. "You have a servant?" "Yes." "Send him here, and let him wait under the window till I let a note fall." I will. Adieu." And he went upstairs. Oliva drowned the sound of his footsteps by calling loudly to Beausire, "Are you coming back, madman?" For he did not seem in much hurry to re-encounter his formidable adversary. At last, however, he came up. Oliva was standing outside the door. She pushed him in, locked it, and put the key in her pocket. Before the stranger left the house, he heard the noise of the combat begin, and both voices loud and furious. "There is no doubt," said he to himself, "that this woman knows how to take care of herself." His carriage was waiting for him at the corner of the street, but before getting in he spoke to the footman, who thereupon stationed himself within view of Mademoiselle Oliva's windows. End of chapter 19, recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 20 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Gold. We must now return to the interior of the room. Beausire was much surprised to see Oliva lock the door, and still more so not to see his adversary. He began to feel triumphant, for if he was hiding from him, he must, he thought, be afraid of him. He therefore began to search for him, but Oliva talked so loud and fast that he advanced towards her to try and stop her, but was received with a box on the ear, which he returned in kind. Oliva replied by throwing a china vase at his head, and his answer was a blow with a cane. She, furious, flew at him and seized him by the throat, and he, trying to free himself, tore her dress. Then, with a cry, she pushed him from her with such force that he fell in the middle of the room. He began to get tired of this, so he said, without commencing another attack, "You are a wicked creature. You ruin me."
"On the contrary, it is you who ruin me."
"Oh, I ruin her, she who has nothing."
"Say that I have nothing now. Say that you have eaten and drank and played away all that I had."
"You reproach me with my poverty."
"Yes, for it comes from your vices."
"Do not talk of vices. It only remained for you to take a lover."
"And what do you call all those wretches who sit by you in the tennis court, where you play?"
"I play to live."
"And nicely you succeed. We should die of hunger from your industry."
"And you, with yours, are obliged to cry if you get your dress torn, because you have nothing to buy another with."
"I do better than you at all events." And putting her hand in her pocket, she drew out some gold and threw it across the room. When Beausire saw this, he remained stupefied.
"Louis!"
cried he at last. She took out some more and threw them in his face.
"Oh!"
cried he,
"Oliva has become rich."
"This is what my industry brings in," said she, pushing him with her foot as he kneeled down to pick up the gold.
16, 17, 18,
counted he joyfully. "Miserable wretch," said Oliva.
19, 20, 21, 22.
"Coward!"
23, 24, 25.
"Infamous wretch!" He got up.
"And so, mademoiselle, you have been saving money when you kept me without necessaries. You let me go about in an old hat, darned stockings, and patched clothes while you had all this money. Where does it come from? From the sale of my things?"
"Scoundrel!" murmured Oliva, looking at him with contempt.
"But I pardon your avarice,"
continued he. "You would have killed me just now," said Oliva.
"Then I should have been right. Now I should be wrong to do it."
"Why, if you please?"
"Because now you contribute to our menage."
You are a base wretch.
My little Oliver!
Give me back my money.
Oh, my darling!
If you do not, I will pass your own sword through your body.
Oliver!
Will you give it?
Oh, you would not take it away.
Huh, coward! You beg, you solicit for the fruits of my bad conduct. That is what they call a man. I have always despised you.
I gave to you when I could, Nicole.
Do not call me Nicole.
Pardon, then, Oliver. But is it not true?
Fine presents, certainly. Some silver buckles, 6 louis d'or, 2 silk dresses, and 3 embroidered handkerchiefs.
It is a great deal for a soldier.
Hold your tongue. The buckles you stole from someone else, the louis d'or you borrowed and never returned, the silk dresses.
Oliver! Oliver!
Give me back my money.
What shall I give you instead?
Double the quantity.
Well,
said the rogue gravely,
I will go to the Rue de Beausire and play with it, and bring you back not the double, but the quintuple.
And he made 2 steps to the door. She caught him by the coat.
There,
said he.
You have torn my coat.
Never mind. You shall have a new one.
That will be 6 louis, Oliver. Luckily, at the Rue de Beausire they are not particular about dress.
Oliver seized hold of the other tail and tore it right off. Beausire became furious.
Mort de tout le diable!
Cried he.
You will make me kill you at last. You are tearing me to bits. Now I cannot go out.
On the contrary, you must go out immediately.
Without a coat?
Put on your greatcoat.
It is all in holes.
Then do not put it on, but you must go out.
I will not.
She took out of her pocket another handful of gold and put it into his hands. Beausire kneeled at her feet and cried,
Order, and I will obey.
Go quickly to the Capuchin, Rue de Seine, where they sell dominoes for the bal masque, and buy me 1 complete, mask and all.
Good.
And 1 for yourself. Black, but mine white, and I only give you 20 minutes to do it in.
Are we going to the ball?
Yes, if you are obedient.
Oh, always.
Go then, and show your zeal.
I run, but the money?
You have 25 louis that you picked up.
Oh, Oliver, I thought you meant to give me those.
You shall have more another time, but if I give you them now, you will stop and play.
She is right,
said he to himself.
That is just what I intended to do.
And he set off. As soon as he was gone, Oliver wrote rapidly these words.
The piece is signed, and the ball decided on. At 2 o'clock we shall be at the opera. I shall wear a white domino with a blue ribbon on my left shoulder.
Then, rolling this round a bit of the broken vase, she went to the window and threw it out. The valet picked it up and made off immediately. In less than half an hour, Monsieur Beausire returned, followed by 2 men, bringing at the cost of 18 louis 2 beautiful dominoes, such as were only turned out at the Capuchin, makers to Her Majesty and the Maids of Honor. End of chapter 20. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 21 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. La Petite Maison. We left Madame de la Motte at Monsieur Mesmer's door, watching the Queen's carriage as it drove off. Then she went home, for she also intended to put on a domino and indulge herself by going to the opera. But a contretemps awaited her. A man was waiting at her door with a note from the Cardinal de Rohan. She opened it and read as follows.
Madame la Comtesse, you have doubtless not forgotten that we have business together. Even if you have a short memory, I never forget what has pleased me. I shall have the honor to wait for you where my messenger will conduct you, if you please to come.
Jeanne, although rather vexed, immediately re-entered the coach and told the footman to get on the box with the coachman. 10 minutes sufficed to bring her to the entrance of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, where, in a hollow and completely hidden by great trees, was one of those pretty houses built in the time of Louis XV, with all the taste of the 16th, with the comfort of the 18th century.
"Oh, a petite maison," said she to herself. "It is very natural on the part of Monsieur de Rohan, but very humiliating for Valois. But patience."
She was led from room to room till she came to a small dining room, fitted up with exquisite taste. There she found the cardinal waiting for her. He was looking over some pamphlets, but rose immediately on seeing her.
"Ah, here you are. Thanks, Madame la Comtesse."
And he approached to kiss her hand, but she drew back with a reproachful and indignant air.
"What is the matter, madame?"
he asked.
"You are doubtless not accustomed, monseigneur, to receive such a greeting from the women whom your eminence is in the habit of summoning here."
"Oh, madame!"
"We are in your petite maison, are we not, sir?"
continued she, looking disdainfully around her.
"But, madame—"
"I had hoped that your eminence would have deigned to remember in what rank I was born. I had hoped that you would have been pleased to consider that if God has made me poor, he has at least left me the pride of my race."
Come, Countess, I took you for a woman of intellect."
"You call a woman of intellect, it appears, monseigneur, everyone who is indifferent to and laughs at everything, even dishonor. To these women, pardon me, your eminence, I have been in the habit of giving a different name."
"No, Countess, you deceive yourself. I call a woman of intellect one who listens when you speak to her, and does not speak before having listened."
"I listen, then."
"I had to speak to you of serious matters, Countess."
"Therefore you receive me in a dining-room?"
"Why, would you have preferred my receiving you in a boudoir?"
"The distinction is nice," said she.
"I think so, Countess."
"Then I am simply to sup with you?"
"Nothing else."
"I trust your eminence is persuaded that I feel the honor as I ought?"
"You are quizzing, Countess."
"No, I only laugh. Would you rather I were angry? You are difficult to please, monseigneur."
"Oh, you are charming when you laugh, and I ask nothing better than to see you always doing so, but at this moment you are not laughing. Oh, no, there is anger in that smile which shows your beautiful teeth."
"Not the least in the world, monseigneur."
"That is good."
"And I hope you will sup well."
"I shall sup well. And you?"
"Oh, I am not hungry."
"How, madame! You refuse to sup with me! You send me away!"
"I do not understand you, monseigneur."
"Listen, dear Countess, if you were less in a passion, I would tell you that it is useless to behave like this. You are always equally charming, but as at each compliment I fear to be dismissed, I abstain."
"You fear to be dismissed? Really, I beg pardon of your eminence, but you become unintelligible."
"It is, however, quite clear what I say. The other day, when I came to see you, you complained that you were lodged unsuitably to your rank. I thought, therefore, that to restore you to your proper place would be like restoring air to the bird whom the experimenter has placed under his air pump. Consequently, beautiful Countess, that you might receive me with pleasure, and that I, on my part, might visit you without compromising either you or myself."
He stopped and looked at her. "Well?" she said.
"I hoped that you would deign to accept this small residence. You observe, I do not call it Petite Maison."
"Accept? You give me this house, monseigneur?" said Jeanne, her heart beating with eagerness.
"A very small gift, Countess, but if I had offered you more, you would have refused."
"Oh, monseigneur, it is impossible for me to accept this."
"Impossible? Why? Do not say that word to me, for I do not believe in it. This house belongs to you. The keys are here on this silver plate. Do you find out another humiliation in this?"
"No, but—"
"Then accept."
"Monseigneur, I have told you."
"How, madame? You write to the ministers for a pension? You accept 100 louis from an unknown lady?"
"Oh, monseigneur, it is different."
"Come, I have waited for you in your dining-room. I have not yet seen the boudoir, nor the drawing-room, nor the bedrooms, for I suppose there are all these."
"Oh, monseigneur, forgive me. You force me to confess that you, the most delicate of men—" and she blushed with the pleasure she had been so long restraining, but checking herself, she sat down and said, "Now, will your eminence give me my supper?" The cardinal took off his cloak and sat down also. Supper was served in a few minutes. Jeanne put on her mask before the servants came in.
"It is I who ought to wear a mask," said the cardinal, "for you are at home, among your own people."
Jeanne laughed, but did not take hers off. In spite of her pleasure and surprise, she made a good supper. The cardinal was a man of much talent, and from his great knowledge of the world and of women, he was a man difficult to contend with, and he thought that this country girl, full of pretension, but who in spite of her pride could not conceal her greediness, would be an easy conquest, worth undertaking on account of her beauty, and of a something piquant about her, very pleasing to a man blasé like him. He therefore never took pains to be much on his guard with her, and she, more cunning than he thought, saw through his opinion of her and tried to strengthen it by playing the provincial coquette and appearing silly, that her adversary might be in reality weak in his overconfidence. The cardinal thought her completely dazzled by the present he had made her, and so indeed she was, but he forgot that he himself was below the mark of the ambition of a woman like Jeanne.
"Come,"
said he, pouring out for her a glass of Cyprus wine.
"As you have signed your contract with me, you will not be unfriendly any more, Countess."
"Oh, no."
"You will receive me here sometimes without repugnance?"
"I shall never be so ungrateful as to forget whose house this really is."
"Not mine."
"Oh, yes, monseigneur."
"Do not contradict me. I advise you, or I shall begin to impose conditions."
"You take care on your part."
"Of what?"
"Why, I am at home here, you know, and if your conditions are unreasonable, I shall call my servants—" The cardinal laughed. "Ha! You laugh, sir. You think if I call, they will not come?"
"Oh, you quite mistake, Countess. I am nothing here, only your guest. Apropos,"
continued he, as if it had just entered his head,
"have you heard anything more of the ladies who came to see you?"
"The ladies of the portrait?" said Jeanne, who, now knowing the queen, saw through the artifice.
"Yes, the ladies of the portrait."
Monseigneur, you know them as well and even better than I do, I feel sure.
Oh, Countess, you do me wrong. Did you not express a wish to learn who they were?
Certainly. It is natural to desire to know your benefactors.
Well, if I knew, I should have told you.
Monsieur le Cardinal, you do know them.
No.
If you repeat that no, I shall have to call you a liar.
I shall know how to avenge that insult.
How?
With a kiss.
You know the portrait of Maria Theresa?
Certainly, but what of that?
That, having recognized this portrait, you must have had some suspicion of the person to whom it belonged.
And why?
Because it was natural to think that the portrait of a mother would only be in the hands of her daughter.
The Queen!
Cried the cardinal with so truthful a tone of surprise that it duped even Jeanne.
Do you really think the Queen came to see you?
And you did not suspect it?
Mon Dieu! No! How should I, who speak to you, am neither son, daughter, nor even relation of Maria Theresa. Yet I have a portrait of her about me at this moment. Look,
said he, and he drew out a snuff-box and showed it to her.
Therefore, you see that if I, who am in no way related to the imperial house, carry about such a portrait, another might do the same, and yet be a stranger.
Jeanne was silent. She had nothing to answer.
Then it is your opinion,
he went on,
that you have had a visit from the Queen, Marie Antoinette?
The Queen and another lady.
Madame de Polignac?
I do not know.
Perhaps Madame de Lamballe?
A young lady, very beautiful and very serious.
Oh, perhaps Mademoiselle de Tavernay?
It is possible. I do not know her.
Well, if Her Majesty has really come to visit you, you are sure of her protection. It is a great step toward your fortune.
I believe it, Monseigneur.
And Her Majesty was generous to you?
She gave me 100 louis.
And she is not rich, particularly now.
That doubles my gratitude.
Did she show much interest in you?
Very great.
Then all goes well,
said the prelate.
There only remains one thing now, to penetrate to Versailles.
The countess smiled.
Ah, Countess, it is not so easy.
She smiled again, more significantly than before.
Really, you Provençals, said he, doubt nothing, because you have seen Versailles with the doors open and stairs to go up. You think anyone may open these doors and ascend these stairs. Have you seen the monsters of brass, of marble, and of lead which adorn the park and the terraces?
Yes.
Griffins, gorgons, ghouls, and other ferocious beasts. Well, you will find 10 times as many and more wicked living animals between you and the favor of sovereigns.
Your Eminence will aid me to pass through the ranks of these monsters?
I will try, but it will be difficult. And if you pronounce my name, if you discover your talisman, it will lose all its power.
Happily, then, I am guarded by the immediate protection of the Queen, and I shall enter Versailles with a good key.
What key, Countess?
"Ha! Monsieur le Cardinal, that is my secret. Or rather, it is not, for if it were mine, I should feel bound to tell it to my generous protector."
"There is, then, an obstacle, Countess?"
"Alas! Yes, monseigneur. It is not my secret, and I must keep it. Let it suffice you to know that tomorrow I shall go to Versailles, that I shall be received, and I have every reason to hope, well received."
The cardinal looked at her with wonder.
"Ha, Countess," said he, laughing, "I shall see if you will get in."
"You will push your curiosity so far as to follow me?"
"Exactly."
"Very well."
"Really, Countess, you are a living enigma."
"One of those monsters who inhabit Versailles?"
"Oh, you believe me a man of taste, do you not?"
"Certainly, monseigneur."
"Well, here I am at your knees, and I take your hand and kiss it. Should I do that if I thought you a monster?"
"I beg you, sir, to remember," said Jeanne coldly, "that I am neither a grisette nor an opera girl, that I am my own mistress, feeling myself the equal of any man in this kingdom. Therefore I shall take freely and spontaneously, when it shall please me, the man who will have gained my affections. Therefore, monseigneur, respect me a little, and in me the nobility to which we both belong."
The cardinal rose.
"I see," said he. "You wish me to love you, seriously."
"I do not say that, but I wish to be able to love you. When that day comes, if it does come, you will easily find it out, believe me. If you do not, I will let you know it, for I feel young enough and attractive enough not to mind making the first advances, nor to fear a repulse."
"Countess, if it depends upon me, you shall love me."
"We shall see."
"You have already a friendship for me, have you not?"
"More than that."
"Oh, then we are at least halfway, and you are a woman that I should adore if—"
He stopped and sighed.
"Well," said she, "if—"
"If you would permit it."
"Perhaps I shall, when I shall be independent of your assistance, and you can no longer suspect that I encourage you from interested motives."
"Then you forbid me to pay my court now?"
"Not at all, but there are other ways besides kneeling and kissing hands."
"Well, Countess, let us hear. What will you permit?"
"All that is compatible with my tastes and duties."
"Oh, that is vague indeed."
"Stop. I was going to add my caprices."
"I am lost."
"You draw back?"
"No,"
said the cardinal,
"I do not."
"Well, then I want a proof."
"Speak."
"I want to go to the ball at the opera."
"Well, Countess, that only concerns yourself. Are you not free as air to go where you wish?"
"Ah, but you have not heard all. I want you to go with me."
"I? To the opera, Countess?"
said he with a start of horror.
"See already how much your desire to please me is worth."
"A cardinal cannot go to a ball at the opera, Countess. It is as if I proposed to you to go to a public house."
"Then a cardinal does not dance, I suppose?"
"Oh, no."
"But I have read that Monsieur le Cardinal de Richelieu danced a sarabande."
"Yes, before Anne of Austria."
"Before a queen?"
repeated Jeanne.
perhaps you would do as much for a queen?"
The cardinal could not help blushing, dissembler as he was.
"It is not natural," she continued, "that I should feel hurt when, after all your protestations, you will not do as much for me as you would for a queen, especially when I only ask you to go concealed in a domino and a mask. Besides, a man like you who may do anything with impunity."
The cardinal yielded to her flattery and her blandishments. Taking her hand, he said,
"For you I will do anything, even the impossible."
"Thanks, monseigneur. You really are amiable. But now you have consented, I will let you off."
"No, no. He who does the work can alone claim the reward. Countess, I will attend you, but in a domino."
"We shall pass through the Rue Saint-Denis, close to the Opera," said the Countess. "I will go in masked, buy a domino and a mask for you, and you can put them on in the carriage."
"That will do delightfully."
"Oh, monseigneur, you are very good. But now I think of it, perhaps at the Hotel Rohan you might find a domino more to your taste than the one I should buy."
"Now, Countess, that is unpardonable malice. Believe me, if I go to the opera, I shall be as surprised to find myself there as you were to find yourself supping tete-a-tete with a man not your husband."
Jeanne had nothing to reply to this. Soon a carriage without arms drove up. They both got in and drove off at a rapid pace. End of chapter 21. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 22 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Some words about the opera. The opera, that temple of pleasure at Paris, was burned in the month of June 1781. 20 persons had perished in the ruins, and as it was the second time within 18 years that this had happened, it created a prejudice against the place where it then stood in the Palais Royal, and the king had ordered its removal to a less central spot. The place chosen was Le Port Saint-Martin. The king, vexed to see Paris deprived for so long of its opera, became as sorrowful as if the arrivals of grain had ceased, or bread had risen to more than 7 sous the quartern loaf. It was melancholy to see the nobility, the army, and the citizens without their after-dinner amusement, and to see the promenades thronged with the unemployed divinities, from the chorus singers to the prima donnas. An architect was then introduced to the king, full of new plans, who promised so perfect a ventilation that even in case of fire no one could be smothered. He would make 8 doors for exit, besides 5 large windows placed so low that anyone could jump out of them. In the place of that beautiful hall of Miraut, he was to erect a building with 96 feet of frontage toward the boulevard, ornamented with 80 caryatides on pillars forming 3 entrance doors, a bas-relief above the capitals, and a gallery with 3 windows. The stage was to be 36 feet wide, the theatre 72 feet deep and 80 across from one wall to the other. He asked only 75 days and nights before he opened it to the public. This appeared to all a mere gasconade, and was much laughed at. The king, however, concluded the agreement with him. Lenoir set to work and kept his word. But the public feared that a building so quickly erected could not be safe, and when it opened, no one would go. Even the few courageous ones who did go to the first representation of Adèle de Ponthieu made their wills first. The architect was in despair. He came to the king to consult him as to what was to be done. It was just after the birth of the Dauphine. All Paris was full of joy. The king advised him to announce a gratuitous performance in honor of the event, and give a ball after. Doubtless plenty would come, and if the theatre stood, its safety was established. "Thanks, sire," said the architect.
"But reflect first," said the king. "If there be a crowd, are you sure of your building?"
"Sire, I am sure, and shall go there myself."
I will go to the second representation," said the king. The architect followed this advice. They played Adele de Ponthieu to 3,000 spectators who afterwards danced. After this there could be no more fear. It was 3 years afterwards that Madame de la Motte and the cardinal went to the ball. End of chapter 22. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 23 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ball at the Opera. The ball was at its height when they glided in quietly, and were soon lost in the crowd. A couple had taken refuge from the pressure under the Queen's box. One of them wore a white domino and the other a black one. They were talking with great animation.
"I tell you, Olivia," said the black domino, "that I am sure you are expecting someone. Your head is no longer a head, but a weathercock, and turns round to look after every newcomer."
"Well, is it astonishing that I should look at the people, when that is what I came here for?"
"Oh, that is what you came for?"
"Well, sir, and for what do people generally come?"
"1,000 things."
"Men, perhaps, but women only for one, to see and be seen by as many people as possible."
"Mademoiselle Olivia."
"Oh, do not speak in that big voice. It does so frighten me, and, above all, do not call me by name. It is bad taste to let everyone here know who you are."
The black domino made an angry gesture. It was interrupted by a blue domino who approached them. "Come, monsieur," said he, "let Madame amuse herself. It is not every night one comes to a ball at the opera."
"Meddle with your own affairs,"
replied Beausire rudely. "Monsieur, learn once for all that a little courtesy is never out of place."
"I do not know you,"
he replied,
"and do not want to have anything to do with you."
"No, you do not know me, but I know you, Monsieur Beausire." At hearing his name thus pronounced, Beausire visibly trembled. "Oh, do not be afraid, Monsieur Beausire. I am not what you take me for."
"Pardieu, sir, do you guess thoughts as well as names?"
"Why not?"
"Then tell me what I thought. I have never seen a sorcerer, and should find it amusing."
"Oh, what you ask is not difficult enough to entitle me to that name."
"Never mind. Tell."
"Well, then, you took me for an agent of Monsieur de Crosnay."
"Monsieur de Crosnay?"
he repeated. "Yes, the lieutenant of police."
"Sir!"
"Softly, Monsieur Beausire. You really look as if you were feeling for your sword."
"And so I was, sir."
"Good heavens! What a warlike disposition! But I think, dear Monsieur Beausire, you left your sword at home, and you did well. But to speak of something else, will you relinquish to me Madame for a time?"
"Give you up, Madame?"
"Yes, sir. That is not uncommon, I believe, at a ball at the opera."
"Certainly not. When it suits the gentleman."
"It suffices sometimes that it should please the lady."
"Do you ask it for a long time?"
"Really, Monsieur Beausire, you are too curious. Perhaps for 10 minutes, perhaps for an hour, perhaps for all the evening."
"You are laughing at me, sir."
"Come, reply. Will you or not?"
"No, sir."
Come. Do not be ill-tempered, you who were so gentle just now."
"Just now?"
"Yes, at the Rue Dauphine." Oliva laughed.
"Hold your tongue, madame,"
said Beausire. "Yes," continued the blue domino, "where you were on the point of killing this poor lady, but stopped at the sight of some louis."
"Oh, I see. You and she have an understanding together."
"How can you say such a thing?"
cried Oliva. "And if it were so," said the stranger, "it is all for your benefit."
"For my benefit? That would be curious."
"I will prove to you that your presence here is as hurtful as your absence would be profitable. You are a member of a certain academy, not the Académie Française, but in the Rue de Pot-au-Fer, in the second story, is it not, my dear Monsieur Beausire?"
"Hush!"
said Beausire. The blue domino drew out his watch, which was studded with diamonds that made Beausire's eyes water to look at them. "Well," continued he, "in a quarter of an hour they are going to discuss their little project, by which they hope to secure 2,000,000 francs among the 12 members, of whom you are one, Monsieur Beausire."
"And you must be another, if you are not—"
"Pray, go on."
"A member of the police."
"Ha! Monsieur Beausire, I thought you had more sense. If I were of the police, I should have taken you long ago, for some little affairs less honorable than this speculation."
"So, sir, you wish to send me to the Rue de Pot-au-Fer? But I know why. That I may be arrested there. I am not such a fool."
"Now, you are one. If I wanted to arrest you, I had only to do it, and I am rid of you at once. But gentleness and persuasion are my maxims."
"Oh, I know now," said Beausire. "You are the man that was on the sofa 2 hours ago."
"What sofa?"
"Never mind. You have induced me to go, and if you are sending a gallant man into harm, you will pay for it some day."
"Be tranquil," said the blue domino, laughing. "By sending you there, I give you 100,000 francs at least, for you know the rule of this society is that whoever is absent loses his share."
"Well, then, goodbye,"
said Beausire, and vanished. The blue domino took possession of Oliva's arm, left at liberty by Beausire. "Now," said she, "I have let you manage poor Beausire at your ease, but I warn you, you will find me not so easy to talk over. Therefore, find something pretty to say to me, or—" "I know nothing prettier than your own history, dear Mademoiselle Nicole," said he, pressing the pretty round arm of the little woman, who uttered a cry at hearing herself so addressed, but recovering herself with marvelous quickness, said, "Oh, mon Dieu, what a name! Is it I whom you call Nicole? If so, you are wrong, for that is not my name. At present I know that you call yourself Oliva, but we will talk afterwards of Oliva. At present I want to speak of Nicole. Have you forgotten the time when you bore that name? I do not believe it, my dear child, for the name that one bears as a young girl is ever the one enshrined in the heart, although one may have been forced to take another to hide the first. Poor Oliva. Happy Nicole!" "Why do you say poor Oliva? Do you not think me happy?" "It would be difficult to be happy with a man like Beausire." Oliva sighed and said, "Indeed, I am not." "You love him, however?" "A little." "If you do not love him much, leave him." "No." "Why not?" "Because I should no sooner have done so than I should regret it." "Do you think so?" "I am afraid I should." "What could you have to regret in a drunkard, a gambler, a man who beats you, and a blackleg who will one day come to the gallows?" "You would not understand me if I told you." "Try." "I should regret the excitement he keeps me in." "I ought to have guessed it. That comes of passing your youth with such silent people." "You know about my youth?" "Perfectly." Oliva laughed and shook her head. "You doubt it." "Really, I do."
Then we will talk a little about it, Mademoiselle Nicole.
Very well, but I warn you, I will tell nothing.
I do not wish it. I do not mean your childhood. I begin from the time when you first perceived that you had a heart capable of love.
Love for whom?
For Gilbert. At this name, Oliva trembled.
Ah, mon Dieu! She cried. How do you know?
Then, with a sigh, said,
Oh, sir, you have pronounced the name indeed fertile in remembrances. You knew Gilbert?
Yes, since I speak to you of him.
Alas!
A charming lad, upon my word. You loved him?
He was handsome. No, perhaps not, but I thought him so. He was full of mind, my equal in birth, but Gilbert thought no woman his equal.
Not even Mademoiselle de
Oh, I know whom you mean, sir. You are well instructed. Yes, Gilbert loved higher than the poor Nicole. You are possessed of terrible secrets, sir. Tell me if you can, she continued, looking earnestly at him. What has become of him?
You should know best.
Why, in heaven's name?
Because if he followed you from Tavernay to Paris, you followed him from Paris to Trianon.
Yes, that is true, but that is 10 years ago, and I wish to know what had passed since the time I ran away and since he disappeared. When Gilbert loved Mademoiselle de—
Do not pronounce names aloud, said he.
Well, then, when he loved her so much that each tree at Trianon was witness to his love.
You loved him no more.
On the contrary, I loved him more than ever, and this love was my ruin. I am beautiful, proud, and, when I please, insolent, and would lay my head on the scaffold rather than confess myself despised.
You have a heart, Nicole.
I had then, she said, sighing.
This conversation makes you sad.
No, it does me good to speak of my youth, but tell me, why Gilbert fled from Trianon?
Do you wish me to confirm a suspicion, or to tell you something you do not know?
Something I do not know.
Well, I cannot tell you this. Have you not heard that he is dead?
Yes, I have. But—
Well, he is dead.
Dead,
said Nicole with an air of doubt. Then, with a sudden start,
Grant me one favor, she cried.
As many as you like.
I saw you 2 hours ago, for it was you, was it not?
Certainly.
You did not then try to disguise yourself?
Not at all.
But I was stupid. I saw you, but I did not observe you.
I do not understand.
Do you know what I want?
No.
Take off your mask.
Here? Impossible.
Oh, you cannot fear other people seeing you. Here, behind this column, you will be quite hidden. You fear that I should recognize you.
You?
And that I should cry, It is you! It is Gilbert!
What folly!
Take off your mask.
Yes, on one condition, that you will take off yours if I ask it.
Agreed. The unknown took off his immediately. Oliva looked earnestly at him, then sighed and said,
Alas, no, it is not Gilbert.
And who am I?
Oh, I do not care, as you are not he.
And if it had been Gilbert, said he as he put on his mask again.
If it had been, cried she passionately, and he had said to me, Nicole, do you remember Tavernet, Maison Rouge? Then there would have been no longer a Beausire in the world for me.
But I have told you, my dear child, that Gilbert is dead.
Perhaps then it is for the best,
said Oliva with a sigh. Yes, he would never have loved you, beautiful as you are.
Do you then think he despised me?
No. He rather feared you.
That is possible.
Then you think it better he is dead?
Do not repeat my words. In your mouth they wound me.
But it is better for Mademoiselle Olivia. You observe I abandon Nicole and speak to Olivia. You have before you a future, happy, rich, and brilliant.
Do you think so?
Yes, if you make up your mind to do anything to arrive at this end.
I promise you.
But you must give up sighing, as you were doing just now.
Very well. I sighed for Gilbert, and as he is dead, and there are not two Gilberts in the world, I shall sigh no more. But enough of him.
Yes, we will speak of yourself. Why did you run away with Beausire?
Because I wished to quit Trianon, and I was obliged to go with someone. I could no longer remain a pis-aller, rejected by Gilbert.
You have, then, been faithful for 10 years, through pride? You have paid dearly for it. Oliva laughed. Oh, I know what you are laughing at. To hear a man who pretends to know everything accuse you of having been 10 years faithful when you have not rendered yourself worthy of such a ridiculous reproach. However, I know all about you. I know that you went to Portugal with Beausire, where you remained 2 years, that you then left him and went to the Indies with the captain of a frigate, who hid you in his cabin and who left you at Chandernagore when he returned to Europe. I know that you had 2 millions of rupees to spend in the house of a nabob, who kept you shut up, that you escaped through the window on the shoulders of a slave. Then, rich, for you had carried away 2 beautiful pearl bracelets, 2 diamonds, and 3 large rubies, you came back to France. When landing at Brest, your evil genius made you encounter Beausire on the quay, who recognized you immediately, bronzed and altered as you were, while you almost fainted at the sight of him.
Oh, mon Dieu!
Cried Oliva.
Who are you, then, who know all this?
I know further that Beausire carried you off again, persuaded you that he loved you, sold your jewels and reduced you to poverty. Still, you say you love him, and as love is the root of all happiness, of course, you ought to be happy. Oliva hung her head and covered her eyes with her hands, but 2 large tears might be seen forcing their way through her fingers, liquid pearls, more precious though not so marketable as those Beausire had sold.
And this woman,
at last she said,
whom you describe as so proud and so happy, you have bought today for 50 louis.
I am aware it is too little, mademoiselle.
No, sir. On the contrary, I am surprised that a woman like me should be worth so much.
You are worth more than that, as I will show you. But just now I want all your attention.
Then I will be silent.
No, talk. On the contrary of anything, it does not matter what, so that we seem occupied.
You are very odd.
Take hold of my arm, and let us walk. They walked on among the various groups. In a minute or two, Oliva asked a question. "Talk as much as you like, only don't ask questions at present," said her companion, "for I cannot answer now. Only, as you speak, disguise your voice, hold your head up, and scratch your neck with your fan." She obeyed. In a minute they passed a highly perfumed group in the centre of which a very elegant-looking man was talking fast to three companions who were listening respectfully.
"Who is that young man in that beautiful grey domino?"
asked Oliva. "Monsieur le Comte d'Artois, but pray do not speak just now." At this moment, two other dominoes passed them and stood in a place near, which was rather free from people. "Lean on this pillar, Countess," said one of them in a low voice, but which was overheard by the blue domino, who started at its sound. Then a yellow domino, passing through the crowd, came up to the blue one and said, "It is he." "Very good," replied the other, and the yellow domino vanished. "Now then," said Oliva's companion, turning to her, "we will begin to enjoy ourselves a little."
"I hope so, for you have twice made me sad, first by taking away Beausire, and then by speaking of Gilbert."
"I will be both Gilbert and Beausire to you," said the unknown. "Oh," sighed Oliva, "I do not ask you to love me, remember. I only ask you to accept the life I offer you, that is, the accomplishment of all your desires, provided occasionally you give way to mine. Just now, I have one."
"What?"
"That black domino that you see there is a German of my acquaintance, who refused to come to the ball with me, saying he was not well. And now he is here, and a lady with him."
"Who is she?"
"I don't know. We will approach them. I will pretend that you are a German, and you must not speak for fear of being found out. Now, pretend to point him out to me with the end of your fan."
"Like that?"
"Yes, very well. Now whisper to me." Oliva obeyed with a docility which charmed her companion. The black domino, who had his back turned to them, did not see all this, but his companion did.
"Take care, monseigneur," said she. "There are two masks watching us."
"Oh, do not be afraid, Countess. They cannot recognize us. Do not mind them, but let me assure you that never form was so enchanting as yours, never eyes so brilliant, never—"
"Hush! The spies approach."
"Spies?" said the cardinal uneasily. "Disguise your voice if they make you speak, and I will do the same."
Oliva and her blue domino indeed approached. He came up to the cardinal and said, "Mask?"
"What do you want?"
said the cardinal in a voice as unlike his natural one as he could make it. "The lady who accompanies me desires me to ask you some questions."
"Ask,"
said Monsieur de Rohan.
"Are they very indiscreet?"
said Madame de Lamotte. "So indiscreet that you shall not hear them." And he pretended to whisper to Oliva, who made a sign in answer. Then, in irreproachable German, he said to the cardinal, "Monseigneur, are you in love with the lady who accompanies you?" The cardinal trembled.
"Did you say Monseigneur?" he asked.
"Yes."
"You deceive yourself. I am not the person you think."
"Oh, Monsieur le Cardinal, do not deny it. It is useless. If even I did not know you, the lady who accompanies me assures me she knows you perfectly." And he again whispered to Oliva, "Make a sign for yes. Do so each time I press your arm." She did so.
"You astonish me," said the cardinal. "Who is this lady?"
"Oh, monseigneur, I thought you would have known. She soon knew you. It is true that jealousy—"
"Madame is jealous of me?"
cried the cardinal. "We do not say that," replied the unknown rather haughtily.
"What are you talking about?"
asked Madame de Lamotte, who did not like this conversation in German.
"Oh, nothing, nothing." "Madame," said the cardinal to Oliva, "one word from you, and I promise to recognize you instantly."
Oliva, who saw him speaking to her but did not understand a word, whispered to her companion. All this mystery piqued the cardinal.
"One single German word," he said, "could not much compromise Madame."
The blue domino again pretended to take her orders, and then said, "Monsieur le Cardinal, these are the words of Madame, he whose thoughts are not ever on the alert, he whose imagination does not perpetually suggest the presence of the loved one, does not love, however much he may pretend it." The cardinal appeared struck with these words. All his attitude expressed surprise, respect, and devotion.
"It is impossible,"
he murmured in French.
"What is impossible?"
asked Madame de Lamotte, who seized eagerly on these few words she could understand.
"Nothing, Madame, nothing."
"Really, Cardinal, you are making me play but a sorry part,"
said she, withdrawing her arm angrily. He did not even seem to notice it, so great was his preoccupation with the German lady.
"Madame," said he to her, "these words that your companion has repeated to me in your name are some German lines which I read in a house which is perhaps known to you."
The blue domino pressed Oliva's arm, who thereupon bowed in assent.
"That house," said the cardinal hesitatingly, "is it not called Schönbrunn?"
She again made a gesture of assent.
"They were written on a table of cherry wood, with a gold bodkin by an august hand."
"Yes," bowed Oliva again. The cardinal stopped. He tottered and leaned against the pillar for support. Madame de Lamotte stood by watching this strange scene. Then the cardinal, touching the blue domino, said,
"This is the conclusion of the quotation. But he who sees everywhere the loved object, who recognizes her by a flower, by a perfume, through the thickest veils, he can still be silent, his voice in his heart, and if one other understands him, he is happy."
"Oh, they are speaking German here," said a young voice from an approaching group. "Let us listen. Do you speak German, Marshal?"
"No, Monseigneur."
"You, Charny?"
"Yes, your Highness."
"Here is Monsieur le Comte d'Artois,"
said Oliva softly to her companion. A crowd followed them, and many were passing round. "Take care, gentlemen," said the blue domino.
"Monsieur,"
replied the prince, "the people are pushing us." At this moment some invisible hand pulled Oliva's hood from behind, and her mask fell. She replaced it as quickly as possible with a half-terrified cry, which was echoed by one of affected disquiet from her companion. Several others around looked no little bewildered. The cardinal nearly fainted, and Madame de Lamotte supported him. The pressure of the crowd separated the Comte d'Artois and his party from them. Then the blue domino approached the cardinal and said, "This is indeed an irreparable misfortune. This lady's honor is at your mercy."
"Oh, monsieur,"
murmured the cardinal, who was much agitated. "Let us go quickly," said the blue domino to Oliva, and they moved away.
"Now I know," said Madame de Lamotte to herself. "What the cardinal meant was impossible. He took this woman for the queen, but what an effect it has had on him."
"Would you like to leave the ball?"
asked Monsieur de Rohan in a feeble voice.
"As you please, Monseigneur,"
replied Jeanne.
"I do not find much interest here. Do you?"
"None at all."
They pushed their way through the crowd. The cardinal, who was tall, looked all around him to try and see again the vision which had disappeared, but blue, white, and grey dominoes were everywhere, and he could distinguish no one. They had been some time in the carriage, and he had not yet spoken to Jeanne. End of chapter 23. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 24 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Examination. At last Jeanne said, "Where is this carriage taking me to, Cardinal?"
"Back to your own house, Countess."
"My house? In the Faubourg?"
"Yes, Countess. A very small house to contain so many charms."
They soon stopped. Jeanne alighted, and he was preparing to follow her, but she stopped him and said, "It is very late, Cardinal."
"Adieu, then,"
said he, and he drove away, absorbed with the scene at the ball. Jeanne entered alone into her new house. 6 lackeys waited for her in the hall, and she looked at them as calmly as though she had been used to it all her life. "Where are my femmes de chambre?" said she. One of the men advanced respectfully. 2 women wait for Madame in her room." "Call them." The valet obeyed. "Where do you usually sleep?" said Jeanne to them when they entered. "We have no place as yet," said one of them. "We can sleep wherever Madame pleases." "Where are the keys?" "Here, Madame." "Well, for this night you shall sleep out of the house." The women looked at her in surprise. "You have some place to go to?" said Jeanne. "Certainly, Madame, but it is late. Still, if Madame wishes—" "And these men can accompany you," she continued, dismissing the valets also, who seemed rather pleased. "When shall we return?" asked one of them. "Tomorrow at noon." They seemed more astonished than ever, but Jeanne looked so imperious that they did not speak. "Is there anyone else here?" she asked. "No one, Madame. It is impossible for Madame to remain like this. Surely you must have someone here." "I want no one." "The house might take fire. Madame might be ill." "Go, all of you," said Jeanne, "and take this," added she, giving them money from her purse. They all thanked her and disappeared, saying to each other that they had found a strange mistress. Jeanne then locked the doors and said triumphantly, "Now I am alone here, in my own house." She now commenced an examination, admiring each thing individually. The ground floor contained a bathroom, dining room, 3 drawing rooms, and 2 morning rooms. The furniture of these rooms was handsome, though not new. It pleased Jeanne better than if it had been furnished expressly for her. All the rich antiques disdained by fashionable ladies, the marvellous pieces of carved ebony, the glass lustres, the Gothic clocks, the chef-d'oeuvre of carving and enamel, the screens with embroidered Chinese figures and the immense vases, threw Jeanne into indescribable raptures. Here on a chimney-piece 2 gilded tritons were bearing branches of coral, upon which were hung jewelled fruits. In another place, on a gilded console table, was an enormous elephant, with sapphires hanging from his ears, supporting a tower filled with little bottles of scent. Books in gilt bindings were on rosewood shelves. One room was hung with Gobelin tapestry, and furnished in grey and gold. Another, panelled in paintings by Vernet. The small rooms contained pictures. The whole was evidently the collection of years. Jeanne examined it all with delight. Then, as her domino was inconvenient, she went into a room to put on a dressing gown of wadded silk, and secure of meeting no one, she wandered from room to room, continuing her examination, till at last, her light nearly exhausted, she returned to her bedroom, which was hung with embroidered blue satin. She had seen everything, and admired everything. There only remained herself to be admired, and she thought, as she undressed before the long mirror, that she was not the object least worthy of admiration in the place. At last, wearied out with pleasurable excitement, she went to bed and soon sank to sleep. End of chapter 24. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 25 of The Queen's Necklace by Alexandre Dumas, translated by Henry L. Williams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Academy of Monsieur Beausire. Beausire had followed the advice of the Blue Domino and repaired to the place of meeting in the Rue de Pot-au-Fer. He was frightened by the apparent exclusion which his companions had seemed to meditate in not communicating their plans to him, and he knew none of them to be particularly scrupulous. He had acquired the reputation among them of a man to be feared. It was not wonderful, as he had been a soldier and worn a uniform. He knew how to draw a sword, and he had a habit of looking very fierce at the slightest word that displeased him, all things which appear rather terrifying to those of doubtful courage, especially when they have reason to shun the eclat of a duel and the curiosity of the police. Beausire consented, therefore, on revenging himself by frightening them a little. It was a long way, but Beausire had money in his pocket, so he took a coach, promised the driver an extra franc to go fast, and to make up for the absence of his sword he assumed as fierce a look as he could on entering the room. It was a large hall full of tables at which were seated about 20 players, drinking beer or syrups and smiling now and then on some highly rouged women who sat near them. They were playing faro at the principal table, but the stakes were low and the excitement small in proportion. On the entrance of the domino, all the women smiled on him, half in raillery and half in coquetry, for Monsieur Beausire was a favourite among them. However, he advanced in silence to the table without noticing anyone. One of the players, who was a good-humoured-looking fellow, said to him, "Corbleu, chevalier, you come from the ball looking out of sorts." "Is your domino uncomfortable?" said another. "No, it is not my domino," replied Beausire gruffly. "Ah," said the banker, "he has been unfaithful to us. He has been playing somewhere else and lost." "It is not I who am unfaithful to my friends. I am incapable of it. I leave that to others." "What do you mean, dear chevalier?" "I know what I mean," replied he. "I thought I had friends here." "Certainly," replied several voices. "Well, I was deceived." "How?" "You plan things without me." Several of the members began to protest it was not true. "I know better," said Beausire, "and these false friends shall be punished." He put his hand to his side to feel for his sword, but as it was not there, he only shook his pocket and the gold rattled. "Oh-ho!" said the banker. "Monsieur Beausire has not lost. Come, will you not play?" "Thanks," said Beausire. "I will keep what I have got."
"Only 1 louis,"
said one of the women caressingly.
"I do not play for miserable louis," said he. "We play for millions here tonight. Yes, gentlemen, millions."
He had worked himself up into a great state of excitement, and was losing sight of all prudence, when a blow from behind made him turn, and he saw by him a great dark figure, stiff and upright, when with 2 shining black eyes he met Beausire's furious glance with a ceremonious bow.
"The Portuguese!"
said Beausire.
"The Portuguese!"
echoed the ladies, who abandoned Beausire to crowd round the newcomer, he being their especial pet, as he was in the habit of bringing them sweetmeats, sometimes wrapped up in notes of 40 or 50 francs. This man was one of the 12 associates. He was used as a bait at their society. It was agreed that he should lose 100 louis a week as an inducement to allure strangers to play. He was therefore considered a useful man. He was also an agreeable one, and was held in much consideration. Beausire became silent on seeing him. The Portuguese took his place at the table and put down 20 louis, which he soon lost, thereby making some of those who had been stripped before forget their losses. All the money received by the banker was dropped into a well under the table, and he was forbidden to wear long sleeves lest he should conceal any within them, although the other members generally took the liberty of searching both sleeves and pockets before they left. Several now put on their greatcoats and took leave, some happy enough to escort the ladies. A few, however, after making a feint to go, returned into another room, and here the 12 associates soon found themselves united.
"Now, we will have an explanation."
"Do not speak so loud,"
said the Portuguese in good French. Then they examined the doors and windows to make certain that all was secure, drew the curtain close, and seated themselves.
"I have a communication to make," said the Portuguese. "It was lucky, however, I arrived when I did, for Monsieur Beausire was seized this evening with a most imprudent flow of eloquence."
Beausire tried to speak.
"Silence," said the Portuguese. "Let us not waste words. You know my ideas beforehand very well. You are a man of talent and may have guessed it, but I think amour propre should never overcome self-interest."
"I do not understand."
Monsieur Beausire hoped to be the first to make this proposition.
"What proposition?"
cried the rest.
"Concerning the 2,000,000 francs,"
said Beausire.
2,000,000 francs,
cried they.
"First," said the Portuguese, "you exaggerate. It is not as much as that."
"We do not know what you are talking of," said the banker.
"But are not the less all ears," said another. The Portuguese drank off a large glass of orgeat, and then began.
"The necklace is not worth more than 1,500,000 francs."
"Oh, then it concerns a necklace?"
said Beausire.
"Yes. Did you not mean the same thing?"
"Perhaps."
"Now he is going to be discreet after his former folly," said the Portuguese. "But time presses, for the ambassador will arrive in 8 days."
"This matter becomes complicated," said the banker. "A necklace, 1,500,000 francs, and an ambassador. Pray explain."
"In a few words," said the Portuguese. "Messieurs Beausire and Beausire offered to the queen a necklace worth that sum. She refused it, and now they do not know what to do with it, for none but a royal fortune could buy it. Well, I have found the royal personage who will buy this necklace, and obtain the custody of it from Messieurs Beausire and Beausire, and that is my gracious sovereign, the Queen of Portugal."
"We understand it less than ever," said the associates.
"And I not at all,"
thought Beausire. Then he said aloud,
"Explain yourself clearly, dear Monsieur Manuel. Our private differences should give place to the public interest. I acknowledge you the author of the idea, and renounce all right to its paternity. Therefore, speak on."
"Willingly,"
said Manuel, drinking a second glass of orgeat.
"The embassy is vacant just now. The new ambassador, Monsieur de Souza, will not arrive for a week. Well, he may arrive sooner."
They all looked stupefied but Beausire, who said,
"Do you not see some ambassador, whether true or false?"
"Exactly," said Manuel, "and the ambassador who arrives may desire to buy this necklace for the Queen of Portugal, and treat accordingly with Messieurs Beausire and Beausire. That is all."
"But," said the banker, "they would not allow such a necklace to pass into the hands of Monsieur de Souza himself, without good security."
"Oh, I have thought of all that. The ambassador's house is vacant with the exception of the chancellor, who is a Frenchman, and speaks bad Portuguese, and who is therefore delighted when the Portuguese speak French to him, as he does not then betray himself, but who likes to speak Portuguese to the French as it sounds grand. Well, we will present ourselves to this chancellor with all the appearances of a new legation."
"Appearances are something,"
said Beausire.
"but the credentials are much more."
"We will have them,"
replied Manuel.
"No one can deny that Don Manuel is an invaluable man,"
said Beausire.
"Well, our appearances and the credentials having convinced the chancellor of our identity, we will establish ourselves at the house."
"That is pretty bold,"
said Beausire.
"It is necessary and quite easy," said Manuel. "The chancellor will be convinced, and if he should afterwards become less credulous, we will dismiss him. I believe an ambassador has the right to change his chancellor."
"Certainly."
"Then, when we are masters of the hotel, our first operation will be to wait on Messieurs Beausire and Beausire."
"But you forget one thing,"
said Beausire.
"Our first act should be to ask an audience of the king, and then we should break down. The famous Riza Bey, who was presented to Louis XIV as ambassador from the Shah of Persia, spoke Persian at least, and there were no servants here capable of knowing how well. But we should be found out at once. We should be told directly that our Portuguese was remarkably French, and we should be sent to the Bastille."
"We will escape this danger by remaining quietly at home."
"Then Monsieur Beausire will not believe in our ambassadorship."
"Monsieur Beausire will be told that we are sent merely to buy the necklace. We will show him our order to do this, as we shall before have shown it to our chancellor. Only we must try to avoid showing it to the ministers, for they are suspicious and might find a host of little flaws."
"Oh, yes,"
cried they all. "Let us avoid the ministers."
"But if Messieurs Beausire and Beausire require money on account?"
asked Beausire.
"That would complicate the affair, certainly."
"For,"
continued Beausire,
"it is usual for an ambassador to have letters of credit at least, if not ready money, and here we should fail."
"You find plenty of reasons why it should fail," said Manuel, "but nothing to make it succeed."
"It is because I wish it to succeed that I speak of the difficulties. But stop, a thought strikes me. In every ambassador's house there is a strong box."
"Yes, but it may be empty."
"Well, if it be, we must ask Monsieur Beausire and Beausire, who are their correspondents at Lisbon, and we will sign and stamp for them letters of credit for the sum demanded."
"That will do," said Manuel. "I was engrossed with the grand idea, but had not sufficiently considered the details."
"Now, let us think of arranging the parts,"
said Beausire.
"Don Manuel will be ambassador."
"Certainly," they all said.
"And Monsieur Beausire my secretary and interpreter,"
said Manuel.
"Why so?"
said Beausire rather uneasily.
"I am Monsieur de Souza, and must not speak a word of French, for I know that that gentleman speaks nothing but Portuguese, and very little of that. You, on the contrary, Monsieur Beausire, who have travelled, and have acquired French habits, who speak Portuguese also."
"Very badly,"
said Beausire.
"Quite enough to deceive a Parisian. And then, you know, the most useful agents will have the largest shares."
"Assuredly," said the others.
"Well, it is agreed. I am secretary and interpreter. Then, as to the money—"
"It shall be divided into 12 parts. But I, as ambassador and author of the scheme, shall have a share and a half. Monsieur Beausire the same, as interpreter, and because he partly shared my idea, and also a share and a half to him who sells the jewels."
"So far, then, it is settled. We will arrange the minor details tomorrow, for it is very late,"
said Beausire, who was thinking of Oliva, left at the ball with the blue domino, towards whom, in spite of his readiness in giving away louis d'or, he did not feel very friendly.
"No, no, we will finish at once," said the others.
"What is to be prepared?"
"A travelling carriage with the arms of Monsieur de Souza,"
said Beausire.
"That would take too long to paint and to dry," said Manuel.
"Then we must say that the ambassador's carriage broke down on the way, and he was forced to use that of the secretary. I must have a carriage, and my arms will do for that. Besides, we will have plenty of bruises and injuries on the carriage, and especially round the arms, and no one will think of them."
"But the rest of the embassy?"
"We will arrive in the evening. It is the best time to make a debut, and you shall all follow next day when we have prepared the way."
"Very well. But every ambassador, besides a secretary, must have a valet de chambre. You, Captain," said Don Manuel, addressing one of the gang, "shall take this part."
The captain bowed.
"And the money for the purchases?" said Manuel. "I have nothing."
"I have a little,"
said Beausire,
"but it belongs to my mistress. What we have in our fund—"
"Your keys, gentlemen," said the banker. Each drew out a key which opened one of the 12 locks in the table, so that none of these honest associates could open it without all the others. They went to look. 198 louis, besides the reserve fund," said the banker.
"Give them to Monsieur Beausire and me. It is not too much," said Manuel.
"Give us 2/3 and leave the rest,"
said Beausire with a generosity which won all their hearts. Don Manuel and Beausire received, therefore, 132 louis, and 36 remained for the others. They then separated, having fixed a rendezvous for the next day. Beausire rolled up his domino under his arm and hastened to the Rue Dauphine, where he hoped to find Oliva in possession of some new louis d'or. End of chapter 25. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.